Good evening and welcome everybody to the European Season 2, Year 2 Pro League here. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum and right here is Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Blood. I'm looking forward to the matches we have today. Starting off Europe with a bang for sure.
Yes, and I mean, you said starting off with a bang, we have a tremendous lineup today.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get in that in just a moment, but again, we want to welcome you to today's first play day of the European Pro League for Year 2, Season 2. So like I said, it's play day number 1. Now let's take a look at the schedule to show you what teams we're going to be seeing today. We've got PENTA Sports starting it off. Then so PENTA Sports and
Supremacy
are going head-to-head.
And then they're going to be followed up by Team Vitality versus Playing Ducks. So, again, we said it, a very interesting start to the European Pro League for this second season of Year 2. PENTA, the previous season's champions, of course, going up against Supremacy, a team that's been around for a long, long time. Vitality, again, as well, and Playing Ducks have been in the thick of it throughout our pro leagues throughout the past.
Yeah, Playing Ducks got to the grand finals during Season 3.
Right.
Unfortunately, did not make it into the 6th Invitational, but they were in the Pro League last season.
They made it to the semifinals.
Yeah, the semifinals and the Saturday matches.
They did pretty well.
But let's take a look now at a moment at Group A. Group A is what we're going to be watching today for our matches. So with Group A, the way the brackets are set up, for those who are just tuning in now and aren't familiar with last season or watching on Monday, the European division is broken up into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, each with 4 teams apiece. So Group A is what we're going to be witnessing today. PENTA Sports versus Supremacy, Team Vitality, and Playing Ducks. Throughout the next few weeks, I believe 7 weeks or so, we are going to be determining who places what in these different groups, all the way up into our decider matches to decide who goes to the LAN event in the coming months. Now, Group A we have, I'm not quite sure if we have Group B ready, we might, but if not, these are the teams that we're going to be seeing. So, taking a look at today's matchups.
There's Group B.
There's Group B.
That's awesome. So Sisu is going to be playing against Unknights. Millennium is going to be going up against G-Bots, and that bracket is going to progress the same exact way that we see Group A progress, really, in the same fashion. That'll be happening next week.
Correct. So next week is going to be Group B week. This week, today, is going to be Group A. So PENTA and Supremacy. We know both teams. Supremacy actually originally came from the Xbox world. Or at least some of the players did.
Yeah, I mean, Supremacy is definitely the team in this matchup that's got something to prove. PENTA is the team that, of course, they won the previous season finals.
Yes.
So they're feeling really strong right now. PENTA did just recently take a player off their roster, I think in Falco. However, at the same time, you know, coming off of the win of a season final, you got to feel confident going into each and every match in the next season.
So, I mean, with PENTA, you said they dropped Falco and they picked up someone else. I feel like I'm not sure.
I think they just left it as it is. I'm not entirely 100% sure because it's still a little bit of a rumor sort of mill going on there. But they had 7 players on their roster. They had 2 players who rotated frequently. I think it was KS and Falco, and they just kind of cut that out, I suppose. I think Falco was looking for a team we could play more regularly with. But we should ask them if we get the opportunity to.
Yeah, we'll get the opportunity to later on today. But talking about our teams, Supremacy and PENTA, like you said, season 1 champions from PENTA coming out, and out of the Challenger League is where Supremacy came from. So for those of you that aren't familiar, Supremacy, or at least the organization, supported a Pro League team from the Xbox world, and then the last season they supported a team in the Challenger League. Yeah.
And I mean, it's not a huge transition from what we've seen Xbox teams coming over to PC. It was thought impossible by a lot of people, but teams like Elevate prove that it's absolutely possible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we do have an interview ready for you guys. Let's head on over and take a look at Bibu from Supremacy. Bibu, how you doing today?
I'm good, and you?
Awesome. Spectacular. Good to have you here. How are you feeling?
What?
How are you? You feeling good today? First,
yeah, I heard really so bad, man. I don't understand. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I'll try to talk more clearly then.
Okay.
Your team has come from the Challenger League, correct?
Yes.
Are you prepared to go up against the season champions from last year or from last season?
Yeah. We are prepared now. We just do the Challenger League last season. Now we are in Pro League. We are back in Pro League, so we will do our best to prove on the PC scene.
Awesome. And what sort of things has your team done to prepare for this matchup, or just for this Pro League in general?
We just work hard, play together, watch VODs, and be ourselves. We are confident in our gameplay and game style. Just play like we played, and it's be alright, man.
Okay. And do you think that with some of the changes that have gone on with some of the operators removing gadgets or getting new gadgets, do you think that's going to have an impactful change in how this season might progress with regards to meta changes or map choices? Do you see your team stirring the pot a little bit, we'll say?
I don't understand, man. Sorry that.
Do you feel that the meta may change with some of the new gadgets on operators, some of the changing?
Like a fuse with smoke and
Yes.
oh yeah, with the new gadgets, I think maybe we got a little change, but not enough like a reinforced mid-season patch or like new operators with new maps.
Gotcha. Is there anything else you would like to say to your fans before we close out here?
Thank you for all the support. Thank you for Supremacy. Thank you to you for the interview. And let's play and let's give a good match for the open of the Season 2 Pro League.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Bibu, and good luck to your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Supremacy's here. They sound like they're ready to go.
Yeah, he sounds confident. Bibo sounds confident for sure. I mean, they're a team that they're granted in a different league on the Xbox scene, but previously these guys have really stepped up in the moments they are most needed to. Bibu, Spark, Zephyr, Raphael, and Poseidon are their lineup. Again, a team that kind of brings the upset, shall we say, in certain instances.
Yep.
In the past, they've really kind of stepped up in the heat of the moment. When no one was expecting them to win, they really do show their true colors. And I think that going up against a team like PENTA, again, I mean, everyone's got to imagine here that PENTA are on top of this match. They're definitely the ones that are slotted to win it. But Supremacy is just, I feel like they're going to show us something spectacular here today, something that a little bit out of the box that maybe PENTA isn't used to.
I feel like what we might see here is a little bit of how Elevate and Continuum went head-to-head Season 1. Elevate came out of the box swing. They ultimately, I think, started up on Cafe 4-0 on their first matchup going up against the world champs from the previous season.
They did, yeah, they did. Okay, so Elevate played against Continuum twice. They lost the first best of 3. In the second, in the rematch, they came really strong,
Yes.
and they showed that upset that you're talking about.
Yeah, and so what we're getting at here is the Xbox teams coming over and feeling like they might have to prove something or feeling like they have a lot of momentum going for them with their strategies from the Xbox world is something that I think we might see here today from Supremacy.
It would be fantastic.
It would be. Yes, and so we will be getting on with an interview in just a few moments, but with Supremacy being here, I think that was actually an all Xbox lineup that came over from the previous team. I remember the names.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to say definitively, but I think you're right.
So we do have another interview lined up for you guys right now. It's going to be with Fabian from PENTA. Fabian, how you doing?
I'm doing just good.
Awesome. Good to hear. How are you today? I mean, that's how you're doing today. I don't know what I'm saying. So here you are, champions from Season 1, prepared to go up against Supremacy from the Challenger League, coming up now in the Pro League. What are your thoughts on today's matchup?
I just hope it's going to be a good game to watch, really. It's the first game of the season. It can go anyway. We just hope that both teams are prepared for a good game.
Awesome. And one of the things that Kix and I were mentioning earlier is that you might have had some roster changes. Have you had any roster lineup changes for your team?
Well, we tried to play with a 6-man lineup because we had 6 really strong individual players. That kind of fell apart 2 days ago. We decided that going back to a 5-man lineup is probably the easiest way to not confuse players and like have too much different things. So when you get a new player in that doesn't really play maybe that map, he doesn't have any idea what he's doing.
Gotcha.
So instead we got back to 5-man lineup, and we're hoping that's going to fix it.
And the core foundation of your team is still the communication with your team, the synergy with your team, and the ability to work on the fly with new information, correct?
That shouldn't be any different from last season. We're still with the main lineup that we started the last season with. It's the same this one, so shouldn't be any problems.
Awesome. Now, one of the things I want to ask you, though, is for teams that are going from Go 4 to Go 4 or going into the Challenger League and going from season to season, what do you do in the quote-unquote off-season to help prepare yourself for an opening day like today?
Try to find new stuff. Just make stuff up. test new bomb sites, pretend that like, okay, now we're gonna go something that's completely out of the meta and just try it, like playing with Blitz or playing with any other operator that just doesn't really work right now, but try to make it work and see if it could actually change something up.
So what you're saying is in the offseason, you've been trying to make Blitz work. Just to be clear here, right?
I have no comments on that one.
All right, Fabian, was there anything else you'd like to mention before we close out here?
No, that's about it. I hope everyone has a great game to watch.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you, Fabian, and good luck to your team today.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you.
You know what I really noticed about that from Fabian?
What?
He seems ready. He doesn't seem complacent at all. In previous seasons, we've seen the champions come out of their victory, go into the next season feeling complacent, looking complacent, and playing complacent, and it doesn't seem like Penta is looking to do that. Here is their lineup: Pengu, Fabian, Junis, Goga, and KS. Falco, the player being rotated off of this roster. I think he's gone his own way. And KS is going to have a more solid position now, playing consistently every match. I think he was the player who was being rotated between the two there.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that you had mentioned was Fabian's basically confidence and how it was appearing. To me,
he seems intense.
He does. To me, what I saw from that, what I got from that was that it wasn't an arrogant or a cocky kind of we're gonna win. It's a confidence.
Yeah.
It's we know we can win, and we're going to portray that we can win.
As we talked about before, as I talked about just earlier, is in previous seasons we've had the season champions come out of their victory, go into the next season, and be like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, we're season champs.
Ha ha. Nobody can beat us. We're the best in the world. And I don't see that in Fabian at all. I can see it in his eyes that he wants to win this season just as much as he wanted to win the last one, and he will work just as hard as I'm sure his whole team will.
Yes, and so with that, that is going to be our second interview of the night for this lineup here for this series. It is Penta versus Supremacy.
Yes.
And what we need to go through now are the maps. So let's take a look at the map pool for Year 2, Season 2, as nothing has really changed, but for those of you just tuning in, maybe new to the Pro League, not sure what all the maps are in the pool, we have 9 maps. These are the same ones from Season 1 of this year, and not much has changed.
Yeah, it's a good rounded out map pool.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, we didn't have any new additions to the map pool overall for the game in the last update, so not necessary to really mix this up, and I think where it stands right now is pretty comfortable with all the different teams.
Are there any significant changes to any of these maps, similar to like how Canal had that one window facing the north side of servers change?
The Canal change, they've introduced a lot of changes in a lot of different maps. The Canal change is definitely very much a meta changer. Luckily, Canal is not in the Pro League. I think in the state that it's in right now, it probably shouldn't be there.
So
but
what about these 9 maps?
With these 9 maps, Consulate had some changes with some boxes.
Under the stairs?
Yeah, under the stairs, but...
So I actually inquired about that because I was like, that's a spot that's hardly ever been used, but apparently you can sit in there and look up through the vent, and you can actually see the front spawn.
Oh,
so
that makes a lot of sense.
You can look up right through there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen it used, but after someone told me in my chat, I was looking, I was like, that's actually a thing, because I spawned out there, I looked on down through, and you can actually see.
I mean, the bringing that change into Consulate, I guess that's a good thing. That's awesome, but also it's inconsequential, I think, for the gameplay of the Pro League overall. It's a rarely used spot.
Yeah, and so we are going to get underway with our map ban. Supremacy is going to start off the ban phase. They've got 9 maps to choose from. The way the ban phase goes, each team chooses 3 maps, and then there's a final 3 maps that there's going to be played. So ban 3 each, and then you've got 3 maps left to go.
Yeah, and of course, the first ban right out the gate going to be Coastline from Supremacy. They don't want to mess around with that. They're going to get that out of the way. It's the same way we used to have when Plane was in the Pro League in the earlier seasons in Year 1. It would be either somebody immediately bans Plane, or it's the last map to be banned.
Yes.
And Coastline's kind of taking up that role. Chalet being banned out by Penta, and Border being banned out by Supremacy. Now, those are 2 maps that we see played much more frequently in the current seasons, and those are kind of interesting to see off the board this early. So, Skyscraper going, again, very predictable ban.
A part of me, we talked about this, I think, last season, how Penta seems to be a team that does very well on maps that are not played too often, that don't have set strategies for, or that are quote-unquote underdeveloped.
They seemingly can play anything.
Yeah, they seemingly can, and so Skyscraper is one of those maps that I feel like they would still do very well on. Because it's not one that's been around for a very long time, and there's still development that has to happen on it. So they must know something about Supremacy with Skyscraper that we aren't very familiar with.
Right, and Consulate, Cafe, Oregon coming out here. This is going to be a pretty common 3 maps to be playing here in our current season. You know, minus like Border and Chalet, those are kind of like the 5 go-to maps, I think, for the previous season and this one so far.
Yeah, I'd say so with Border and Chalet being in the top 5. With these Consulates, I feel like Consulate's going to be one of those maps that we start seeing in the top 3 nearly every time.
You know, I mention it every time it comes up, but it's a really balanced map. It's not defender-sided, it's not attacker-sided. There's a position on each and every floor for the attackers to establish a beachhead and kind of set up an attack into the site itself. Whereas on the other side of the fence, for the defenders, there's plenty of room for them to work with. Just the right amount of destructible floors where they don't have a significant advantage, but at the same time, they can really maneuver. And I feel like that gives a lot of... I feel like the pros want to play Consulate. Most teams want to play Consulate.
I feel like they do as well, and especially Penta, because we've seen Penta choose it as often as they can.
Yeah.
And that's been something that just, to me, is like, they've gone every single bomb site on that map. They'll go middle, bottom, middle, top.
We talk about how, you know, every bomb site's defendable on Consulate. We say it time and time again, but Penta's one of those teams that actually, like you said,
lives it.
Lives it. They fully utilize that fact. They don't just kind of, you know, trot around it by going upstairs, downstairs like a lot of other teams do. They will mess with your mind with their selection of the bomb sites on Consulate. Sometimes they'll go first floor, first round. Sometimes they'll go basement, first round. They could be a mixed bag.
It could be, and so we are going to see the maps being picked right here momentarily. Supremacy is going to choose the first map of those 3 remaining. Penta chooses the second, and the decider match will be the one left over.
I'm guessing Supremacy is not going to pick Consulate. It's going to be Cafe, and I'm guessing that's going to be a Consulate pick from Penta.
I feel like it will be a Consulate, then Oregon for the decider. But again...
They could go to either, though. I know Penta is pretty comfortable on Oregon. Consulate's a map, though, I think overall that they probably prefer just a tad more.
I think of the 3... Consulate is their preferred, I would say, of the 3 that are available.
Yeah. So unfortunately, they are going to have to play on Cafe, but they've shown us before that they are also skilled at Cafe. I think they played against Sisu in the group stages on Cafe, was it? Or was it
this was in the deciders to decide first and second, the playoffs.
Yeah, it was the playoffs.
This was decided first and second for the LAN event, which didn't mean too much. This is actually where we saw Sisu, or was it Penta, go with the double shield strat in Cigar.
It was Sisu, the double shield, and Cigar, and I think Sisu won that map. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, they did.
But and then Penta went on to win it 2-1, I believe.
Coastline and some of them.
And they won on Coastline. That's why we're talking about earlier how Penta is very proficient on maps that they maybe practice less. Whereas going up against a team like Sisu, Sisu is a very strategically heavy team, and they didn't really have practice on Coastline. So, I mean, you kind of figure where that's going to go. So Cafe, Consulate, Oregon are going to be our 3 maps. Oregon going to be the decider.
Now, Cafe's the map that we've saw, I think, both series during the North American scene on Monday.
We see it quite a lot in the Pro League.
We see it, like I said, quite a lot. I'm trying to think. We've seen. I want to talk about the train and mining room and fireplace bomb site first, because that seems to be what I see the most variation in. And when I talk about that, we've seen 5-man offsite. We've seen 3-2s. We've seen people trying to play underneath. People play above. We've seen where they've just. The defenders decide we don't need anyone above because we're not going to be in bomb site. We'll be in reading. We'll be in the hallway. We'll be in this sort of stuff. So what sort of tactics have you seen throughout watching the Pro League or just being familiar with that map that you see would work more times often than not?
So the tactic on train room defense that we see have the most success for the defenders is where they play a little bit of everything. They don't focus on one particular thing intently. They play one in sight, play one upstairs, and that one upstairs plays very passively 9 times out of 10 when he's upstairs by alone. You know, he wastes some time, but eventually he comes back. He doesn't die upstairs. And then you have 2 playing in either library or kind of roaming around. And then the 5th player can kind of pivot, really. There's certain instances where he can play upstairs as a sort of a buddy-buddy system. Sometimes he can play in sight with the other guy. It really depends on the situation and how the attackers are handling their attack. But yeah, I feel like the best way to playing what we've seen the most success on is just kind of dynamically, not investing everybody upstairs, mirror windows in the freezer, and trying to anchor upstairs and draw a line in the sand. That usually doesn't work, and you know, it's kind of like a 50-50 sort of bet, honestly. But usually, it's too much of a risk.
Yeah.
And then there's the playing completely off-site where everybody plays in library or on the first floor. And again, that sometimes it usually doesn't work because you're forfeiting too much control.
Yeah.
Having that one player...
You're restricting yourself.
Yeah. having that one player sit on the site and just kind of play fluidly, like not try to expose himself too much, but stay alive as long as he can, and then make call outs as he's getting into each and every engagement. It allows for a lot more information gathering and a lot more time wasted for the defensive squad. So the best way to play, from what we've seen in terms of actually, I think, successes on that particular bomb site, is to 1 on site, 2 library / reading room, maybe 1 down in the basement, 1 upstairs, and that 1 down in the basement can kind of just pivot however he sees fit.
Yeah, we've typically seen also on the top floor bomb site a pulse be on the red stairs all the way at the bottom, just using that heartbeat center to determine, okay, have they dropped?
Right.
Are they starting to move in? Oftentimes, I think we'll either find a Valkyrie or a pulse inside of the mining room.
And that could be your basement guy. He's just sort of the guy who's got to, move around and fulfill the role that needs to be fulfilled the most at that moment. Whereas on the top stairs, on the upstairs defense, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry for the most part.
Yep.
We usually see a Mira, although, what team was it yesterday we didn't see Mira from? They were playing against CTM.
Oh, it was... Wow, why am I drawing a blank on this one?
I don't know. We're both drawing a blank on
Oh,
this.
it was most wanted turning into excellence.
Excellence, because it was the most wanted.
Turning into.
We're both thinking about most wanted, I'm sure. It was excellence. I think we played on Cafe versus Continuum, and they weren't running a Mira on the upstairs defense.
They weren't.
And I think they were successful there. Yeah, they got a 2-0 victory, not playing Mira on Cafe, which was really interesting to see. Their entire play style was extremely aggressive, and I think that's why it worked for them. And we might see something like that from Supremacy. I don't think we're going to see it from PENTA. PENTA is an aggressive team, mind you, but Supremacy is the sort of team that we expect to see kind of just the oddball strategies coming out.
See, you kind of hit it before when we were talking about excellence. You had said that with them not using the mirror, they seem to be going with an older version strat, which used to work, having the smoke inside of the freezer, and that's something that people they don't typically do, is that you think, okay, once a meta has been exhausted, once there's new content created and new content involved in the game, you're thinking, okay, old stuff is no longer viable.
Right.
But excellence is like, why not? They questioned it, and they went through with it, and they were successful at it.
Excellence, okay. I mean, we're totally off topic for this match, but excellence from what we saw wasn't yesterday.
Monday.
On the last Pro League
Yes.
match, Monday. They showed us something that is just all the way back to Year 1, Season 1 / Season 2. And it goes to show that the way the meta works in this particular game is it's circular.
Yep.
I mean, there is so much to learn. There is so much to learn. It gets to the point at which you're going in the circle, you've learned this much, and you're on the forefront of the meta, and then suddenly, as you learn this, all this other stuff that you learned 6 months ago becomes relevant again because nobody's countering it anymore.
It's like when you bring back frost traps or you bring back cap can traps. You're like, oh, I used to look for those, and next thing you know, you're like, wait, there's frost traps here on Oregon at the bottom of the stairs? Like,
and it's why you'll hear like a pro player when he's playing ranked, or just if you're watching a pro player play a match, a scrim, what have you, and somebody will just like peek out a window and kill him, and he'll be like, wow, that guy did the dumbest thing.
Why are you doing that?
Why are you doing that? And it's because you used to check that window, but it became so dumb for the defenders to peek out that window at that time because it became predictable, and you kept pre-firing it, and then they stopped doing it, the meta developed, and then you became presumptuous and
to bring
stopped looking for it.
To bring that back to Season 1 in the Pro League, I might have actually been at LAN. No, it was at LAN, because it was LAN, it was Nesk from Black Dragons. It was on Chalet. He had peeked out the lobby of Kitchen out towards the black van, and you're like, what defender does that? What defender peeks it when the doors
peeks out
open
West
up?
Lobby.
Yeah.
And he got like 2 kills or something from there.
Yeah, it was
He's
ridiculous.
just walking around in West Lobby, and it's like, why? I'm sure that the people he killed were like, you're so dumb, Nesk, because they're just not ready for something like that.
Ridiculous. But it's that sort of stuff where if you're a team that can actually successfully conjure the unexpectable and make it work, and do it against a team that's ultimately assuming you won't do it.
Especially the ones that are at the forefront of the meta, too.
Yeah.
Like, when people are so focused on being the best team strategically, then they lose sight of the basics of the game because there's, again, we talked about this earlier, so much to learn.
I mean, I'm sure if you guys pay close attention to today's matches between Supremacy and PENTA, or the other matches that are going to be happening, you're going to see some pre-fires that happen. And the pre-fires that happen, you're going to see either wall bangs, window bangs, whatever it may be. That's all intuition in the current meta. But you're going to see that you'll from our perspective, we're also seeing, okay, he didn't wallbang there, or he didn't shoot there, or like we saw it, I think, on Monday, where like all you really had to do, he was I forget who it was on Cafe, he was looking up through the hole and was like, you could just see him if you just shot.
It was a Valkyrie player in Library or something,
Yes,
right?
yeah, I was looking up through reading.
I think it was one of the Excellence guys,
Mhm.
but I can't remember the exact name. But yeah.
Yeah, regardless, what the point is that these players are, because they scrim all together with each other, they build their own meta, and that allows them to learn very specific locations to pre-fire.
And on the note of meta and learning and development and what we were talking about earlier with the circular meta and how, you know, if you learn things, you unlearn things, I think one of the reasons Penta was so successful in the previous season, and who knows, maybe that won't, you know, maybe that'll fade into going into this season. I mean, we've seen Titans rise and fall a lot in this game.
We have.
But I think one of the reasons Penta was so successful is because they have found sort of a way to stay in the middle of the circle instead of starting to veer towards the back end or the forefront of the meta. They try to maintain themselves on the basics, what you were talking about earlier, instincts, muscle memory. They try to keep themselves centered. And I feel like that's playing very, very, very well to the strengths of how you should conduct yourself in Siege. Because
you don't
a lot of
you don't
teams
want to
lose
put your eggs
sight
in
of that.
one basket.
Right, right. A lot of teams lose sight of what it means to be a good team that has good synergy and wins matches in Siege by trying to make themselves into something else. And I feel like, hopefully, and from what we saw from Penta, that's not going to be the case for them here. And hopefully as well, Supremacy has something spectacular to show us that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and hopefully they will show us some good stuff because we are getting underway in the map on Cafe. Supremacy is going to be starting out on attack as Penta picks up the defensive squad.
Yep, and this is going to be very interesting.
So here we've got it. Starting off, we are going to see the Glass coming right out. Now, on Monday with North America, we didn't see Glass except for 1 or 2 rounds, I think.
Yeah, he was kind of put in a corner in North America. And honestly, I think a lot of people were happy about it. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see how it is exactly Supremacy choose to utilize him going into this particular attack. Now, on the Penta lineup, we have a Smoke, a Castle, a Mira, a Bandit, and a Valkyrie. On the Supremacy lineup, we have a Thatcher, Thermite, Hibana, Sledge, and Glass, like you talked about earlier. No real surprises. I mean, excluding the Glass, I suppose, although he's not really a surprise.
Yeah.
The Mira is going to be obviously utilized in all likelihood upstairs. It looks like Penta's going to opt to go for that draw line in the sand strategy in the freezer. We'll see if that works out for them.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
They still have a lot of other things to think about, though. I'm curious to see where those castle barricades are going to end up.
Yeah, so, I mean, the castle barricades are something we've seen be useful, but we've also seen them hurt a team before.
Well, they can hurt. They can absolutely hurt the defending team just as much as they can hurt the attacking team. It's all dependent on the placements and the fact that the team that is placing them all understand where those castle barricades are going. And I'm sure Penta have communicated where the castles are going to end up, so I don't think that'll be too much of an issue for them.
So here we have it now. Now it looks like we do have the bomb site. 2nd floor.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm sorry I didn't talk about that earlier. 2nd floor bomb site, 1st round. You can only guess that that is Penta trying to mix up the operator pick for Supremacy. And I think it may have done the job. Or no, it did do the job. Supremacy have everything they could possibly need going into this attack.
Except a buck?
Except for a buck, I suppose, but you got the sledge, so... Zephyr going to get the first pick of the round onto Pengu. That's a big player off the board on that smoke. No gas canisters used yet.
So keeping an eye here. This is kind of what you were mentioning before, keeping 1 or 2 players upstairs. That's going to be Goga and KS. You've got Fabian inside of reading, and Eunice looks like he's going to be in the site. He's going to be right inside a train room getting droned out now by Zephyr.
So they're kind of doing sort of along the same lines as what we were talking about earlier, a nice spread out tactic where you have all your little bases covered and you're not really giving up any one particular thing. And it looks like those upstairs roamers will fall back. They've said, all right, we wasted plenty of time. We do not need to stay up here any longer. There's only 1:16 left in the round. Let's go ahead and head back to the site or roam downstairs or what have you. Goga's going to be able to get some 6 C4s in all likelihood from downstairs if they go into if the attackers go into the B bomb site, although that is not the more commonly attacked site.
Yeah, typically, we actually might have Goga here getting droned out. There's a drone on the 2nd floor red stairs. That's Sparks' drone. See that right above him. He's on it at the moment. That's why it's highlighted. Now he's gotten off, so Goga might be pushing at the perfect time. 45 seconds to go in a 4-on-5.
Supremacy needs to make a play here. Despite getting the first pick of the round, they have to establish something more than simply upstairs control. and they need to pressure this site a little bit stronger. Only 30 seconds. It's looking like it might go in the way of Penta.
Now, it's basically what it's going to come down to is gunfights here. At the final moments, they've set up their sides. Looks like Bibu's going to take down another Penta player here. 3 on 5, looking on up the stairs. He spots him. Well, that will be Raphael going down by Goga. He grabs 1 kill, goes on over to the half stairs. He's going to try to come on up, but the shots from Zephyr will take down Fabian. 2 members left from the defensive squad. That's KS and Goga. Goga swinging on over. He's going to stop the defuse plant, and all we have to do is have KS stay alive. However, the plant will try to go down. Looks like it will in moments to go. KS now needs to get the clutch, but he will not as Sledge comes swinging around, and that will be Spark taking out KS to have round 1 go in the hands of Supremacy.
So Supremacy going with a oldie but a goodie. Establish control over Piano. Do not pressure the top floor any more than that. And they really did gauge that well instead of opting to go push all the way to White Stairs and, you know, establish complete top floor control. They just took what they needed, opened up the floor, pressured the site as much as they could, disabled the mirror windows, made them a null factor, and then simply vaulted in through the window. No real complications in that strat at all. And, you know, they did maintain control over Red Stairs the whole time, but it barely influenced the round at all.
Yep.
As you saw, the Valkyrie come up from Red Stairs in the later seconds of the round and get that flank onto the Thermite. Despite that, there weren't enough players on the Penta lineup at that point, as 2 of them had been picked off without making any work, or putting in any work in that round, which put Supremacy in such a man advantage. It didn't matter that there were only a couple seconds left in the round. You kind of have to attribute that, and I'm sorry to put a finger on it, but I have to attribute that kind of the Pengu getting picked off so early through that A bomb site window. It must have been, you know, it was probably a random spray through the window, because it looked like he was just setting up some barbed wire in front of it. I can't imagine he's in that position for any other reason. So it was probably just an unfortunate happenstance.
Now it looks as though Raphael's going to be throwing a Valk cam here inside of the piano room above. I'm curious to see where the other 2 are, though, because Valkyrie cam replacements, as many people know, are very important information gathering devices.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you could put if you don't put your Valkyrie cams in the right place, you basically put your team in an extreme disadvantage. It's similar to how you need to handle your mirror windows.
Yep.
Speaking of which, no mirror coming out for the Supremacy team as well. They have opted to go for train defense instead of upstairs defense. It's interesting that both Penta and Supremacy have opted for this choice, and I wonder if it's just the meta developing. Ooh, an Ash Charge being used on a barricade. That is not commonly seen, but the rush from JNS coming all the way into Library could establish some good control. That gives them a lot of power in the map in general. Cuts off entire rotations from at least 3 of the defenders.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Bibu, though, might be seeing Eunice here with the heartbeat sensor. I don't think Eunice knows. He's going to take a look here in the Library real quick and will be spotted. Goes for the shots here, puts away the heartbeat sensor, and misses his target. He missed it into the shots there, and that will be Bibu coming out on top, barely walking away after having only 15 damage or 15 health left on his body.
That was just a little bit of a whiff there from Junis. Or I assume that's Junis.
Zephyr playing underneath inside of the restaurant. However, we have Goga trying to hold from underneath. His KS is looking above. Pengu, though, will fall to Bibu. This is where KS needs to start using that IQ device. There's Valkyrie on the other team as well as Pulse. This is the perfect opportunity to make IQ as effective as possible, and KS seems to just be holding angles.
I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, Spark with a pick on Goga, now a 2 versus 5 Penta, are looking like they're going to have to struggle to win this round. But yeah, if we're being honest with ourselves, Junis probably should have won that engagement on the Pulse earlier, and we'd still be in likely a 5v4 at least.
Now Bibu's going to get this wallbang here again against an IQ. There goes the C4 toss, and KS just narrowly escapes it. But as he vaults on through, Bibu's there to get another kill. That is 3 kills for Bibu this round, and there's only 1 member left from Penta. That's going to be Fabian here, coming down the back of White Stairs. Zephyr's going to peek his head out, and he will be taken down for the count. He's got 4 more to go. Fabian has the potential to do it. Full health and a lot of ammo still, and he has enough time. Not plenty, but he has enough time to get this to work for him.
Fabian can definitely make the clutch happen. And there is the C4 gone off the Pulse, which means if he gets into a one-on-one engagement, either he gets the headshot or he loses, because he's on that 1 HP like you talked about earlier. Whereas the other 3 players on defense still are going to be much of a challenge. Whoa! Fabian with a nice flick on a Bibu to start things off here in this 1 versus 4.
Now he's going to catch Spark off onto the side. Potentially there it goes, but he doesn't look at the right time. Spark, however, will come out on top, dropping Fabian. Supremacy goes up 2-0.
Not enough information gathering there, it seemed like, for Penta. And I like the idea of the rush straight into the library by Junis, but he should have had a teammate droning for him. There wasn't enough, like I talked about, not enough information gathering. If you're going to rush into library, I mean, I'm sure one of his teammates probably called that library itself was clear, but then continue with the information gathering. You know, have your teammates sit and spawn and say, okay, here's the first victim, go kill him, you know?
Yep.
I mean, Junis got caught off guard. You could say potato for Junis, could say, but he got caught off guard. I mean, how do you expect somebody sitting in the laundry? I mean, it's not a commonly played position from anyone on defense in that instance. And so,
and Paul's actually like got down into laundry as we had Ash inside.
Right, and it was just honestly really bad timing, as well as, again,
bad timing or great timing, depending on who you're looking for.
For Penta, bad timing, great timing for Supremacy, and lack of information gathering for Penta. But aside from that, the strategy from Penta pretty much consisted of the same thing Supremacy was doing. Establish control over Piano, although they did not utilize it very much. Establish control over Red Stairs, which seemed to be their primary focus, and then progress into the same exact site in Wheel Room. And unfortunately, again, their focus just got countered just a little bit after the Pulse was allowed to walk away from that engagement. He just wreaked havoc on the red hallway push. Now Supremacy in a 2-0 lead. They're going back onto attack, and this time, Penta have opted to go upstairs. They did not win their downstairs defense, which means that this is a conscious decision, not a forced one.
And this is what we were talking about before with having a Pulse underneath so that they can gather the information on who's dropping into red, who's going to be on the stairs, who's going to be out on the ventilation units outside of the mining room. And we've seen this before where if the attacking squad gets too comfortable, Pulse could easily just hop out the window, get them as they rappel upside down.
Yeah, but it looks like we will be having Claymores at least be put down here to prevent that, hopefully, for Supremacy. We'll see if Junis is going to be able to read into that or if he's going to get caught by one of those Claymores. I don't see it as likely. He's almost certainly just playing down there. Ooh, this little angle from Fabian doesn't look like it's going to merit any results.
I think it's
not yet.
I think it's his teammate.
Yeah, it is his teammate.
Poseidon, though, will have his drone inside of Piano, though. That's going to spot out Poseidon. Or that's sorry, it's going to spot out Pengu inside of the Cigar Lounge.
Well, yeah, Junis downstairs with that Pulse is still going to prevent any serious pressure coming from Piano. If any of these attackers vault into Piano, they're liable to get a C4 from underneath. And I'm sure they're aware of this. I mean, this is pretty commonplace on this particular defense at this junction in the meta. The playing that castle so aggressively in Cigar Room is an interesting choice. We'll see if it pays off for Penta. Oh, he's going to retreat, but he's going to get caught out by Zephyr. Good positioning there from Zephyr to maintain control over that skylight. Sometimes teams neglect that, and it did work out for Supremacy this time. Yeah,
unfortunately, though, for Pengu, he will go down for the count. So a minute 10 left to go on the clock. Bibu's going to open up the wall, and now he's inside of the Cigar Lounge. Door has been opened. Fabian still holding on to that pixel angle. That is a common pre-fire spot, but it's also a very difficult one to challenge from the top of Reds. However, Bibu, as I say that, is going to go for the challenge himself. Goes for the lower angle and waits for Fabian to make a push. He's going to go for it, and Bibu, it will be there. However, he misses. Fabian just going left to the right side and picks him off for the count.
I can tell you that that was a nutty shot.
So Fabian's still staying there. He's got Hibana. That's going to be Poseidon on the window to his side. Goes for the shots there and misses just enough, but that will force him out and back onto the cocktail lounge. Plenty of time, though, for Penta to continually hold this. You've got the rest of Supremacy, though, trying to work forwards. They've neglected to push onto Pulse underneath. This is going to be Eunice underneath. Now he's waiting for a single heartbeat to stay stationary with seconds to go. So Eunice moving on forward. He spots it. There goes one C4 from KS to drop Raphael. Another one's going to come out right underneath. Hello, Spark, and goodbye, Spark. As we are going to have Zephyr, last man alive. He's got just little bits of health left. He cannot get the diffuser planted in time, and we will see Penta secure one round here so far.
So, as you said, they didn't push the Pulse downstairs, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the strategy. When you're taking so much time to methodically push into your piano, pick off players one by one on the site, get rid of those anchors, and they did just that at a cost, as they did lose a number of players to Fabian. All the same, if you're not dealing with the Pulse underneath, you're not going to be able to plant, friendo. There's not a lot of opportunities for that. And you know, the majority of the plantable floor, I think the entirety of the plantable floor is breachable.
Yep.
So There's not a real, yeah, like I said, if you're not going to push the pulse from underneath, then that strat kind of is kaput at that point. I think you might be able to play it on top of the coffee table, or on top of the tables, but then you have to make sure that you've killed all of the anchors before you do that. And they had done, but there was only a couple seconds left, so not enough time to justify vaulting up.
Yeah, and one of the things we've talked about many times before has been the fact that when you're dealing with a roam game, you have, such as Pulse being underneath in the mining room, you have two options. One, go full force and go after that roam to take him out, or two, you play more passively and you just watch your angles and you watch the flank.
Yeah.
In this scenario, you have to go for it.
Yeah, this is one of those strategies. There are sites where you can do the containment strat and just like hold off the roamers to prevent them from influencing your attack, and there's sites where you can't. And this is one of those sites where you really can't. You have to deal with any potential C4 threats from underneath before you push into the site. Unless those C4 threats become negligent, they will deny your plant 9 times out of 10.
So as we talked about at those window bangs, that's exactly what Eunice was doing there, seeing if someone's going to rotate around through the top of bar. An angle right up there might pop off one blank shot to hop him in the head.
Looks like Junis is droning himself into Red Hall and likely Library later on. I think he's going for the same strategy that he employed on his last attack round, which is interesting. He's yet again using an Ash Charge, trying to make this as streamlined as possible. I like that he's trying to maintain control over Reading Room. I like that that's one of his objectives, and I think it's a good strat. As well as, look at this, it's applying a ton of pressure to the mirror windows in the freezer, as well as just anyone playing in the freezer. This might effectively disable that Poseidon play on those mirror windows. KS, meanwhile, getting a nade kill onto Zephyr elsewhere.
And we had talked about this, I think, on Monday. We were saying, okay, what is stopping attackers from opening up this drop hatch? However, Spark, though, is here in the bottom of White Stairs looking into Reading Room. He's spotted Eunice to the left side. However, he will try to rotate on up instead of holding a little bit of a more strict angle, or more direct angle there on Eunice.
Goga's going to pick off Bibu, and now a 5 versus 3. Now, this is Penta. As we explained earlier, Penta's actually focusing on that roamer threat, and they've dealt with it by forcing their way into Reading Room as they have, which is a really good strategy. It's not what we were seeing from Supremacy earlier.
So Goga now has decided to down himself, get picked back up, so he's going to have 50 health at the remainder of this round. With Poseidon still inside of the freezer, he's going to have to be wary of the attack underneath. Eunice still looking here. He's just playing right now. Right now he knows he's putting this pressure onto Poseidon, making sure that Poseidon doesn't have full-fledged force inside of the freezer. KS going to take control of the piano room and finish droning out here.
And the flashbangs from Junis are going to apply a lot of pressure onto Poseidon. Like you talked about earlier, I think this play from Junis is something we haven't seen a lot of on Cafe, and it is extremely good for the attack overall, as well as easy to accomplish, which is worth noting.
Oh, there's going to be Eunice finally peeking on up to get Poseidon. Raphael going to get one trade down. However, Kayas and Pengu clean up the rest of the round, and that's going to be it for Penta, securing round number 4. It's now 2-2.
Penta bringing it back. It looked like Supremacy had a distinct leg up here. This is Supremacy's map pick, so it would make sense, but Penta definitely showing that they are still swinging hard. And again, let's talk about that Junis play, okay? Now, we talked about it a little bit, but what it does is effectively nullifies the entire roam game on the second floor. The first floor roam game is inconsequential for the most part on an upstairs attack, so all you really need to do is get rid of those second floor guys. And by establishing himself at Reading Room / library, whatever you want to call it, he effectively does that. He applies so much pressure. You saw those pre-fires going through the, what was it, the north wall in Reading Room, where you just saw Fabian open up that rotation hole. He pre-fired that wall consciously, not because he thought he was going to get a kill through it, but because if there's a Pulse playing in Wheel Room or in Red Hall, waiting to see for his teammates underneath, then that Pulse is now pressured and has to focus on this Ash playing in Reading Room. He's basically drawing all of the attention to himself to give his team the ease of pushing in without having to think about that C4 from underneath, as well as, at the same time, pressuring Freezer on the push from the push from his team. So he can flashbang up into Freezer, effectively nullifying it when his team are actually making that final push. And I also like that I was kind of a little bit perplexed by the fact that he used his Ash Charge on the first door. It was basically just a calculation. He doesn't need 2 Ash Charges. His entire job is to get himself into Reading Room, open up the drop down, and it's done. his job is done. He just sits
It's
there.
also the fact that he did want to get into reading room without exposing himself
Right.
for too long from the bar. Because if you're trying to hit it and do that one-tap vault,
Yeah.
guess what? Sometimes you hit it in the wrong spot, and now you've just given away that rush, that
Right.
surprise.
And equally, if you're trying to shoot it, then you have to wait to reload or run in while you're out of ammo. I mean, it's
Yep.
just, it's a good calculation there by Junis to make that play. I like it. Definitely want to see more of that in Cafe in the future. It seemed like it helped the strat out a lot.
Now we are seeing Fuse come out of the mix here from Raphael on Supremacy.
Which is, yeah, kind of interesting, but at the same time, it makes a lot of sense. We are talking about a second floor defense. However, as you can see, there are only one of the Penta players currently sitting on the site. So those fuses might not be super useful.
That is Pengu. I was looking for a second. I was like, which one? I see 3 upstairs, but Pengu
Yeah,
is
he's
wasn't
kinda hard to
mining, went
see.
back. Yeah, went back in. So he's in train room at the moment. 3 members from Penta though will be topside, which is an overwhelmingly powerful force for a mining room and fireplace hold.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I mean, Penta didn't show us this on the last time they defended second floor, but they are the sort of team that they mix things up. You know, they do things differently each round because why should we be static? Why should we do the same thing over and over and over again? And I think it plays to their strengths extremely well, which is, again, being able to adjust on the fly. Ooh, the fuse charges might actually have an effect. Just barely missing Pengu.
Pengu now knows the fate that awaits him if he stays stationary for too long. He's now going to rush back in, and it might be too much damage for him. No, he will evade. 1 more fuse charge to go. Eunice still trying to cover the main corridor, looking in towards second story carpet, right by the ventilation walk-in area. You got Fabian and KS have now retreated back onto site. They're inside a fireplace now. They've wasted a lot of time upstairs. They're saying, okay, you want it? Take it. We need to get back here, and we're going to cover our angles for the push that you're going to have to make. So with 35 seconds to go, Spark is going to be here, trying to force his way in. Now Pengu's on the right side, right next to him, and I don't know if Zephyr realizes that. Raphael going to try to rush on in. Looks like all the gas grenades may have been used. At least 2 of them have. There's Pengu dropping down Raphael as he hops on into the window. 5 on 4 now. Zephyr's going to go down for the count. However, he's not taken out. We have now Habana's going to pick up that diffuser, and the shotgun will not happen as Fabian will take down Spark, but Poseidon turns around and finishes off Pengu. Goga's going to drop down Poseidon. 1 man left to go. It's going to be Bibu as he gets taken out by Fabian. And now that's going to be Penta securing round number 5, coming from a 2-0 deficit to take the lead for the first time in this series, 3-2.
Previously on this particular defense, Penta, they lost 2 players early on without them having any effect whatsoever. One of those players being Pengu. As you can see, he wasn't seemingly, he might not have been trying to place barbed wire. He might have simply been trying to position himself close to the window in that aggressive corner what we just saw him play in. And it did work out well for him in this instance. Because those 2 players were left alive, not picked off so early this time, because those huge charges didn't have any effect whatsoever, meant Penta could just keep trading back blow upon blow. Whenever Supremacy got a kill, Penta answered with 1. As well as, to be honest, from the get-go, they were at the man advantage. So when you're going into a trade sort of situation, if you're at the man disadvantage, you're going to lose.
Yep. It's what Penta did there, and I believe we talked about it as it was happening, was they had plenty, they were not forced out of the top. They had 3 people up top, and they could have easily stayed there, but they decided to go back downstairs.
So we talked about this earlier, how Supremacy, when they attacked this floor last time, they took control of Piano, and then they didn't take control of anything east of Piano. They just Piano. That's it. They took Piano, they fused it, they sledged it, they shot the people on the site. That's all they did with it. Then they pushed down red stairs, dropped down into A, and they got the plant. I mean, that was as simple as that. And they had such a man advantage that there wasn't much Penta could do to really stop that. This time, they didn't. They took control of top floor. They didn't pressure east again, but the difference is that Penta, like you said, they didn't lose anyone. And then when they saw what was happening with Supremacy, they're just like, okay, well, we don't have to hold upstairs then. Let's just go back down to the site and just trade blows. Like we talked about earlier, just when someone dies, trade them back.
I think it's also worth noting how valuable it was that Pengu was able to get in that corner
Yeah.
of the mining room, because typically you're stuck inside a train room. You don't dare challenge that window because you know Glaz is out there. Pengu successfully did that, got around, and was able to just capture Supremacy off guard for 2 kills, I think it was.
Yeah. Actually, it might have just been the one kill. I think he died before he could get the second one.
You're right.
He sprayed with his, but it doesn't matter. He did a tremendous amount of work. This is some interesting play coming out from Junis. He is going to put Spark on half HP. Those Ash charges doing a lot of damage. I think they do about 50 damage each to direct contact. They are underestimated as damage givers,
We
but they
already
are,
have Goga, who's
Whoa.
he's inside of the piano room, already moved down White Tower or White Hallway, taking out Spark. Bibu, however, will drop him for the count as Fabian gets a trade of himself there on a Bibu. We're just seeing continual quick plays here. Looks like Penta's going to come out on top of this first engagement, 4-3 now.
Yeah, Penta has, through one person lost, established control over the top floor, and in the process, they have taken out a castle and a bandit. Absolutely worth it. They lost their Hibana, which might slow down the drop takes, because it's going to fall down to Thermite. However, I don't think that's going to hurt their strat too much. Zephyr, though, going to get a kill before being traded back by KS.
I was about to say that you had some crossfire or some coverage going on there, because Bobby was at the top of the roof looking down towards, who was that? That was Zephyr, trying to make sure that it was okay for KS to move forward. Looks as though Eunice might have decided to rush on just a little bit too much. The C4 coming out from Raphael, though, will take down KS from above. Now we've got a 2-on-2 unfolding with 60 seconds left to go. Pengu's holding onto the diffuser. Right now he's inside of the mining room, I think that is. Either that or the red carpet hallway. No, he's inside of a site. And now it's going to be up to the two attackers to try to get this plant down. Fabian has now gotten his way into the bar. He's quite a distance away from Pengu. With that, he is going to open up the floor as much as possible. And this is what Pengu's doing right now. He's waiting to hear for the shot to Raphael. Peeks on up from the hole that was just made. Fabian will be dropped. Now that's going to be Pengu trying to go for the bait here. Goes for the shots and he misses his target as Raphael comes swinging around, gets another kill here. And that's going to be Supremacy, tying it up 3-3.
So that was an interesting decision there to bring the sledge upstairs. I understand the concept. However, one of the reasons defenders have to fear holes being opened above them is because they don't know what kind of numbers or what kind of operators specifically that they're dealing with in their entirety. They don't know what they're going up against. When it's a 2 versus 2, you know one's playing inside the other site.
Yep.
You're simply waiting for them to push or plant, and then the other one starts hammering above. You now know that they're separated. There's only one player above, and if you kill that player, you win the round. And they did just that. They got aggressive on the angle that Sledge was opening, and he lost the fight. I think the right decision there, to be honest, might have just been to consolidate, bring your Sledge over to red stairs, have him cover the plant, and kind of just play the round out that way. Because there was only one way for the defenders to stop that plant, and that is to push through the site door. And from red stairs, like the interval between top and middle, you can completely cover that.
So what I think they were trying to do, and you said it correct, I believe what you had said was what they should have done. What I think they were trying to do, though, was Fabian was trying to open up the floor and allow Pengu to sit tight, hear movement, wait to hear the movement, then go for either a wall bang or a pre-fire around the corner.
Well, of course, yeah. Again,
it didn't work out.
Separating's, yeah, it didn't work out. But now we have Penta, 3-3 versus Supremacy. They're going to be going on to the upstairs defense. And this time, I don't believe they've actually brought a mirror on their last upstairs defense. They've been bringing it on the downstairs defense, but I'm not entirely sure about the upstairs. I like this murder hole they're opening up here. This is disabling one of the common plant sites on the top floor, essentially, by now applying extra pressure to it from the freezer. As long as freezer remains completely enabled for the defenders, there's somebody sitting inside of it, there's no one going to be able to plant in that particular corner, which is normally safe.
Now, last time Penta held this site, they held it very successfully. And we are going to have to see if Supremacy decides to change it up a bit or still push in their same way.
Looks like they're setting themselves up to do just that, just kind of a very common piano cigar take. And I'm skeptical as to if this is going to be what they need to make this happen. They do have a Hibana repelling onto those windows outside piano. I think those are the east windows. Or sorry, no, they are not. They are the south windows. And I think she may have just been scared off, though, by Junis meleeing that door. I like how he melees it, but doesn't peek it, as he knows that it is likely someone staring at it now, and Hibana is doing just that.
And that's pretty much... We've seen that time and time again, especially in the competitive scene, the high-level scene, is knowing that, okay, that's an expected spot. All I need to do is make my presence known, and that's enough to waste enough time.
Pengu did run out somewhere. We didn't quite see exactly where to kill that player repelling on the south windows. It's the south windows. That's what it was.
Yes.
And
Poseidon has fallen.
Yeah, Poseidon has fallen. I like that. That's got a ring to it. And now that is going to put Penta in a man advantage, as well as the fact that, oh no, Pengu, though, going to get pre-fired around the corner with the flashbang, taken out.
Now we do have Fabian still inside of his white corner right there, but it will be taken out by Bibu. He lost that engagement last time, but decided it's now my time to drop Fabian, and so Bibu will come out on top. It's a 3-on-4 at the moment. 50 seconds to go. Kay is still trying to hold down the freezer as Eunice is underneath in the train museum, which he did previously get this kill and finish off stop the plant from being put down.
Yeah, so like you said, this is the tricky part here. Supremacy still has applied no pressure to this roam game, which means that Junis is allowed to freely defend this defuse plant with his last C4, and then even after that, just by shooting through the floor with his pulse sensor. So this might actually spell doom for Supremacy, but they're making their play.
They are, and they're doing it with enough time that if a C4 does kill one, they will likely have enough time to continue. Bibu, however, will get injured. He will not have enough time to get picked back up, and so therefore, that is considered a kill here. Raphael gonna go, but he will get taken up by KS as well. C4 is gonna come, gonna get a double kill. No, it misses its target. KS will finish off his down. No, he's actually getting one more. Last man's gonna be Zephyr, and that's gonna be Goga coming around. KS with a triple kill to finish off the last of the rounds here. It's now 4-3.
Okay, so a tiny bit of a whiff there from Junis on the C4, but it didn't matter as it turned out. KS was ready and primed with that Mira playing in the freezer and just kind of picked off the attackers one by one as they progressed through the cigar door. I want to talk about the strategy involved, but all I can really say is Supremacy neglected the roam game, which should have cost them, but didn't. And then on top of that, their entire strategy was, hey, let's push through the cigar door, which is the thing, you know, that's not to the detriment of Supremacy. That's what we see a lot of teams in the Pro League doing these days, is, hey, let's push through the cigar door. And it usually isn't super successful, I'm going to be honest. I mean, you're funneling yourself into a bottleneck, and the defenders know exactly which angles to peek. Just the same as you do, granted, but there's only one for them to peek, whereas you have to hold the angle from the A-bomb site, the angle into freezer, and just the angle on maybe somebody creeping up on you in bar itself. I mean, there's so many things to watch.
Now you can see Supremacy is changing things up just a little bit. They decided to use one of the reinforcements on the drop hatch and freezer, which previously Eunice had gotten inside and decided, I'm going to make sure that Mira doesn't have free roam with the freezer.
Absolutely a fantastic adaptation there by Supremacy. Good call on that one. If Judas had been allowed his free reign like he was last time, it would have been detrimental, I'm sure. However, Judas can still open up the floor next to the drop down and throw his flashbangs through the holes in the floor. I mean, he doesn't need an actual drop down to apply that same amount of pressure when his team's going for the push. Remember, he only needs to lug flashbangs through. He doesn't need to kill anyone through it. I mean, that'd be ideal. Sure, get a pick on Mira, but as long as she's blind when your team's pushing, it doesn't really matter. And again, the main role of that Judas push is to disable the roam game, which is something that Supremacy has been neglecting altogether, and Penta is on top of that.
Now, is this the first time we've seen Monty on this particular bomb, or in this series?
I think in this season, it is the first time we've seen Monty on. I'm
thinking. I don't remember what Pengu played in previous rounds. This is the first time I'm making.
I'm honestly not entirely sure, but it is definitely one of the few and far between times that we have seen Monty as of late. Oh, June is going to get picked off here by Spark, and that is one huge component from the Penta attack off the board. We might see overtime here.
Spark, can he get the shots? It's going to be Spark looking on up with the pistol to take out Fabian. The potato is real.
What happened, Fabian? You know what? Honestly, shooting a DMR at a 3-speed, not an easy task. Let's be real.
It's not an easy task.
Goga's going to trade it back, though, onto Zephyr. So it's entirely possible Penta could bring this back. However, Supremacy looking real good for an OT here.
They very much are. Still half the round left to go. Spark is hurt. However, so is Goga. They're down to about each other's health with, I think, about 20, 25 health to go. Now, we are going to have Pengu working his way in here. They do not have a pause, and it looks like Pengu going to go for a plane. He sees the castle barricade, but it looks as though Biba's going to get one kill onto him as Raphael takes down KS. Goga's going to be the last man alive. He's inside of the cigar lounge, and he gets taken out right away by Raphael as well. That's going to be Supremacy tying it back up. We're headed to overtime here on Cafe.
You can see that Castle still playing, still allowed to play in the piano room. I think he killed. Yeah, he killed that Montaigne. Okay, so there's a little partially destructed wall. It's the same one that Penta opened up to hold the corner where KS was playing earlier, as you saw from Freezer. But Castle was playing in the piano and he was allowed to look through that wall to see the Montaigne planting in the open. And yeah, I mean, it's just not. I think that was kind of a desperation play from Penta at that point, as again they had so many of their fangs removed. I mean, the Glaz off the board, that's a lot of pushing power.
You had Glaz and Ashe,
and then your Ashe being taken out. She's now not taking control of the roam game, which is a huge component in your entire attack. So I'm sure at that point they were just like, hey, maybe they'll just let us plant. And no, Supremacy did not let Penta plant. So now for overtime, we are going to see Penta thrust onto defense first and Supremacy onto attack. And instead of going into the second floor defense first, which is what they did in the very first round of the map, they're going to opt to go upstairs, which makes a lot of sense when you want to really win those rounds, crunch those numbers, and finish this map out.
Supremacy, though, like we talked about it during their prep phase last round, they were adjusted very well. Another thing they adjusted to was recognizing Eunice followed the same route almost every single round. Basically 4 rounds in a row.
And you know the real detriment to Junis's attack? Like, straight up, the main reason it's not as efficient as it could be, nobody's droning for him.
Yep.
He's going in solo. He's droning for himself, and he has to expose himself to do so.
Yep.
If you had one teammate on Penta droning Junis straight on into the building, it would take 30 less seconds. Be way more efficient. He wouldn't likely die in the process. He might even get a kill if somebody's setting up to stop him. I mean, there's so many benefits to it. So it's interesting to me that we don't have, just say, the Thermite drone Junis in for the first 30 seconds of the round and just make it happen.
Yep. I definitely agree with you there, and that was one of the things that I was wondering about is, can they make it more efficient, and how? And that is how you do it.
Right. Pengu again playing very aggressive in the cigar room. Last time it did not pay off for him, if I recall correctly. However, wait, I think I recall incorrectly. I'm pretty sure they won that round. Whatever the case be, that aggressive play in cigar is something we don't see a whole lot of in the Pro League lately. Usually it's forfeited to the attackers as, hey, they just get this.
Poseidon could get this kill here
Oh,
on
boy.
Pengu. Pengu's right inside.
Boy.
He's going to go for this peek here. He's probably going to go for a little wall bang. Just a moment, just barely above his head. Goes for the peek, but misses it as we do have Pengu trying to rotate back over to Cigar Lounge.
So what you saw there was Poseidon was waiting for his teammates to drone so he could get the mark, so he could get the pre-fire, and he waited, unfortunately, to his detriment. Could have just killed him the whole time. That is unfortunate to see, but he doesn't know. You know, he has no possible way of knowing that.
Now, we did just see Eunice try to pop out a bakery for someone repelled on the north windows, and unfortunately for him, it didn't do much of anything other than give away his position. Zephyr, however, is still at the top of the skylight here, which is where he picked off Pengu before when Pengu tried to rotate back into bar. He was caught off guard and was taken out for the count. So 60 seconds to go. We are going to have a 5-on-5 still unfolding here.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Pengu got, got too aggressive, got picked off. 50 seconds left to go, though. Neither of these teams have really entered into any significant gunfight as of yet. And while Supremacy has established control over Cigar, they have yet to take Piano, and there's only 37 seconds.
Now, we do still have, I believe we've got Mira with C4, Pulse with C4.
Uh-oh.
Oh, looks like Zephyr will take down Eunice. Now he's going to be able to throw out some smoke grenades, get some cover for his team. Spark waiting for this prime opportunity, either to cover this flank or push on in towards the White Hall. However, K has dropped down 1, and he'll be taken out for the count by himself. Now, Fabian's here. He will take out Poseidon. 3-on-3 now, but Bibu has been injured. Fabian's still kicking around here. He's going to look for Pengu. He grabs 1. Zephyr's going to grab another. Last man is going to be Fabian with 1 health. 1 health in a dream against 2 members from the attacking squad, Zephyr and Sparks. He's going to go for, he's going to stop it. He goes for the shot zone, and Zephyr gets it. The clutch there from Fabian. He's going to take out Spark and Zephyr, and that's going to be Penta securing the first round of this overtime.
Okay, I'm going to have to be honest there. That was a bit of a toss from Supremacy. They absolutely threw that round through and through. I'm not sure what Ashe was thinking there. Let me go plant in the corner completely away from all my teammates and all the potential cover while I have 1 guy down. That is just, and with only 3 seconds left to go, that is the wrong decision to be making. The right decision there would have been to plant as much cover as you could possibly find, maybe behind the main bar itself, with your teammate watching you, and just everything, all your bases covered. I mean, that was scary, and I don't know why that happened, but they handed that round to Penta, absolutely.
I think one of the things to highlight there is with with Fabian coming in, taking out the Ash, who was in the middle of planting, you now have this sense of fight or flight. Do you play for time with 3 seconds left, or do you go and fight the glass, or go and fight whoever's coming your way? And Fabian decided to take the fight, and it looked like it paid off for him there.
Yeah, yeah, no, he could have waited. He could have waited for the diffuser, but I think what he understood there, I think the factor that clicked and made him decide, all right, I'm just gonna either fight them and die, or like not win this round, because like that, or win this round by fighting them and stopping the defuse. Because if the defuse had gone down, I mean, 9 times out of 10 on that particular site, what happens then is there's somebody sitting on the skylight on attack, and you cannot get the defuse. Like, it just doesn't happen, because the guy is just gonna peek and pre-fire every single time. Like, I mean, what are you going to do against that? I mean, we've seen teammates clutch, like in a 2 versus 1, we saw MVK, I think in Canadian, clutch a round out on Cafe in that exact situation.
Yep.
By shooting the guy on Skylight.
You got one covering and one, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still difficult, you know, it's not an easy
is.
task. And in a 1 versus 3, nah, forget about it. So that was a good play by Fabia. Now we are on 5-4 overtime match point for Penta, and they are going to be attacking onto his second floor defense. Now this is interesting. Supremacy preferring straight up train room defense.
And this is where they chose last time, or chose at their first defense round. They were very successful at it. So this is actually going to be in Supremacy's favor. They'll be able to defend this, and then they will have to attack this site.
Right.
So for that, Supremacy won that to start off the game.
These flashbangs are going to blind Poseidon, but Junis is not going to go ahead and push in with them. Instead opting, I guess, just to try and distract these defending operators as much as possible. Zephyr going to get the first kill of the round onto Pengu. That's the Montaigne off the field. That is a huge driving force for Pentagon.
That's also Diffuser down, and I want to say that's in bar.
Yeah, it looks like it was upstairs. That is really unfortunate for Penta. That might put us onto an 11-round match.
Eunice still looking for someone to rotate outside of reading room, as we do have some of the players from Supremacy called out. And we're going to have, looks like a little bit of a push there.
The
pre-fire from Fabian saying, hey, you got droned out. I knew you were there. Bye-bye.
Yeah. See, that's the problem with opening up that drop down, and it was the defenders, I believe, who did it.
Yep.
I mean, you're just applying a little bit more pressure to yourself when the attackers establish control upstairs. Fabian is going to drone out this Jaeger, and now he is going to be exposed to Junis in just a moment. Oh, but actually, he ran downstairs.
He jumped out of the doorway, went down the half stairs. He's actually going to come up white stairs, possibly catching. We've got Eunice up off guard from behind. Now, Eunice actually looked like he was wanting to open up the wall to go down half stairs and chase Spark. But right now, Eunice is like, well, where's he at? So, he's got him locked on now. He knows that someone's here. He's going to go for the peek. Sees and misses the target, and that's going to be Spark trying to rotate back down. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes over to Red, though, to come back up through the rest of Penta coming up behind. Now, Fabian will drop Spark. That's his second kill of the round. He was there for the receiving end of that flank. Good job there by Fabian. Now, Eunice going to try to challenge Poseidon. Here's going to have to back on out and reload for a little bit. Another engagement about to ensue. 20 seconds to go. 4 on 3 now. We've got Poseidon still inside of the B site, holding onto the doorway here. Goes for the shots, but doesn't see him. Goes to the pre-fire. Almost tapped him in the head, but misses his target. Now that's going to be Eunice. Needs to force his way in, and that will be a trade. It looks like no, Eunice comes out on top as Raphael gets Goga, and KS will fall to Zephyr. You've got a 2-on-2. Last man alive is going to be Zephyr, and he's got to go against Fabian and Eunice. Plan has not gone down yet, and with the defenders will win the match. That is Penta taking not yet. We're going to round 11.
Right, Penta unable to get that defuse plant down, and we will be seeing, like I said, round 11. That is honestly surprising what we are seeing from both of these teams. And I hate to say it like this, but both of them seem scared of the other. And it's making each and every one of these rounds dwindle down to the last 15 seconds before the attackers really start to put on the pressure. And I mean, the teams that we've seen, the rounds that we've seen be concise and be definitive in one way or another, whether it be for the attackers or the defenders, is when the attackers opt to, instead of just prowling around and, you know, seeing where the opportunities lie, just going for it. Just straight up going for it. Every other round for both of these teams has just been like, you know, we'll wait till the last 10 seconds, then we'll push in. And it's causing a lot of problems for the attacking squads in both instances. I mean, that throw we saw from Supremacy on the previous round, that was mostly due to the fact that there wasn't enough time on the board. I mean, Fabian probably might not have been able to, oh no, actually, to be honest, it wouldn't have mattered. He killed both, but still, not enough time on the board, forced out the wrong plant position from Supremacy. And then on that last round, Penta, they probably didn't have the diffuser in hand. They were hunting down the last player on defense, but there's not enough time on the board. I mean, Just need to see some more initiative from the attacking squad. However, that puts Supremacy now in the limelight. They're the ones who have to step up, say, all right, we're just going to make the plays happen, going up against Penta's defense here.
Yeah, and Penta's defense here seems to be unique in the sense that they've opened up a lot of reading room.
I really like the way they've been doing that, by the way.
They've opened up a lot of it, which is more so than we've seen other teams do. Some teams will stick players inside, but not open it up as much as we're seeing here with Penta.
Yeah, Penta's strategy, or their hold, I guess you could call it, is really well organized. I like it. It gives them all of the different options. We talked about how defending this particular site, the best way to do it, from what we can tell, is to be kind of all over the place. Cover all of your bases, although not too harshly. Don't draw a line in the sand, don't force anything out. And that's exactly how Penta are handling this particular bomb site defense. Sometimes they do draw a line in the sand upstairs, but not all the time. It's worth noting. They mix things up. They keep things on the move to keep Supremacy on their toes. However, again, we talked about this before. Supremacy, they take control of Piano. They take control of Red Stairs. They push into the A bomb site. Penta gonna start things off. June is picking off Bibu upstairs. That's the sledge gone. Means no pressure from the floor apart from those fuse charges.
And those fuse charges are going to be, like you said, the most important thing that they can do here now that they don't have the sledge.
I honestly have to say, Supremacy, they have to prove something here. They have to change their play style, because if they continue playing the way they've been playing on this particular attack every single round, they are going to very certainly lose.
Here goes one cluster charge down into the mining room. We're going to see if it hits anybody. It does not look like it's going to tap onto Pengu. And we also have Fabian, who was on half stairs reading room. He's looking... I want to say he's going to be utilizing the holes inside of the corridor where Spark is looking at the moment. So Spark is going to come down these red stairs, or at least he's holding the angle, making sure there's not going to be a flank. And he wants to make sure that if he needs to open up the wall, open up the doorway, he can, but he's got to be careful of the half stairs.
Look at what we're seeing here right now. 1 minute left to go. We have a lot of attackers doing pretty much nothing right now other than droning for information. And this is what we're seeing from both of these teams. It's really, really bad to see. Gotta be honest.
Raphael's going to drop on out of the piano room and force his way into the ventilation outside of the top of bakery, right out by the A site. So again, what he's trying to do here, he's got still one cluster charge. I would have expected him to pre-place that. If he's going to come on down here, pre-place one of those cluster charges, go in and get that diffuser planted. See, all the smoke grenades are coming on out here. Looks like Pengu gets tapped with one, but not enough. Raphael does manage to get himself in, so now it's time to get this plant down with 15 seconds to go. Zephyr and Poseidon going to take down Pengu and KS, but Eunice drops Spark down for the count. Looks as though Fabian's going to take one bullet too many, and he will fall to Poseidon. Now a 2-on-3. We have Penta now just struggling to come on back here. He's trying to bait out the shot there, but it looks as though we're going to have a shot here. The diffuser player does not get hindered, and we let the diffuser go down in time. A 2-on-3 now. Eunice tries to come on out, but he gets destroyed by the Claymore. He does take down the glass, though. Gok is going to be the last man alive against Raphael and Poseidon. Raphael hopped out on the side of the top of the bakery, and we now have Poseidon looking for the drop hatch right here. As he falls, we are going to see a Goga trying to go for the shots, but he gets the kill! Now Goga is going to be the last man alive here going against Raphael. He knows he's outside. He's going to look for the shot, but he doesn't want to hop out. He knows that there's going to be most likely a Claymore, so now it's about time. He's stalling. He goes for the shot. C4 gets tossed out. Does he go for the shot? No, it doesn't hit it. And he had to hop on out, and we have Raphael from Supremacy taking this round, and map number 1 will go to Supremacy.
And we saw the adjustment. Ladies and gentlemen, Supremacy, they took their time about it, but in the end, they took the aggression. They went fast into this site. They went for that diffuser plant. And we saw the opposite from Penta. You saw there, Fabian, I believe it was, going to remove that castle barricade, which you had earlier talked about being detrimental sometimes to the defensive squad. In this instance, it was. He went to remove that castle barricade, and he didn't finish the removal. If he had finished that removal, would have seen Fuse, shot Fuse, won the round for his team. Unfortunate circumstance there. Both of these teams seeming to lose a lot of rounds in that matchup just through lack of initiative, lack of forcing out the play.
I think hesitation might be a good word to use for that, because that's what ended up happening. Yeah. Let's go take a look at some of the highlights from this map on Cafe. I do want to point out that Zephyr had 13 kills and Fabian had 12 kills.
Oh, both of them trying to step it up for their teams. This was very clearly a well-matched match. I was thinking for another word, and I'm like, a well-matched game? both these teams are evenly matched. There's the best way to put it.
That's the good way. Now here's the C4 toss. This is like, hello, Spark, I see you, and now I'm about to send you away. And there he goes. Goodbye.
And see, that's that roamer clear that wasn't happening from Supremacy throughout this entire match. And it kept...
Now, there's the missed one.
The miss.
I believe that was an air ball, because it should have hit both of them.
No,
it went too far. It went too far.
It straight up missed.
Okay.
He looked away like, I'm a badass. I just killed 2 people. And it didn't happen.
Going to tap the booty of Glass, drop him down, and that will be the final kill of that round.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of roamer clear from Supremacy, and then see what just happened there, where we saw Zephyr picking that player off from the skylight. There was way too much of that happening.
This was brilliant from Fabian.
Yeah.
This was the clutch that got them the first round of overtime.
Very well played.
Took out the Ash, then the Glass.
Lack of roam clear for Supremacy. Penta just making some really, really dumb mistakes. Supremacy made a bunch of dumb mistakes too, but peeking the skylight on Cafe defense, why?
So I think the attacking squad, both teams in most cases capitalized on the other team's mistakes. Then so making a mistake is not the downfall of your team. The downfall of your team is when you go up against another team that can capitalize on your mistakes.
I mean, we talked about Nesk earlier.
Yep.
West Lobby. He's in West Lobby. He's killing you from West Lobby. That doesn't work. Stop dying to that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that. I mean, when someone's doing something weird like that, you have a team that's ready to receive it. I mean, obviously Supremacy was, and so was Penta. Both of them, like you said, capitalizing on each other's mistakes.
We got to round 11, and now we're going to be going on to Consulate here in just a few moments, with Consulate being this map that seemingly favors Penta, and Cafe being one that got so close. Yeah, it was chosen by Supremacy, but let's be honest, Penta can play on Cafe.
Yeah.
So with that being so close, and now this seems like it's a favorable map towards Penta. Do we see Penta coming out of the gates running and being the team taking this maybe a 5-1, 5-2?
I don't want to make too many predictions because we are only just starting this season off. But from what I just saw, I think we are going to be seeing a third map for this best of 3.
I definitely think we're going to see a third map, this being Penta's.
Yes. I mean, Penta have time and time again proven that they really do enjoy playing on Consulate. And who knows, maybe Supremacy is going to be their hard counter on Consulate. Anything's possible. We haven't seen a whole lot of Supremacy, going to be honest. So this could be where Supremacy says, hey guys, we know how to play Consulate. Surprise! And just blows Penta out of the water. I really would like to see that. I mean, I would like to see that happen. Supremacy should be able to. I mean, they've already established themselves. Let's just talk about that for a second. They have established themselves as an extremely dominant team coming out of the Xbox scene, out of the Challenger PC scene for the last season, and now into the Rainbow Six Pro League for PC, going up against the previous season's champions and beating them on Cafe. I mean, that's something to write home about for sure.
Yeah, and we talked about it that in the interviews we said that what do you do in the off season, and I think it was Fabian that replied, you find things that no one else has found before. You go through and you find new things.
Yes.
And I think it feels like Supremacy has done just that on some of their sites, some of the things that we've been seeing here. So we're going to take a look now as Penta is going to just continually try to push on in. Zephyr's actually inside of the Visa office. That's a common spot, but also one that you could overlook if you're assuming that it's all clear.
Yeah, there's some opportunities for Zephyr to peek out towards the south of the front door. I mean, we do have 3 Penta players out by front door right now. If he gets aggressive, he could easily pick off 1 or 2 of those attackers. However, he's not going to go for that. Spark backing his way into the southwestmost corner of this garage. This is dangerous. If he gets droned out, he's a dead man in all likelihood.
One of the things I will mention, though, is that this is the first time this series that we will see a Blackbeard coming out. That's Pengu playing Blackbeard. We saw a lot of Blackbeard play in NA.
Yeah, we saw tons of it. Blackbeard is Pengu's kind of baby. He does enjoy that operator very much. He's extremely skilled with it. So this doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah, no, he's played it always on Cafe.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, on Consulate.
This is definitely, I mean, I'm honestly surprised we didn't see him play it on Cafe a little bit. But yeah, he brought him here as he was expecting an upstairs defense, I'm sure. I mean, it is kind of surprising that we saw, oh, Fabian going to pick off Bibu to start things off here.
It was actually, I want to say, decent for Fabian to get injured in that stance because he already was hurt. So now that he's been injured, he's going to get picked back up, have 50 health to go. And we are going to see this dwindle down to a 5-4. Spark still tucked away inside of the southwest corner, right in front of the van. Poseidon's now taking the opposite adjacent angle here, right under the yellow stairs.
Oh no, right above you, Spark.
Fabian, unfortunately, not taking a look after he opens it up, and so that's going to allow Spark to get a better angle and better positioning here underneath of the hole. Penta, though, taking control of this piano room. They're going to force their way down to yellow stairs, possibly push one down circle stairs, but they only have 45 seconds to do it in.
This is a pretty common and a pretty well-rounded strat. Take control of that piano room like you talked about, and then move down after you've established control over the main garage. But they do have to contest with Zephyr here, who has moved his way upstairs. If he flanks at the right moment, he will win this round single-handedly for his team. With only 30 seconds left, that moment is coming.
It is, and as we see Spark just being lit up there, he's got about 5 health. Pengu, though, going to tap the head of Zephyr, dropping down for the count as he just goes around for the flank. Goga's going to drop Spark here, and we're going to have Goga drop another one onto Raphael. Last man alive is going to be Poseidon. He tags one, but he cannot come another as he comes around the corner and gets picked off there by KS.
Pengu getting rid of that flank, and then just a series of odd positioning choices from Supremacy is going to put Penta now in a 1-0 lead on their map pick, Consulate. So to remind you guys, if you're just joining us, we previously played Cafe. It went to the 11th round. It ended up being a Supremacy map as they won 6-5. That was their map pick. Now, Consulate is Penta's map pick. It's the second in the series. And then if we get to our decider map, if Penta win this, it will be Oregon.
Oregon being one of the maps that I feel like is balanced between these two teams.
I
don't feel like it's favored between either of them.
I want to say it's balanced between these two teams, but I honestly, Supremacy, they surprised me. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold off on my prediction for Oregon. I will say that regardless of what Supremacy have up their sleeve here, I do believe Penta have a leg up on Consulate. I feel like this is one of the maps that they have been so very consistent on time and time again. You are seeing, in fact, a Blackbeard coming out from Supremacy. That is, I think, Poseidon's going to opt to bring him here. Now, that really just goes to show, on this particular map especially, Blackbeard is near essential. I mean, he plays such a pivotal role. So on an upstairs attack, there's a lot of things you can do with him. You can repel him on those B windows. You can repel him on the A balcony windows. And that's what we see Penta do 9 times out of 10, is they put Pengu on the A balcony windows. And from there, he controls the connector and the A bomb site itself, allowing his team to push in through admin and get that diffuser plant in the A bomb site. At the same time, to cut off that C4 from underneath, all you have to do is open up the front door and stick one attacker outside. That basically nullifies the pulse, which there is none.
No pulse.
But if there is a pulse, that's that's how you nullify him. So the strat taking A bomb site with the Blackbeard on the A balcony, real simple. Bibu going to start things off here with a pick onto Fabian. That's the bandit off the board. That's a significant pick, to say the least. Fabian, one of our playmakers here for today, absolutely. I think you said he had 13 kills on the last match.
Fabian had 12, and Fabian had 12, and Zephyr on the other team had 13. Zephyr, however, will try to hit that count up as he takes out units for the count. Bibu taking on a second kill into KS. A 5-on-2s now, with still 2/3 of the round left to go. This seems to be a quick one.
This is almost certainly going to be a Supremacy round. I would be bamboozled if Penta managed to bring this back. But between Penta and Pengu and Goga, I mean, they've done more spectacular things. Let's just say that.
Now there's going to be Spark peeking on inside from the window. That's going to be the back of Goga that gets taken down. Last man alive is going to be Pengu. He tries to hop on out. He's giving away his position. They all know he's here. Bibu's going to look on up. He could get a 3rd kill of the round here. He's going to spot him, goes for the 3rd kill, and that's Bibu's final kill here on round number 2, Supremacy. Just securing this top 4 bomb, or taking over this top 4 bomb site.
Flawless round there from Supremacy. Well played to them. Now, I just want to say how incredibly disheartening it is when you know somebody's rappelling on the balcony or outside the balcony, and you run out as the defender, and you can just barely not see them. You can see like their rope. You
can see the grappling hook. You're just like, let's go, and where is he?
And he's just right out of reach because of those freaking rails. You can't shoot him, so you have to run back inside. It's just a terrible feeling. However, what we have just seen, ladies and gentlemen, is an absolute decimation of the Penta lineup from Supremacy. That wasn't a good, well-played round. That was just complete, like, one-sidedness. So maybe Supremacy enjoys Consulate just as much as Penta.
I am pleased to see that with Blackbeard, this is going to be the first Pro League match where he's actually got his elite skin on.
Oh yeah, that is an excellent observation. It's a really cool skin.
I enjoy it.
I absolutely despise Blackbeard on a personal note, but his skin is dope. Like
Yeah.
I can't disagree with that. It's a
See,
fantastic skin.
If you don't like Blackbeard that much, then just run around with the Deagle. You don't need to worry about his head shield. Just have fun with the Deagle.
What I do with him is I put on the silencer and I take off the scope and the grip and I just kind of run around without the shield on.
I would love if there was a silencer
His
and
iron
an ACOG on the Deagle.
His iron sights are really good on the primary rifle.
Yeah.
Nobody uses them, but they are really good. I'm telling you, it's like bandits. We are going to be seeing Penta setting themselves up for an East take. This is going to be the take we talked about earlier. Going to have a Pengu sitting on that balcony with the Blackbeard, and likely the rest of his team are going to be taking from admin straight on in. Oh, Pengu's
can he go for it? No, can he get it? He's going for Pengu. He misses. Oh, he grabs it. And now he's going to be able to get back over here, but Fabian will most likely be there to collapse. No, he's going to hop on over, use the C4, get on inside a garage without any additional damage being taken to him.
I just want to say how stupendous that kill was, how huge it was to the round overall. It basically cinched the round just by itself.
As long as Supremacy doesn't make any mistakes here, this will be their round, because as you called earlier, Blackbeard, especially on Pengu, is pivotal for the take of this top 4 site for Penta.
Basically, everything has fallen apart unless Penta can start getting these refrags soon. They have to adjust their attack completely, and you can see they're doing just that. But now they have no surefire way of cutting off rotation from the B to the A bomb site, and they have no surefire way of picking off Zephyr as he plays in the B bomb site.
There's going to be a shotgun, though. Yeah. That's going to down KS. Gas grenade going to come out.
Gonna miss.
And it looks as though we will see 2 gas grenades used just to keep that pushed off a little bit. Fabian ever looking around for the flank, and looks as though we're going to have Poseidon coming on out of the bathroom to stop the wall from getting opened up. KS will get picked back up over there by Goga, and unfortunately for Zephyr, he will not capitalize on. So that is one mistake. He cannot make another one. 60 seconds left to go, a 4-on-4.
He's getting his wall opened up behind him now. This is a lot of pressure being applied to Zephyr, but there's not a lot of time for the attacking squad here.
Poseidon will tag down Fabian now. That's going to be the sledge going out for the count. So a Thermite, Habana, and Thatcher are left alive. Bibu coming up underneath. He's watching the Visa stairs, sees KS, and is just going to wait for the perfect time to go on through. We will have Zephyr, though, finally falling to Eunice. And that's going to be the smoke that was inside of that A site. Spark is going to try to hold on to what he can here from the connector. Tries to tag the feet there of Habana, but that will not land the shots. Eunice now underneath, sees the C4, or doesn't have a C4, but he will toss some bullets towards the butt, I believe that is of Thermite. Thermite now trying to come around there with a drop shot. He will take down Spark, and Poseidon, though, going to get one trade onto KS. Diffuser has fallen, has not been planted. 10 seconds left to go. Poseidon's going to be inside a bathroom as Bibu's still playing underneath. He's looking for who's going to be still with these moments to go. This is going to be it. We are going to see most likely Bibu look for underneath. Shots are going to come through, but he's actually hitting the bomb. It looks like the plant will go down successfully. He doesn't have the C4. He's going for the pistol kill, but he misses that as well. And unfortunately, we will have the plant from the diffuser go down. That's going to force Bibu to now take this head on. If the attackers are going to stay still, Bibu might get these kills. He's looking for the shots there, and he misses.
He hits one, I think, on the Thermite. Just one, though. Not enough to finish him off.
One more bullet, though, and that will finish him. So Eunice is going to be the one to look out for. However, with a crossfire such as this, it's not likely Bibu is going to come out of this on top. Plant has gone down. There's about 20 seconds left to go. Bibu trying to come around, but he doesn't see the bullets in time, and Eunice will come out on top. And we're going to see this go to 2-1 in favor of Penta.
That was hard. You know, we've seen so many times on Consulate, upstairs defense where the last defender alive, regardless of whether or not he has a C4, is just sitting downstairs, and all he does is heartbeat sensor, deny plant, and win the round by himself, essentially. I mean, even in 1v3s, 1v4s, we've seen them stop the plant in that situation and to come out on top. Just unfortunate misplacing of those shots by Bibu is going to put them now at a 2-1 deficit in the round count. But overall, I mean, they practically won that round. I mean, okay, we could blame Bibu for that round loss, but at the same time, they had no chance of winning if Bibu had not killed Blackbeard as he ran out earlier in the round. Even made it back alive after killing Blackbeard. That's huge. And, you know, again, it would have just been a cut and dry round. It would have been Penta 2-1 already if he hadn't done that, so you can't blame him exclusively. You have to really kind of just look at the fact that Penta, after they lost their Blackbeard, still managed to pick apart the Supremacy defense, one player at a time, and push their way into the site.
Ultimately, yes, Bibu did a great job getting the Blackbeard, came back in and was able to help out his team some more. I feel like I called it, if Supremacy made a mistake, you were going to have Penta capitalize on it. He downed the Thatcher. He didn't get the kill.
Thermite.
No, because Goga was Thermite. Goga picked up
He downed
KS.
He downed KS.
Okay, so KS got injured there, and unfortunately they didn't capitalize on it. He could have tossed one grenade out. Instead, he threw it just to block someone from rushing in.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about one mistake. There you go.
That's the mistake that you didn't want to make.
And it was just a simple one, too, because he hit the wall on accident the first time, and then the second one he didn't go for it. I mean, he could have even re-peeked it, you know? But it is what it is, you know? And now we have Penta looking pretty strong here on Consulate again. This is what we expected to see from them. And they are going to be a defending lobby this time. They have opted to go for that. I mean, when you lose something, it's better to go to, you know, anywhere else. Try and experiment. And we talked about this before. Lobby is plenty defensible, and Penta is one of those teams that will take you to lobby. They don't really care where they're defending on this map. They just like to play the map in general.
I honestly feel like that is their favorite bomb site on this map, just because we've seen them
Lobby?
fight every time. Yes, I say that because it allows them the opportunity to roam from below and above, use the entire staircases to basically play as free as they want.
Yeah, that is one of the redeeming qualities of the lobby, but some teams see that as a detriment. I think you're right in assessing that Penta see that as definitely to their advantage, but a lot of teams are like, oh, there's too much to work with, there's too much to cover. Penta's not that team.
They definitely are not. Now, Bibu has gotten up by the Soda Machines. He's going to look on in through Piano, but we are going to have a head tap by Fabian right there on the Spark, dropping out the Ash right away. Bibu is still up here, though, so we are going to see if he can get on in. We're going to have a challenge. Bibu taking out Eunice. He's going to rotate back downstairs right by Zephyr. Now, unfortunately for Eunice, he does have very low health. Goga will take out Bibu, however.
So you can see here Supremacy going for a basement attack. This is a little bit uncommon. That grenade is going to take out Goga. You saw it just coming barely right before we switched over, and that was just, oof, that was tough to watch from Goga's perspective. This basement attack, what we're talking about though, Supremacy coming in from the basement, this is not very common when it comes to a lobby attack. Usually teams will try to force out upstairs, and that is, I mean, I like the change that Supremacy is trying to implement here in that common, you know, sort of, it almost never works, let's be honest. The taking upstairs, 9 times out of 10 doesn't work. I mean, the defensive team has to make a huge mistake for that to actually work out. So I like that Supremacy is trying to mix things up here.
Like you said, it is a different attack that we typically don't see, and I agree with you. I want to see this work. I hope it does. It does look like it's actually being in their favor at the moment, 3-3. They've now cleared out Piano. You're going to see Zephyr move on in. He's holding onto the diffuser, though. Nade's going to get tossed in, but he will get taken out. KS and Pengu each dropping Zephyr and Rafael at the same time. Last man alive is going to be Poseidon. As he comes in from the yellow stairs, we are going to see another man go down. Fabian takes off his head, and we are going to see Penta go up 3-1.
So, Supremacy, they attempted to go down in the basement, start working on the floor of the piano room before rappelling into the piano and getting that diffuser plant. However, Penta was well set up to counter that specific strat. They had a mirror window looking into piano itself, so even if Supremacy had been able to establish control over piano as a room, they still would have had to contest not only a drop down from CEO, but also a mirror window from the bathroom. And apart from that, I mean, Supremacy were losing people on the grind, pushing into the basement, pushing into the the yellow stairs. It was too much of an expensive push, really, to be feasible. Honestly, I like the mix-up. Not the right strat, though, against Penta.
Attackers need to locate
Agreed.
and
I mean,
defuse bombs.
the mix-up was good. Penta, better.
No.
This is what it came down to. That was their preferred site. Allows them to roam when they can, even when they were man out or even in an even man count. They don't lose the confidence. They don't lose the ability to rotate. They don't lose the ability to win their fights, and that's what we're seeing here.
And now, Penta looking like they're trying to bring us to that third map of Oregon. Only 2 more round wins, and they will do just that.
Now the question is, will Bibu be risky again to try to take out Blackbeard and take out Pengu? I don't think he will.
I think, to be honest, even if he is, I think Penta's going to be ready for it. I think they're going to make the adaptation to like read into that. Oh, just a little too early there, Poseidon.
When did we get a ping pong table?
Yeah, I think that Penta's probably read into it. Is like, okay, I'm sure that Pengu, after he got ran out on that last round, it was like, guys, you need to watch my run out. And I'm sure now they will watch his run out.
Yep, you can you can see members of Penta, KS, and Goga starting over there on the south side of the map as Eunice takes over the windows on the north side.
Drone's ready. Heartbeat sensor deployed.
Now, what BB's looking at right here, he's looking at someone that is on the south, or sorry, I believe that's the north end of the window, or north end of the map. That's the window facing Visa. A lot of times you'll see a Pulse either looking at the Visa doorway or Visa window way to toss C4 up for someone that's going to escape their way inside or get their way inside. And it looks as though BB saw one target, decided, I'm going to go into garage.
Very slow round so far from both these teams. It's interesting that there's a Pulse all the way down in garage, even though we're defending top floor. It could work, absolutely. What was that grenade? They must have droned Bibu out. That grenade looks like it hit the rim of the drone hole. That was almost a kill. Unfortunately, a little bit of a miss there from Fabian, I'm guessing. But all the same now, Bibu will be able to leave relatively unscathed, and there's only half the round left to go for the attackers to make their push into the site. Pengu repelling on these B windows, so it is not an A attack right now. It's a strictly B attack. You can tell where it is that Penta is opting to go exclusively on where they position their Blackbeard. Bibu going to run out to likely see nothing here.
Yeah, nope, we will not see Pengu there anymore, and so Bibu is going to just get detected, come on back into Visa, and now they know that there's a roaming Pulse around. But as I say that, he does get back onto site quite easily with no confrontations whatsoever. Pengu and the rest of his team are going to be pushing in from yellow stairs, from Skylight, as well as from corner office. It looks as though Spark will take down Eunice on the first kill. Tries to go for Goga, and he will just barely miss the time, but he's going to move on over here. Goga now still looking to get these shots here onto Spark. Another engagement going to happen here momentarily as Goga pushes on in, but Fabian take down Zephyr as Bibu hops out to take out Fabian for the trade. Now a 3-on-4 is going to ensue with 40 seconds left to go. This is that rushed engagement we were thinking about earlier. Spark will take down Goga, but then gets finished off by himself. We are going to have two members from Penta left alive. KS falls. Pengu has repelled on inside. He's down in corner office with Diffuser, going up against two members from the defending squad. Now they are in quite a pinch here. We are going to have Pengu with very low health. One little bullet will do the damage that needs to get done. He's going to go for the plant as Bibu comes around.
15 seconds
There's the
remaining.
C4 toss. He tossed it too far. I don't think Bibu knew that he's that
10
close.
seconds remaining.
And there it is. Pengu taking out one. Can he take out the other? He knows Poseidon was inside a cubby, or at least close to there. He's moved on to the other bomb site, going for the plant. Poseidon now is going to try to rush on over here. He's going for the kill. It doesn't work out, and Pengu now knows exactly where he's at. Who's going to get the first kill? He's going for the Deagle kill. Can he get it? He does get the Deagle kill! Pengu dropping the clutch right there as Poseidon will fall to the 50 caliber bullet going into his chest.
Pengu's fucking insane. He's insane.
Madness in this house right now as just Pengu and the rest of Penta are probably cheering on their feet at the moment. It is 4-1, match point, ready to go almost to map number 3 here.
If you point me to a round that never should have been won, it would be that round.
3-on-1 against Pengu with literally 3 health.
What?
You talked about Pengu and having Blackbeard as his baby, and that is exactly why.
I mean, you can't even attribute that. Like, okay, some people would be like, oh, Blackbeard's OP, he's got a shield in front of his face. And you can't even attribute that to his shield in front of his face. The guy had 3 HP throughout the majority of that engagement, and he just freaking won it.
It comes down to mistakes.
Yeah, no,
And
it was Supremacy. It was absolutely.
So Supremacy,
yeah.
like we talked about, they previously when they were on defense, they missed we had the missed kill on KS. This time, the C4 was over-tossed. You should have heard the plant go down right next to you on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
And unfortunately...
Pulse sensor. I mean, like, what's stopping you from pressing your gadget button? If he's... Okay, listen. You're throwing your C4 to the CEO office, or the CEO desk, right? Okay?
Yep.
And what that means is you don't think that he's right next to you. You've got a reinforced wall. Why not pull out your pulse sensor and see exactly where he is?
Yep.
You do not need to take that risk. More importantly, why are you peeking one by one? Why are you doing that to yourselves? Your team, communicate, peek together. Just go. I mean, if either of them had peaked at if they just peaked at the same
So,
time, they would have won. Straight up.
There were 3 entry points into that site in the corner office. You had the little cubby,
Right.
you had the main door, and you had the hole in the wall by connector. There were 3 defenders. They each could have come in all at the same time. There's not enough bullets, and that's the rate of fire on that assault rifle for Blackbeard is not enough to take out 3 people.
He can't. He would have to be using an aimbot to have killed all 3 at once. Literally, like you said, from all 3 angles. It's not possible. So why Supremacy? You don't need to play that safe. Just go. Go. He's in a corner. He has nowhere to hide.
Well, he was in the wrong corner according to Paul, but
Yeah. Or whatever the case be, now we are on match point. Penta bringing it to 4-1 due to a very well-played clutch by Pengu. Definitely displaying that he knows how to get around with his Blackbeard. And now we're going to be going on to a basement defense for Penta, one that they are very well versed in making happen. Fabian's going to be upstairs in this room. He will be droned out by, I think, 2 different players for making his way back.
Playing mute. Okay, I thought he was in bathroom for
Yeah.
a second. I was like, he is playing mute, so maybe they've got jammers, but no, like you said, he did get droned out. He's going to rotate back downstairs, and ultimately, it looks like he might go into servers.
Well, the same. There's only half the round left to go as we spent the majority of the first half talking about that clutch. And now the attackers have really not established much
Oh,
control.
by Poseidon! Hello, and great catch! What a good toss there by Goga.
Well, I love it. Great catch. That's beautiful. That's going to put the attackers now in a very precarious position, but I'm going to be honest, they probably aren't playing their hardest right now. I mean, they have got to be disheartened after that clutch by Pengu, putting it now on such a... Oh, no.
Right there, Goga again, some great Valkyrie cameras. You can see that he knows Sledge is inside Piano, so he's like, okay, there's got to be someone outside by the garage. I'm going to go for the peek. He gets it. That's going to be Raphael and Zephyr both going down. And here we have it, a 5-on-2. This is going to be most likely the end of this map. We'll be moving on to our 3rd map of Oregon if we can see Penta close it out. Bibu now trying to move on in through the west corridor here, right between Piano. Now the drop hatch has been opened up. He's looking to see if there's anyone behind the white van. Won't see anyone just yet, so he's going to go down yellow stairs, try to get rid of this barbed wire without being overexposed to the white van peak. Eunice is going to be close on the yellow stairs, though. 25 seconds to go. 5-on-2. KS is going to go for these shots behind the mirror window. Bibu trying to go closely, but he goes on up the stairs, and that's going to be Goga coming in from behind. KS, though, gets the final kill, and we will have Penta securing map number 2. It is now 1-1. We are going into the decider map on Oregon.
Now, Oregon, I want to say, you were talking about earlier, you were thinking, all right, it's going to be about a 50-50 map. Both of these teams are going to have a good, fair chance of winning on Oregon. However, I don't know. I feel like after that, I mean, okay, first map, we came to the 11th round. This map, that was absolute decimation by Penta. The one round that that Supremacy did win was extremely one-sided. However...
So the decimation part was not Penta just rolling over them.
No.
It was Supremacy coming up short on some opportunities that they missed.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that cannot happen in such a manner as this.
Yeah, you know, honestly, there was also some weird things like that positioning. We just saw that Rook. He was just straight out in the open. He wasn't behind any amount of cover.
Now here's this great kill here by Bibu. He's going to go for about a 3-second fight here with Pengu, and then he finally gets him killed, rotates all the way back over to the garage to get in safely.
Right, but yeah, no, just some weird positioning from Supremacy. It seemed like a little bit... some of them weren't on the right page. Oh, come on, man. This is just so hard to watch because all Poseidon had to do was shoot him once, and here comes Pengu with the deagle.
So I think another thing to note...
Oh, look at that.
Another thing to note, though, is Valkyrie with that, she had a full clip in her MPX, and she used about 5 bullets in that pre-fire and then reloaded.
What the heck is that?
If you're in a one-on-one, you're in a pro league scene, you know that you can kill anyone with 5 bullets or 7 bullets or 10 bullets. If you have 20, 25 bullets left in your magazine, it is a full magazine. You need to consider yourself that.
It feels bad to pound on this, but we do have to acknowledge the fact that there were some serious mistakes on console by Supremacy. There were a lot of mistakes by both teams on Cafe, but absolutely Penta was on point going into console.
So one of the things, like, we are harping on some of the missed opportunities that Supremacy has, but I know Supremacy, and I know that what they're going to do, they're going to go back to this VOD. They're going to say, listen, here's some of the opportunities we missed. We're going to work on it, and we're going to get better, and we're going to grow from it. And that's exactly what Supremacy I expect to have happen from them.
They are an excellent team. They do have a lot of potential, absolutely. And now going into Oregon, could be that they bring this back and bring it to their victory here, because we don't have as many predictions for Oregon as we had for Consulate. Consulate, I think everybody kind of knew Consulate was going to be Penta's map. That is their map, like no matter who they're going up against. So on Oregon, Penta does, I think, have a good track record on Oregon, although I'm not entirely sure.
I want to say Supremacy does, just from we've seen Oregon. Oregon has been one of those staple maps, just like Chile, and so every team is very familiar with it. And so I feel like Supremacy, being the team that can bring their knowledge, bring their experience over from their previous Xbox experience, they're going to bring it on over here, and hopefully we'll see some different stuff. I mean, we've seen Xbox teams try to hold Red Tower. We've seen them try to hold the kitchen and dining before. And so bringing in possibly some of that might be to their benefit. Who knows? But what we have seen is that sometimes when you bring Xbox strats over to the PC original teams don't comprehend it. They can't defend it. They don't know what to go.
I don't know that they don't comprehend it. I think that it's just so distant from their meta that they don't. Sure, they don't comprehend it, but more is like they just don't understand it. There's some things that they need to like flesh out and start to like work on, and it takes time. It takes time.
It does. And so we are going to see Supremacy choosing to go with that top 4 bomb site. Poseidon going with the Mira, get down inside of the kitchen, which we've seen almost every time. You'll almost always see a Mira going here into the kitchen, reinforcing the dining hall wall, reinforcing the Mira or the meeting hall wall. And what you're doing right now is basically just covering, making sure that you won't have a Buck or an Ash or someone underneath trying to pre-fire from below.
And it's somewhat interesting that we're seeing Valkyrie bringing a Spaz here. It's the less commonly, let's say, picked gun on the Valkyrie loadout. Generally speaking, the MPX is plenty good. However, going up against Pengu, it makes a lot of sense. MPX versus a Blackbeard, pretty much useless. You're never going to win that fight. Going for the torso with an MPX is suicide.
Now, I was about to just say this, that Penta has adjusted. We saw Eunice having, I think that was Goga, droning out for him as he got into Red Tower. Now it seems like he's going to go back to solo droning for himself. And ultimately, Eunice has been constantly getting into the building quickly, clearing out one portion of the building, and saying, okay, we're going to start here as we continue to clear forward.
Right, and taking control of the tower is basically just the first step in starting to repel onto those north windows, which you're about to see Pengu do in just a second here. Once he repels on, there he is. Once he repels onto those north windows, he's going to apply a lot of pressure as a Blackbeard to that B bomb site. As soon as they get that that smoke picked off in the B bomb site, they will push on in and get that diffuser plant.
Now, Bibu has managed to evade detection as he took himself into the corner of Meeting Hall, and now he's managed to get his way underneath, inside of the laundry, going up towards red stairs.
So that smoke getting downstairs means, oh wow, this rush.
Now Eunice is thinking, okay, it's all clear for the time being. He rushes on forward and misses some very significant shots there to Raphael. That's going to allow Raphael to reload, get his bearing straight. Poseidon, though, with a C4 there onto Pengu, dropping him down. Raphael going to get that shot onto Eunice. Now a 5-on-2 as Poseidon's just getting another kill here downstairs. Now KS will fall. You've got Fabian here. He's taking the sail upstairs. And with this, it's 5-on-2. Still 60 seconds left to go. Bibu's now managed to make his way up into the attic. He's just looking for someone else to come on forward. Diffuser somehow, with 5 defenders, does get down and planted inside of the site. You've got Goga, who managed to get it down. I think he's going to be outside. No, he will get one kill there onto Zephyr as Raphael gets Fabian. Last minute, last going to be Goga. He does not get killed off just yet, except for now, as Raphael will finish him off. They're still looking for the diffuser. They realize they planted it right by the bunk beds. He's like, where is it? Finally finds it with plenty of time to get it destroyed. Supremacy will go up by 1 round here in the 3rd and final map of this series.
So Supremacy looking pretty strong here, starting things off on Oregon. They went with the bold choice of the upstairs defense rather than the downstairs defense first round. And, you know, it is kind of a split which teams prefer, you know, which. I mean, both are totally viable. However, I find that the more confident teams are the ones who opt to go upstairs. The ones who want to turtle, hide a little bit more, are the ones who go downstairs. And I think that shows that Supremacy are on the board here. They do not want to let the loss that they just incurred affect their gameplay, and it is definitely showing through.
Yep.
We are going to be seeing a Capital coming out for the Supremacy lineup, and that is for the counter of the mirror windows downstairs. However, looks like Penta will also be going upstairs instead of that downstairs. At the same time, another however, Capital is still useful on this attack, as he can disable, if you're doing a tower take, again, you disable tower, you nullify that roam game, you repel onto those B bomb site windows, and he can kill anyone who's playing between the two windows. You can't do it with grenades because there's ADS devices, and Capital Firebolts bypass that. So he's really good at getting rid of the players sitting in B with his Firebolts, so he's useful on this map just in general.
One of the things I want to point out, and we've talked about it previously before, but I like bringing it up because it's a change from many viewers' perspective, is the no Rook meta. We haven't seen much of Rook at all today in this series, and I think that goes to show that a lot of these top teams, a lot of these top high-tier competitive teams are the ones that are trying to say, look, Rook armor is good, but if you can get better placement, you can have an additional gadget usage, you're going to be able to outweigh the benefit of that Rook armor.
Yeah, no, the thing about the Rook, okay, we used to have in Season 1, Rook Dock 100% all the time, but they've added so many 3 speeds that it doesn't, not to the defensive lineup, mind you, but to the attacking lineup. They've added so many 3 speeds that their speed has become kind of the meta, and it gives you so much more advantage going into each and every gunfight than having more armor, that it just kind of seems counterintuitive to people now that, oh, yeah, let's pick a Rook and a Dock. Yeah, totally. No, it doesn't fit into the meta anymore.
So you can see Zephyr out here by the north windows, realizing that the bomb site is not downstairs. His arrows, or his fire arrows, are going to be used to hopefully get people away from the windows or away from some of the cubbies that could be just them lurking in, waiting for the repels into the window. Bibu still cautiously droning this out. I think there is, oh, that is Poseidon, his teammate, coming down from the red tower.
This is a good way. Supremacy, they're inching themselves in here. They are not taking any risks at all. They drone each and every crook and crevice. They C4 all of their flanks. I like the way that they're methodically taking this tower, even though a lot of teams would just assume it's clear and, you know, maybe have one guy drone a couple corners here and there and then go on in. They're not taking that liberty. They are spending every second they need to secure this tower.
So we have 3 members from the defensive squad off-site. That's going to be Eunice, Fabian, and Goga. Goga's coming up the main stairs. Eunice was actually on the stairs right above him, and you had Fabian, I think, inside a classroom kitchen area.
Goga has an excuse. He's got C4. Bibu is going to pick off Pengu to start things off here. But yeah, Goga has an excuse. He's got that C4. But now Fabian's going to make his way back up into the site. That makes a lot of sense. C4 is now the only player remaining downstairs. He's going to be in the last contingency to stop that diffuser plant should it come to that.
Oh, and as he goes around for the peak, we will have Bibu finishing that off. And he's also going to take on that drone to spot out KS at the top of the stairs now. Now, with that call out, you want to get someone underneath to open up the floor. Spark, however, that's the second time Spark has missed the opportunity of someone crossing that hallway. And therefore, with 45 seconds left to go, a 5-on-3. Raphael's going to be outside of the single window. To his left is going to be Eunice. Looks like he might try to drone this out first. He just has to throw one in. But with 30 seconds left to go, I don't think he will. Eunice still waiting for the push into the window. He's in a good spot. He's in a comfortable spot. He's out of the line of sight from the big window. But if he keeps on turning his head like that, he will go down as Raphael takes perfect advantage and perfect timing. Now there's only 2 members left. It's going to be KS and Goga. Goga's inside a meeting hall, not anywhere near the rest of his teammates here. So we're going to have KS try to hold down the site. He will fall after taking down Spark. Now Raphael, he was able to drown down off KS. Last one is going to be Goga. He takes a couple bullets to the chest, and Raphael will be the one to finish him off. We are going to have Supremacy, though, taking round number 2. They lead 2-0.
And you know what? They don't just lead 2-0. They are dominating on these rounds. This isn't like a, oh, well, that was a close round. That's really great. We'll see Penta come back. No, this is Supremacy absolutely decimating Penta right now. And it's looking like what we saw on Consulate in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. So we were looking at the fight between, I think it was Goga and Eunice, right by the window outside the site. For that wasn't necessarily the fault of Eunice, because what I think it was the skill and the knowledge of Goga being out there on the window, realizing he doesn't need to make sound. Or is it not Goga?
It wasn't Goga. They're on the same team, but
who was it? Raphael?
I think it was Zephyr.
Whoever it was outside
one of the Supremacy
players outside the window there.
Yeah.
What I wanted to point out, though, was that he was able to do that silently, and because the rest of the team was also silent and there wasn't definitive, yes, the attackers are pushing this way, yes, they're here, that forced Eunice to make a guess and to look multiple angles, cover multiple ways, and that's what caused the chaos.
What I'm seeing on that note, what I'm seeing from Supremacy is, like you were saying, silent play, but mostly it's just that they're inching their way forward. There is no shift W coming out from them. Sure, yeah, not in the literal sense, in the figurative sense. They aren't rushing into anything. And on the other side of things, PENTA, the way to capitalize on that, the way to counter that directly is to rush into them as a defender or an attacker.
Yep.
If the other team is taking it nice and slow, you go fast. And you know what PENTA's not doing right now? They're not going fast. They are playing extremely slow, extremely passively, and just nothing like what we're used to seeing from PENTA. And because of that, they're getting picked off one by one. What we saw there earlier, oh wow. Starting things off here, Fabian is going to get Zephyr off the board. That's a big player with impact fragger for this match. Down for the Supremacy lineup. That might be our first PENTA round, who knows. But what I was trying to say is, in that last round, it was 3 versus 5, I believe. PENTA was 3 versus 5. PENTA was at such a man deficit that they had to make a play. They had to do something to put themselves back on the board.
Oh, and
Here we
Spark, wonderful job dodging the flashbangs. Pengu thinking he got the target. He tries to repel in for a quick one, and it will not go in his favor.
I can't imagine what Pengu was thinking in that instance. You don't need to be repelling into that window. That's just unnecessary. They're defending basement right now.
I think there was a little bit of some team damage done there, and we are trying to see some pre-fire go out towards Spark, and he will fall by Fabian. And we're going to have some pre-fire going out. Looks like Bibu. Oh, we're going to Bibu taking a couple bullets, being silent. Going to grab that double kill there on Fabian and Eunice. Now there's only 2 members left alive here, and we're going to have Goga and KS try to take him down, and they will successfully. So now a 2-on-2.
He did die there, but he put KS on 1 HP. He's 1 shot going up against a Mira and a Smoke. They both have 2 of the highest rate of fire guns.
Oh, he's going to fall.
Right, he's going to reset. They do have plenty of time to make this happen. So, the thing is, though, they are attacking basement, and ladies and gentlemen, guess who the last 2 defenders are? It's a Mira and a Smoke. Now, Mira's got a C4. Smoke has 3 gas canisters. He hasn't used a single one of them yet, and while they do have plenty of time on the attacking squad, this is unlikely to go in their direction.
So one of the things I want to point out here, just before we get down to the moment, the Mira window is now on the left wall, not the right side.
They're going to be able to get it because they have one Hibana charge left and a Thatcher to get rid of the Bandit.
But the Mira is now on the left side, not the right side, which we typically see. Is that to get a better angle on the laundry machine?
It shouldn't really affect it too much, but it could, in theory, get a better... Yeah, it likely will get a better... Yeah, no, it definitely will get a better angle. But again, it won't affect this gameplay too terribly much.
So we do have a 2-on-2 now. You can see the push coming down from the main stairs. KS is going to hold on to that diffuser, but he does have some barbed wire to go through. With about 30 seconds left to go, we're going to see Poseidon toss out 1 grenade. And the flashbangs are coming out. Now Goga's going to drop. Gas grenade gets tossed on out. He tosses 1. That looks like we might have Goga being caught inside. Shots are going through, but he gets the kill with the bearing 9. Now Raphael's going to be the last one alive. He sees the feet there of Goga as he inches away from the doorway. Now we're going to have Raphael going up against a 1-on-2. KS trying to go for the plant. Can he get it down? No, he doesn't in time. And therefore he turns around and gets the back shot. And we have Goga standing up immediately right at the perfect time to take him down for the count. That's going to be PENTA securing this round. They are now on the board, 2-1.
Fantastically well played there from Goga as well as Fabian. Just in general, the PENTA lineup to clutch out that round, it was looking like it was going to be a Supremacy 3-0 situation, and it absolutely strategically should have been, let's be honest. I mean, with a Smoke in a 2v2, even if it was just 1v2, Smoke left alive, he should have won that round. However, the Smoke got nullified early on by Goga, so with some very well played positioning there, dropping down and then putting himself on the far, what was that? I suppose the far right side, for if you're looking at Smoke's perspective, I'm looking for the compass though, the far west side of those Mira windows, effectively nullifying it. If you can get your way over to the A bomb site itself, or the west side of the Mira window, or the Mira closet in general, if you can get yourself over there, you have such an advantage over whomever is playing the Mira window that you 9 times out of 10 will win that fight. So that's the sweet spot to nullify it if you don't have a Hibana charge, if you don't have a Capital Firebolt, that's how you do it. And he did just that. Afterwards, he absolutely did a great job of clutching out on the Mira. Surprised, though, to be honest, that the Mira didn't try to challenge. He knew where Goga was. He shot his feet earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised that he didn't try to challenge that a little bit more directly.
Even if he didn't challenge, I think the correct move would have been to still look in that direction.
Right. He did.
Like, he turned his back to run away back into the middle site.
You're a 3 armor, dude. You can't run away like that. It's not feasible. Well, whatever the case be, I mean, It is what it is, and now we have Supremacy still leading this match. They will be thrust onto the attack of a basement defense here from PENTA. PENTA were unsuccessful in their upstairs defense. However, they are the team that mixes things up. When they lose a round on a site, they go somewhere else almost always.
I think what that allows them to do is allows their coach to go back and say, what did you miss here, and try to help them out for some. And this is giving them, okay, we were confident on the bottom bomb site and the top bomb site. Let's take the time. We failed on the top bomb. Let's go bottom bomb and let's get some analysis.
You know what it also does? I'm sure it frees up their mentality, because imagine losing on one floor and then going back to that floor like, oh, we just lost here.
Yep.
You know, and then you go to a different floor and it's like, okay, well, this is something different. We can work with this.
You have your mind off,
Right.
off of the mistakes you made,
Right.
and you're now confident in your new play.
It's very good adaptation there from PENTA. We'll see if it's what they need to bring themselves back into this match. This match is a decider for winners or losers bracket in their group stage of the playoffs. So it's not win or lose, get eliminated from Pro League or continue on. It's, you know, just for a preferential bracket. But it is very important, to say the least, in that you have a very much an easier fight of it if you win this match.
So half the round left to go, and it looks as though Supremacy has barely made a dent into actually getting into the building.
Knock, knock.
Now, Pengu has typically played Echo on this bomb hold downstairs, and he's done some wonderful things with it. So I'm wondering to see if we are going to continue to see this yokai be useful.
Echo, when he first came out, was dubbed useless. However, he has found to be quite useful.
He's found his niche.
Yeah, that he completely is. He's the best, one of the best operators at denying a diffuser plan.
Yep.
Especially in this instance, he can do. He is the only other person who can do it the way that Smoke can. Smoke is the only other guy on the board that's even competes with Echo.
So right now, with 45 seconds left to go, Supremacy has barely cleared out anything. They're just saying, we're just going to focus on front lobby. If someone wants to come and flank, okay, but we'll be ready for it. Spark is inside a kitchen. I think he is.
This is the way they always do their attacks. They don't ever clear out the roamers. It's an interesting fact of Supremacy.
Plant is going down. It looks like Poseidon is going to get caught by the gas grenade and then finished off there. Ash has fallen into the site, and it looks as though she is going to, for the time being, be able to get some footage. But he
About
has
to get pre-fired here.
There's the C4 toss. Goodbye, Bibu, as KS tosses the C4 there from the hallway. He's now going to get a couple bullets into his chest there. Another man's going to fall there. That's Zephyr. Another one again, and that's Fabi going to take him down. Spark's the last man alive, and last I saw, he's going to be above the drop hatch. He goes for the shotgun kill, tries to go for the kill, and he gets finished off there by Pengu with that bearing 9.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. Okay, so so Supremacy, what did they do? They went for a contained lobby take, but what else did they do? They took the entire round to make it happen, only pushing in the last 30 seconds. That's when they start their push. You can't do that. You haven't gotten a single pick. You're not pressuring the roamers at all. You're just maintaining control over lobby. So why is it taking so long to make that push happen?
Yeah, that, like you said, they tried for a contained lobby push, and literally, I think that's about 15% of the floor space on the map.
You can do that in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
You can make that execution happen in 40 seconds. That's all it takes. You draw out the lobby, you draw out above lobby, you push into lobby, open drop down. You could do that all in 40 seconds. And they took 3 minutes to do it. So you got to wonder what's going through their heads there. Were they just looking for the picks? Were they trying to establish angles that weren't going to happen? Because let's be honest, the reason that you hunt down the roamers isn't necessarily to establish control over the map, not just to deny, you know, the flank in the later end of the round should you get the diffuser plant, but also more importantly, to give yourself the man advantage, because on that attack it is so essential that as the attackers you actually have the man advantage, because you are going to have to throw people into the fire to die to those smokes, those echoes, those C4s, which will almost certainly come. And that needs to happen before the last 30 seconds. Otherwise, you put yourself at such a disadvantage, regardless of how many players you have on the board, that you can't win the round. You can't possibly.
I feel as though some of what Supremacy, some of their hesitation was due to the fact that they knew there were roamers, and so the roamers just being there, being known, caused them to be very hesitant, caused them to worry, caused them to be concerned.
It's absolutely worth noting that normally, I say normally, in a lot of Pro League matches, you would see those roamers in Meeting Hall actually try to get aggressive, go for the picks, you know, fight the people in lobby, but not in this instance, Penta waited patiently because they know how Supremacy play, and that absolutely played well to Penta's strengths. I mean, that is just, you could say that it was a mistake that Supremacy made. You could also say that it was just Penta reading into Supremacy and
I think it was
reading them like a book.
I think it was Penta all the way.
Right.
I think that they had they know their opponent on this map. Yes, they were down 2-0 at the start, but they're seeming to pick themselves back up, and now it's 2-2.
Right now, and being 2-2 as it is, we are going to be seeing an upstairs defense from Supremacy now. Penta going thrust back onto the attack, and we'll see exactly how they choose to handle this. It looks like it's going to be a straight armory take, which is okay, I want to say we have seen it, but Supremacy's take was kind of all over the place. They had pressure on every little vein on this last time they attacked this particular bomb site. So this is the first hard armory take we have seen in this match.
Now, I think what we're trying to see here, or at least Eunice is trying to see, is who's going to be inside of the meeting hall or the attic, but also who's going to be in master bedroom, because he wants to rush in there. Raphael, though, is going to be that bandit inside of the attic, forcing his way, looking his way down the rest of the corridor towards that master bedroom. Ash is still trying to draw out some attention here. Still a minute 10 left to go on the board.
Seems like Penta's, as I say that, Fabian's going to pick off Zephyr. I was about to say, it seems like Penta's suffering from the same problem. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, just leave that thought in your head, because Penta's like, I don't want to hear it. It is now a 3-on-5, still 60 seconds, 55 to go. Spark is trying to come around for the flank, but KS is holding on to that rotation. So KS is now on the left side of that door, looking for Spark to come on through. We already have, I believe that is Eunice here in the side of the attic. Bibu, however, is inside of the A site with that heartbeat sensor. He knows that no one's trying to push in from the west corridor, so Fabian will take out Spark as he tries to come around. Looks like the plan from Goga. He's going to peek on up. Penga, though, will take him down for the count, and now we've got Poseidon dropping Goga. One man left alive is going to be Poseidon, and 1-on-4, 20 seconds left to go. Now, he doesn't necessarily need to kill all 4, but he does need to stop that diffuser from getting planted, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Now, he is going to be trapped here because Poseidon is tucked away in the bed. Fabian's outside of the big window. He's got to stand up at the right time. He goes for the kill, and he gets it. He's got 2 more left to go. He's going to deal with a shotgun close range, but Case is there to get the headshot. And that's going to be Penta finally coming up on this round. 3-2 now.
Nice shot, KS, to lock things out there. So what I was about to say there is it seems like Penta's suffering from the same problem Supremacy is suffering from, whereby they are setting themselves outside the site, going for, prepping themselves to take into the site, and then not doing anything until they finally push in the last 30 seconds. However, and this is the main crucial difference that you guys may have noticed between Penta and Supremacy that is giving Penta, I have to say, a distinct leg up. On attack, they hunt roamers. Supremacy doesn't. They don't hunt the roamers. They just they put the roamers in a corner, they point guns at them, and they wait. And the thing about that is it doesn't work against Penta because Penta knows that you're waiting for them. They're not going to pressure because they know they don't have to. And every single time, the roam game from Penta, while it doesn't seem like it's doing anything, it does. It wastes a tremendous amount of time. It forces Supremacy into a corner whereby they can only really, all they can do is push into the site. And without a man advantage, that's not feasible.
So we talked about it, I think, before Cafe, or maybe after Cafe. We talked about how old meta is coming back into the mix from time to time, and that is causing some we'll call it chaos when trying to go against an older meta. And you called Penta one of those teams that stays in the middle, doesn't go all the way back old school, doesn't in the new front. They do everything very well. And here's the frost coming out. That's what I'm trying to mention here.
Go on.
No, I was going to say that the frost coming out is one of those plays. You typically don't see a frost too much. If you do, it's going to be on a map like this where you're going to have a lot of repelling in, and it's something that a lot of teams forget and don't expect anymore.
And on that same note, what I was talking about earlier is Penta doesn't always, as the roamers, they don't always play passively. That's not always their agenda, but they've obviously read into Supremacy. And they know that if they play passively as roamers, they will just waste all of the time in a round. So when we talk about Penta staying in the middle, that's what that is, right there.
Now it looks as though Goga took a couple bullets. I'm not quite sure from where. Oh, might have been from the window outside, potentially downstairs.
Poseidon was on his drone, so I'm not entirely sure as well. But all the same, this is actually, we were talking about passive roaming. This is some pretty aggressive roaming coming out for Penta right now. 2 players in the tower. They are actively attempting to deny a B window take here, which is forcing Supremacy to adjust their stratagem entirely. They have switched it up to now a main window take. They have completely avoided the big tower where whereas 15 seconds ago, they had 2 people prepped to go into it.
Yeah, and I think what Penta's doing right now is they're realizing, okay, if Supremacy is going to take 2 minutes to execute a strategy, we'll take one of those, we'll take that extra minute, that first minute of them, think that they let them do the strategy, then rotate it around, force them to change their strategy up, and that's what they're doing. They're now going for this big window. They're going to go backstairs through the small tower.
And see, what's happening here in this matchup is Supremacy are winning some of these rounds, but it seems like Penta's just kind of playing them like a fiddle. They really do have Supremacy's number, and it doesn't seem like Supremacy is ready to contend with this. As look what's happening right now. The time is just dwindling away. They're not. Wow, they actually have a roamer hunter. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, guys. Okay, Zephyr is downstairs looking for Goga, but it doesn't look like he's gonna find him. Goga is pushing all the way back into the tower, and that's just gonna make his time down here fruitless.
Now that is a good Valkyrie camera. That's going to be the drone hole inside a meeting hall facing those north windows. This is going to allow Goga to peek on out, looks for someone there on the connector balcony, doesn't spot anyone, so says, okay, they're going to be that big window. They have to be. They're not on north windows. They're not on the connector. They're pushing either
not pushing from Armory, they're not pushing from Master. That means they have to be, like you said.
Backstairs, big window. That's it. That's where they're going to focus their attack. Bibu, however, does say bye-bye to Fabian and KS, dropping 2 of them. This could actually go in Supremacy's favor, as Poseidon's going to drop 1, and it looks like we're going to have Zephyr finally fall to Goga. Bibu, however, is going to go in a little engagement here in the bottom of the backstairs. It looks as though he will not get the target, but he does hold on to the diffuser. Now Supremacy is up in a man count, 2 men to 4 here with 15 seconds left to go. Penta's going to be that's Pengu inside. He's going to drop the smoke grenade onto Raphael, but then taken out by Bibu. That's a 3K for him. Goga, last man alive, trying to get 3 guys killed. Now last time we saw this not necessarily go in favor of Supremacy in a 3-on-1, but that was against the Blackbeard and Pengu on Consulate. However, we will have Poseidon trying to down him in for the count, and we will have Supremacy, regardless of all the odds that we were just talking about, come out on top of this round. It's now 3-3.
So you know what I'm noticing here? I'm noticing a reoccurring theme. Supremacy take way too much time to execute. They don't hunt roamers, and those 2 things put them at a tremendous disadvantage. However, when they actually choose to go, they win their fights so decisively. They have a lot of skill. They're taking too much time to implement it. They are trying not to risk anything at all, ever. They are inching their way forward time and time again. And I feel like if Penta were getting a little bit more aggressive, maybe they would be able to capitalize on top of that. However, it is what it is. Both these teams playing very slow. Supremacy are put at the advantage there, as that is their native environment. And again, I'm going to be honest, like when Supremacy just puts their foot on the gas, like they put themselves in a tremendously good position. I mean, they're so good at just pushing it to the site. I don't know why they don't do it more often. I don't know why they take so much time on their takes.
Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned it before. Against a very slow-paced team, if you can apply fast pressure from the opposing force, you're likely to get the advantage. And we saw this here, that Penta is also playing very conservatively, playing very slowly from time to time. So if Supremacy steps up like they did on the last round, it's possible that they can take this home.
This equally is also a very tactical match, to say the least. I mean, that play that we saw from Penta, putting those 2 people in tower like you talked about, that cut off a lot of time for Supremacy, as well as a lot of options. And Supremacy, wisely, didn't try to contest with those 2 players in tower, as that would have likely put them at a severe disadvantage and caused them to lose that round, which would have resulted in a 4-3 or 4-2 situation right now, effectively putting us into a very, 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 very much Penta-sided map.
Now I saw Fabian give a little love tap here to Spark, chopping him for 10 health, and he will not get the second one there, but unfortunately for Spark, he's going to start at the round with 90 health. Now here we have Penta. They're already on the north windows rappel. They're taking no time whatsoever to just get on in. Now he's going to rappel on in. He actually spots the headshot, but he misses it. That was like a perpendicular shot there. What happened? Zephyr just magically able to get the kill there onto Eunice, trying to go for a very quick rush, and it did not go in his favor. Therefore, Pengu will take on the shots there onto Spark, as he will be downed off inside of the middle dorms. KS now. He will drop down Bibu for the count. That's going to be Pulse taken out of the matter. A 4-on-3 as Zephyr still trying to challenge Fabian, who moved on in. He's going to have to take a couple seconds to reload, goes next to the reinforced wall, tries to re-engage onto Zephyr. He'll be injured and finished off by Blackbeard. That's Pengu. Now a 2-on-4 here, and we could have this round going in the hands of Penta. Now there's been so much engagement at the top floor, which oddly enough, is counterintuitive because the diffuser or the bomb
It's
site
in
is
the
downstairs.
basement.
I'm thinking the bomb site's upstairs the whole time, and I'm like, wait a second, we've got someone in meeting hall and there's some yellow bomb markers underneath.
So it is a 2 versus 4. However, we talked about this before. It's a smoke and a Mira versus 4. A smoke with 3 smoke charges left and a nitro cell on this Mira. However, the Mira's going for the flake. This might be completely unexpected. I wouldn't expect it.
I would not expect it either, and it was a 2-on-2 previously. Now it's a 4-on-2, so hopefully we will see Supremacy come out of this on top. We've got Poseidon still trying to get waste as much time as possible, get as much time on his side as possible. Used one of his gas cannons. He had 2 left. Raphael, though, coming around. He's going to tag one, goes for another, looks for another through the
Doesn't
through
see the
wall.
one in the front door.
The front door doesn't see him either. And now it's a 3-on-2. You have got the C4 used up. Position's given away. The flank is given away. That's going to force Raphael to go down back stairs, come on through the kitchen corridor, and he's going to have to make a more headstrong approach now.
Who was that at front door?
I am not quite sure, but now KS and Pengu are down at the stairs. You do have one member that is going to be Fabian, who's all the way at the top. Looks like one's getting injured by the smoke grenade. That's diffuser falling. You know Blackbeard's hurt, and the diffuser is not in his hands. So now you've got Raphael trying to come around, but right above him is still Fabian. No, he's kind of coming around the red corridor. He's coming around from the backside.
10 seconds remaining.
Now Poseidon's going to sit here with a shotgun in hand, drops him down for the count. Last man alive is going to be Blackbeard. He's got to move over. This is actually will go into the hands of Supremacy from a 4-on-2 down to a 2-0. Supremacy will take this round and then go up 4-3. Match point and series point in the grasp and in the line of sight of Supremacy.
A fantastic clutch from Supremacy and a tremendous throw from Penta. We have to be honest. I mean, that Mira walked down, 3 armor, walked down the main lobby stairs, killed someone, and then with somebody standing in the front door, a Blackbeard no less, walked away unscathed and managed to clutch out the round. I mean, you have to afford credit to that smoke as well for playing a tremendous hold on the site itself. However, if that Mira had been picked off, it would have been a 3 versus 1, and there would have been way more options for the attackers.
I'm curious as to maybe there was a Valk cam or something. I was like, how does Smoke know to just prone and look at the doorway? He knows there's Blackbeard in the corner. I'd be thinking, okay, let me make sure that Blackbeard's not going to pick up that diffuser and go for the plant. Instead, he takes 5-10 seconds to actually get in position for the twitch that's coming around from behind.
Could have been a camera. Could have been.
Agreed. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's good placement. It's good information that their team is giving him.
Yeah, it's on the note of information, you could clearly see that Supremacy has better communication in that particular round, as again, Penta didn't capitalize on that Mira being at the bottom of lobby stairs. I mean, that is an obvious lapse in communication right there. Someone obviously is screaming something, and it's being incoherent, and the other guy's not hearing it, and it's just miscommunication. Supremacy, on top of that, on the other hand, did manage to bring that round into their favor. Now, like you said, we are in such a precarious position for Penta. The previous season's champions are now up against a team that came out of Challenger League from last season, now only just joining Pro League, has put them on the 3rd map, and not only that, in a checkmate position on match point in the 3rd map. That is impressive to say. That is just amazing. I mean, even if Supremacy somehow loses, even if Penta come back right now, win all the next 3 rounds, and put themselves in a victory position, Supremacy have played amazingly.
They certainly have, and I mean, Supremacy, even like you said, if they lose this, they should not walk away with their heads down.
Oh, gosh.
Yes, there were mistakes, but both teams made mistakes, and the other teams capitalized on them.
Right.
So as hard as we've been on Supremacy tonight, they have definitely.
We've been hard on Penta too. Don't
we have been. I mean, that round together, they definitely made some mistakes there.
Oh, Pengu stepping up though, stepping outside as well, and picking off Zephyr to start things off here. That's the aggression we need to see from Penta. They're making it happen here.
And they are. It's like they're tunneling the force that they need. Bibu, though, will take down Eunice.
That's a little bit too aggressive, Eunice.
Yeah, tone it down a bit, dude.
You could be aggressive, but not too aggressive, right, Eunice?
It's all about finding that perfect balance.
Right.
And as we see that, Bibu's going to move on down the main stairwell. After he finishes droning out a little bit, Pengu realizes, okay, there's a drone coming my way. He's going to look for someone to come on down with that yokai in the main lobby.
Throwing stun grenade.
He's saying, okay, drop hatch getting opened up. And here it is. He's just going to wait for someone to move in forward.
So we're seeing Supremacy yet again do a very contained lobby take. Now, it might work to their advantage. Actually, no, I stand corrected. They actually have taken control of Kitchen this time. They are hunting those roamers. Not that I think there are any. Actually, there is. Goga is roaming right now. But Supremacy is on top of this. That might be all they need to put themselves in the victory position here.
Now it looks as though we will have Bibu getting downed off by Pengu, but then traded off immediately by Raphael. We're going to have the diffuser still in the hands of Poseidon. Looks like he's going to try to come on down. Now Goga gives away his position by using that C4, but I don't quite think the attackers are going to pay attention to it.
The stairs are open.
Another plant going down here. It looks as though he will try to go for it. Looks like we have the kill there from Goga, top of the stairs. That's one going down. Now he's going to have to get away. Looks like the gas grenade there will finish him off. C4 from Raphael, or sorry, Poseidon will go down by C4. Raphael going to be the last man alive. He's here inside of the classroom looking for Goga. Now he's going to move away, gets his position away, and that's going to be Penta. And no, he missed it. However, he will be finished off there by the collapse on KS. Diffuser will get destroyed, and we will be headed into overtime now.
A fantastic clutch from Penta. Woo! These rounds, man. It's crazy. So what we saw there was the same thing that we just saw from Supremacy in the previous round, which is an amazing clutch onto even after the diffuser is planted by the remaining defenders. And I'm going to be honest, you have to attribute that victory to Pengu. If he had not peeked out and gotten those 2 kills as aggressively as he did, as an Echo, no less, as an Echo, guys, with his secondary. If he had not done that, then we would have almost certainly seen a Supremacy victory there, as they would have had 2 more warm bodies above the drop down, ready to receive that Valkyrie from above and then defend the diffuser into the remainder of the round. Now we do have overtime, and we will be seeing Supremacy go on defense first into the basement.
So one of the things that Penta has done on this map previously, and I've noticed that they've altered it, was they would normally have 4 roamers. 2 up top, 2 in the middle, and then they would keep Pengu as Yokai, or as the Echo, downstairs. They've since changed that up to also put Smoke down, so that they only have 3 roamers. And I think that's allowing Pengu to have more confidence, instead of being weary of, okay, are they pushing him through the back, the red tower, the blue hall, going into the main lobby? There's too much for a single person down there.
I think what it is that Pengu just realized that what needs to be happening in these rounds is that somebody needs to press Shift W and get kills. Because neither team is making that happen consistently. And that is what is causing them to lose these rounds. That is what's putting both of them in the disadvantage, is when they play scared. Like what we saw there. The diffuser got planted, right? There were still 3 attackers left up, but they played scared. We had a thermite in classroom. He wasn't trying to refrag his teammates. He was hiding in classroom. I mean, Pengu just holding the Shift W, getting aggressive, getting those picks was all that was necessary for his team to win that round, and it definitely showed.
Well, the Shift W on Echo is more like a walk for any other operator.
It's like just a normal W on Ash.
It's like a slow motion run. It's a slow motion run, that's what it is. But no, Eunice has made his way up here into the attic, trying to go around for a very quick push. He's now looking in towards the meeting hall, but he's got Jaeger to deal with. Jaeger does get droned out, however, Eunice is still waiting for that right time to move forward. We're going to have Goga trying to go. Bibu going to get very close. Goes for the shots there on the KS. He goes and gets him down, but not killed off net. And he will be finished here as Eunice does drop and takes him out. Now we will have KS getting picked back up. Another failed opportunity from the defending squad here, unfortunately. With 2 minutes to go, we still have plenty of time for a lot of this to unfold. Now, I say KS should be getting picked up. Hopefully, there he's getting picked up right now, so he's going to be back on his feet in no time. Spark, however, will get droned out at the bottom of the stairs of the laundry, as Goga and Eunice are now making sure that the drop hatches have been opened.
So the attackers have full control in this situation, and all they really need to do is just make that push into the site. I don't see all 4 of the players, however. No, all 4 of the defenders are on the basement, which means they don't have to worry about any roamers leading into the rest of this round. All they have to do is poke holes in this defense, establish lines of sight, and wait patiently.
Now, Spark is in the same position that Pengu was previously to try to get a shot on someone going to the top of the stairs. Last time that was Ash that got destroyed, and now it's going to be Spark's turn to try to get a kill for himself. Hopefully he won't get droned out in time, because that's going to be a key position to be in.
Ooh, we might see a grenade come down onto Raphael. Oh, but those shots onto Spark.
He decides to leave his post underneath of the primary drop hatch, and Fabian is there to collapse onto him. Nade's going to go down and get rid of some of that barbed wire as he falls in. Now that just got enough time. Another kill there from Fabian as he takes out Zephyr. We've got 2 members left. Just Poseidon, last man alive. This could be it here for Supremacy in this first overtime round. He's got into the cubby. He's been called out. He's got about 30 health, goes for the kill, but KS is there to drown him for the kill. And that is Penta taking home the first round of overtime.
Well cleared from Penta, and you could see there, Penta is shifting gears. Previously in this entire matchup, they have been playing extremely slow. And guess what just happened? In the last round, and then now this round we just watched, they are getting extremely aggressive. We saw Junis come straight into Attic, hunt that player down hiding in the Attic, and force him down into Meeting Hall. Then right after, we had 2 players following that up from Tower immediately, and then Junis dropped at the precise moment he needed to finish off the Jaeger. This is some great coordination, some great aggressive play from Penta in the last legs of this race. And I think that it is exactly what is necessary for either of these teams to come out on top. We will find out though, however, as Penta is thrust now onto their last basement defense. As their previous basement defense was not in overtime, they are able to go down here as they see fit.
And what I find odd is that, if I remember correctly, both teams for their first defensive holds chose to go upstairs.
Yeah, I know,
and that's
right?
actually where Supremacy won. Supremacy won the first 2 rounds.
And then they went downstairs. It is a little interesting, but I'm sure they have some sort of reason going on in their comms right now about why that it might be. Maybe it's trying to mix up the operator pick. Maybe it's just trying to do the unexpected in general. Maybe, despite their victory upstairs, they do feel more comfortable downstairs. Maybe they feel like they can counter what Penta is bringing to the table. Whatever the case be, that's the decision they made, and it's the same decision Penta has made now on 5-4. Supremacy is going to have to do something pretty amazing to bring this back. What they did last time was actually really interesting. They adjusted. They put players to watch flanks, to hunt roamers in the kitchen. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, as they were just not... They just weren't able to get enough frags on the guys in the site, I'm going to be honest. Bibu now going to push his way into the tower, going to look for his opportunity into the attic.
Yeah, and so Bibu has gotten in very quickly. You said before that they were taking their good old time. It does not look like that's going to be the case here for Supremacy anymore.
Well,
Zephyr worked his way into dining as Bibu's here now inside of the red tower.
Penta's turning up, and I think Supremacy's just responding in kind. This is an interesting position here from KS. This might actually catch him. He might get caught off guard here as he's about to be droned out.
So now Fabian, Fabian gets droned out. I don't think they did spot Goga or Eunice though. Goga's actually going to be at the top of the back stairs. Nade coming down right towards Fabian. Boom! He will go down as Bibu cooks the grenade perfectly. Lands right at the feet of Fabian and flies him forward. Now that's going to be 1 man down here for the defenders. However, Poseidon will go taken out by KS. That is now man count back to even.
However,
4-4.
it was the Smoke who was taken out. At the same time, it was also a Hibana on the attacking side. That means there might be one. Oh no, unreinforced dropdown's not going to matter. So the man advantage is definitely in the attacker's favor here, given that Smoke is such a crucial operator on this particular defense.
Yep.
There's still, I think, a roamer in west side.
There's still Goga, and that's going to be the C4 from him, taking him out. That's Bibu falling. That's going to be the sledge, so now maybe the drop hedges won't get opened up. You do have Raphael. He's going to be here looking like, I think that's actually a box. I think they're going for a construction push.
Oh no, I think this might be the end for Supremacy. Going for a construction push when in a man deficit is really risky business.
Now it looks as though, I think the wall is soft, so that means they will not get that opened up because the thermite charge is just going to get easily shot through.
Oh no, and there's murder holes all along the floor. They've invested where they can't win. Well, I mean, it would have to be a miracle for them to win this.
Now, we have seen some capitalization on some oversight before, so Raphael has made his way into the box. KS is on the right side, you've got Pengu on the left, and you do have Goga trying to come around for the flank. More shots coming through, but the Yokai is going to disorient the Blackbeard. Goga's now working his way through main hall. He's going to go through meeting hall very shortly, and he's probably going to run into Zephyr to finish him off. He's going to kill off that Claymore, then give himself a little bit of time. He's now deciding, okay, 25 seconds, I need to make a push now. Raphael here going for the shots there onto Pengu. He's missing his target, same with Spark. This is going to come down to the wire, and this is all in favor of Penta now. Goga dropping down Zephyr, last 2 alive, they know they're in box. Raphael will go down his ult to Spark at 1-on-4. 10 seconds left to go, and we are going to see Spark get inside a box. The Claymore drops down 1. He's going to go push in to the side. It's going to be KS. He's going to get that final kill, and Penta's going to come out on top. Eunice with that final kill there onto Spark, and Penta will take home this series in a fabulous fashion.
So, we talked about it earlier. Let's talk about it again. Supremacy brought Penta, this previous season's champions, to the final round of the final map. Wait, maybe not the final round. The almost final round of the final map. They brought them all the way to the end, and they played superbly. That was a fantastic showing from Supremacy, and despite the fact that Penta will now walk away with this victory, there is still a chance for Supremacy to bring it back later in the Pro League, as they will only be knocked down to the loser bracket.
So what can happen here, we'll show the brackets here in just a moment. We're going to take a look at some highlights here in a moment. But with Supremacy doing a lot of work, being very close to taking on the champions, to me that's like, holy heck, great job, Supremacy. Way to show yourself, bring yourself to the game here tonight.
I mean, it was definitely a close victory, to be sure. Penta were a lot more, I'd say that was just a lot closer than we thought it was going to be. I was sure a lot of people were expecting that to be a one-sided victory for Penta. But, yeah, no, I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed by the play that we saw from Supremacy throughout this match. And to be honest, I mean, it just goes to show that not only can an Xbox team come over to PC, I mean, we saw that with Elevate.
We saw that, yeah, we did see that with Elevate.
And then not only can an Xbox team come over to PC, but more importantly, any team can compete with another team in the Pro League, even the guys who won the previous championship. I mean, I feel like the skill gap, it used to be in previous seasons of Rainbow Six, we used to have, there would be 1 or 2 Pro League teams that were just kind of like, eh, whatever.
Yeah.
But now I feel like almost all of the Pro League teams that we have competing here are on the same level, and it's amazing.
So, I mean, with that, here's this nice shotgun by Poseidon to just take him out. This was that 2v4 clutch.
Oh,
and
this is that aggression from
yeah.
Pengu. That was absolutely necessary.
I mean, all of these rounds, yes, Penta came out on top. Yes, both teams made mistakes. Both teams capitalized on each other's mistakes.
Right.
But ultimately, what this came down to was just fabulous gameplay from both squads, and there has to be a winner.
One of the
there
best
has to
matches.
be a winner.
One of the best matches we had so far in this season.
Obviously.
I mean, we haven't had many,
Obviously.
we haven't had many matches in this season, mind you. That's the 3rd one, but it is one of the best. I think it probably is the best of the 3.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break while we get underway with our second series of the evening, which is going to be between Team Vitality and Playing Ducks. So please stick around with us, and we'll be back in a few short moments to finish off the European Playday Year 2, Season 2, Playday number 1. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's European Pro League of Year 2, Season 2, Play Day 1. I am Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and this guy's name is Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Blood.
We're back.
I'm excited. That was such a fantastic match to start things off for
Yes.
today. I cannot wait to see the second one.
If it goes anything like the first matchup between Penta and Supremacy, it's anyone's game.
It's going to be fantastic.
I mean, Supremacy, yes, they kind of slowed down during the middle game on Consulate, but that was definitely Penta's map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an incredibly. It's when you talk about when you're talking about the last season's or the previous season's champions' favorite map. So I mean, it's gonna go the way it's gonna go.
Yeah, and so fortunately for Penta, they decided to climb out on top on the final map of Oregon, 6-4, and they take that first seed spot so far going into the winners bracket for Group A. Now we do have the second matchup for Group B or for Group A coming alive, and that's going to be between Playing Ducks and Team Vitality.
Yep.
Now let's get an introduction to our teams. We're going to be heading over to an interview with Meepy from Playing Ducks.
Hi,
Meepy,
guys.
how are you today?
I'm great. Thanks. How you guys doing?
Doing very well, thank you. So, Playing Ducks, you have been on the team since the start, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Have you had any roster changes since Season 1, since last season?
We have. So, unfortunately, Zyronic has had to step down because he's going to be traveling a little bit with his missus, and he's also attending a few events overseas. So we decided that it was best because he's going to be away for so long. He's missing scrim times. He might miss match days. We don't want to risk it. We've moved him to the sub position, and we picked up secretly, formerly team captain of ESG, Challenge League team.
And how has that been for your team? How has he added to your team?
He's transitioned very well. Having him on the team is a complete pleasure.
So one of the things, I mentioned it, I think, during the North American Pro League, but one of the things I want to ask you is when you are looking to fill a position, how do you go about identifying someone of talent and someone that meets your criteria? What sort of things do you look at?
Past experience is a big one. If they've got any kind of experience in Rainbow Six, a Challenger League level and higher, then they're generally favorable. Other past FPS games as well, competitive players, like you've got a lot of Battlefield 4 players that transitioned into this game, some Call of Duty players, and so on and so forth. It's generally looking at people's back histories and just seeing, what have they done, and do they have, a competitive mindset to be a part of a team.
Specifically speaking, within the confines of Rainbow, what attributes do you look for? Do you look at stats with regards to KD win-loss, or is it more communication based, or is it a lot of synergy? What aspect in that?
The vast majority of diamond level players have good enough aim to be in Pro League. It's the other aspect of the game which some of them fall short on, which is teamwork, communication, coordination, their ability to work with others, and so on and so forth, that some of them don't really have that aspect. So picking the few out of the group, essentially, you could call it, is the best way of finding a player that can really suit any Pro League team.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Meepy. Is there anything you'd like to mention before we head on out?
Nothing. Just thanks for having me, guys.
Awesome.
Hope
Well,
you enjoy the
thank
game.
you. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. There it is, Playing Ducks from Meepy, saying that they had to drop the bearded wonder Zyronic down for the count. He's got life to live.
That's unfortunate to say the least, but here's their lineup now. Meepy, Lackey, Renewal, Snookin, and Secretly. And I could say for personal experience that Secretly being added to this Playing Ducks roster is going to give them a lot of bite. No hating on Zyronic. Zyronic's a fantastic player, but Secretly is an extremely aggro frag player from what I know about him and having played with him and against him in the past. So I think that this is going to help Playing Ducks going into this next matchup.
I think it will, and so what you're seeing on your screen now and what we saw previously during the last matchup, during the lineups and during the team sheets here, the stats at the moment are all zeros because they are new, fresh stats for this season, for Year 2, Season 2, and this is the first game these teams have ever played in this season.
Yeah.
So the stats are all going to show 0, and we'll be updating them every single day, every single week for the games to be played.
Right. We just have to get one on the board first.
But no, so this is the second series of tonight. It's going to be Playing Ducks, and it's going to be Team Vitality. We do have a member from Team Vitality here, and we are just getting him on the line in a few moments. But with Team Vitality, they made an appearance in the Pro League last year.
Yep.
And they seemed to, I felt like they struggled a little bit in some areas.
Team Vitality is an interesting conundrum. I mean, they're a very skilled team, especially in the French community specifically. They did win, I believe, Team Vitality White won the French Cup, or there was a
Yes.
French Cup that went on, and they were the decided victors of that, as well as Team Vitality Black came in second. So, I mean, they've got a lot of skill, they've got a lot of professionalism, and they've got a lot of passion as well. They're an exclusively French team, I believe, so there's a lot of communication there that some European teams don't have. So I wouldn't count them out. They definitely have a lot to show us.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that teams such as Team Vitality, as well as Penta Sports, these organizations that come and pick up teams and provide a lot of infrastructure is what I would call it. I mean, I think Team Vitality along with Penta have gaming houses, or they've got resources that a lot of other teams don't have.
Yeah, there is that. That is a big. Honestly, being able to live in the same house as those people on your team, being able to practice them day in, day out, and then on top of that, you're not interacting over the internet anymore. So there's a lot less hostility. Trust me, that is an actual thing. When you move in with someone, hostility you'd think would it go up, but no, it dissipates because you actually talk things out and try to understand each other.
You can put a name to the face and to the voice.
Right.
It's one of those things that I think can easily and greatly improve a team's coordination, a team's cohesiveness, a team's synergy, and we see that time and time again. I think that's one of the reasons why Penta excelled last year and during their LAN, was just due to the whole fact that the entire year they've been together. They've been going through strides, going through sprints to make sure that they are the best possible. But we do have a interview right now lined up with Panix from Team Vitality. Let's head on over to him. Panix, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing fine, and you?
Awesome, thank you. So, Team Vitality here in the Pro League, right, again, for this season. You're going up against Playing Ducks. Do you have any concerns about tonight and going up against them?
Well, it's always a tough matchup. We already lost against them last season, and it's all former teammates with Lucky and Mippy, so it's always like a bit emotional match, I guess. But yeah, we have some concern, but it's always we want to give everything in it. As I said, it's very emotional, so we'll be focused 100%.
So you said this is a rematch. Have you gone back? I'm assuming you've gone back and looked at things where you could improve upon some opportunities that might have been missed previously?
Yeah, kinda. But, I mean, I think it's more like a general way of approaching the game that maybe we misunderstood back then in Season 1. And we try to improve and change ways of approaching the game, approaching a match, or even a map. So I think we have some new things to show and a different mindset in going into this game. So it should be fine.
Awesome. And has your team experienced any roster changes since Season 1?
Absolutely not. We kept the same one. I think that we have the good core member to go maybe win the Pro League one day. The skill is here. The communication, we all 5 French-speaking people, so the communication is great. We just have to work on basic things to go to the higher level and go step by step. And one day I hope that we can go to the highest level possible.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to bring up before we close out on the interview today?
No, I'd like to thank just all the fans probably supporting us on the French stream, and as well other fans supporting us on the English stream. Thank you a lot, guys, and have a good match.
Awesome. Thank you, Panix, and good luck to your team tonight.
Thanks.
So there it is. Team Vitality, Panix, saying, we've kept our same roster. We are very synergetic. We feel it's very good. And that's one of the things I love seeing about teams.
I was about to say that puts them on the lesser of all the teams. Like there are very few teams that maintain the same roster season in and season out. And here it is, Rise, Ravon, Panix, LMs, and Enemy. Very familiar lineup, again, as they maintained it through 2 seasons. Like, I'm telling you, man, almost every team has at least one roster change in between seasons. There are so few these days that maintain all 5, going off of a loss into another season. I mean, heck, we saw Penta. Penta won the last season, and they had a roster change.
Their only roster change was
they took one off.
Yeah, they took one off.
But it's still a roster change. How many teams? They won! But all the same, here's their roster. Team Vitality, ladies and gentlemen, maintaining the same roster. Very impressive. And I think that shows a lot of confidence in the players that they have on their squad, which I hope shines through in their gameplay.
I do as well. And one of the things that we constantly see, or one of the things that I constantly preach and like seeing, is teams that stick together through thick and thin. Because I feel like it helps build a better relationship. It helps make you feel more more in tune. It's like if you were to be a part of a fraternity, and the next thing you know, next semester or next year you go to another fraternity. It's like, do you really feel that same bond with the team? And in this sense, I feel like Team Vitality has it.
I mean, all I remember is, or all I have to say is, like, really, like, look at examples like Ominous, for example. Ominous, they beat Continuum. They played amazingly in the last season in the group stages. Sure, they didn't make it to LAN, but they played amazingly.
They did.
And then they just, poof, disbanded.
Some saw what would be better opportunities, others saw what would be the destruction of the team and whatnot, but
that's what happened.
yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
But they were fantastic. They played well as a team. Here we have the ban phase coming up.
Yeah, we do have the map bans going up, and Team Vitality is going to be the first one to drop the ban, and that's going to be Clubhouse. Now, I see that being a correct ban, because Playing Ducks is a team that did very well on that, fared very well during Season 3 on that. Season 1, the Year 2 Season 1, they struggled a bit just in the general gameplay. I remember they played G-Bots on Clubhouse, and G-Bots came out winning on that map.
Right, and here we have Playing Ducks banning out Oregon. So we're going to see Oregon go to 11 rounds again. Or not 11 rounds, 10 rounds, mind you, but all the same. We're not going to see that go all the way into overtime. And Chalet being banned out by Vitality. Sad to see that one go. We still have Coastline and Skyscraper, which are likely to be the two last bans after Bank has been banned.
We're going to get at least one DLC map in, because there's 3 DLC maps
It's going to be Border, Consulate, and Cafe. Like, come on. One of them's going to ban Coastline. The other one's going to ban Skyscraper. Unless Playing Ducks has Skyscraper strats. Do they have Skyscraper strats?
I feel like...
Drumroll, please.
I feel like they might, but I also feel like I'm jinxing them by saying they might, so they're probably going to ban Skyscraper. Reverse Psychology wins!
I mean, I'm happy. I'll take it.
I'm happy as well.
I'll take a Skyscraper.
We've seen Cafe 3 out of 3 matches so far, so...
when you're reviewing this VOD, Playing Ducks, I just want to say thank you for not making us play Cafe again. I very much appreciate that. We've played Cafe in every single match, I think, so far in this Pro League.
So far, out of all 3 series that have been played, Cafe has always been the first map.
This is the first one that we haven't... First one. So thank you, Playing Ducks, for that. Skyscraper, Consulate, Border are going to be our maps, 2 DLC maps. That is abnormal, to say the least. Consulate is going to be the only one of the mainline lineup that we're going to be seeing come into play here. And I think of all the maps that from... I mean, Chalet and Consulate, I'd say, are the 2 ones that people want to see more of. I think of like just the non-DLC maps. So I'd say Consulate, great. I'll play it. I'd love to see Consulate play.
That, Chalet, obviously, yes, we keep seeing development on Chalet, even though it's always been one of the top maps picked throughout every single Pro League season. We continue to see development on it. I'd like to see a little bit more development on it, though, with it being pick top 4 bomb site. Try to make that more viable. Try bar and gaming room. Try to make that viable. With both bomb sites, the Kitchen Trophy and the Snowmobile and Wine Cellar being the preferred bomb sites, and it being such a map that's been chosen for so many times, I want to see teams start to expand. And I'm hoping that this is the season we see that.
So Consulate being picked by Team Vitality and Playing Ducks, I'm guessing we're going to see...
I'm going to say Skyscraper. I'm saying Skyscraper because they didn't ban, they didn't vote it out.
Because you don't not ban Skyscraper and then leave it to the 3rd.
Yeah.
You have a strat there, right?
Hopefully. There it is. See, they didn't need reverse psychology that time. They were thinking about it.
Thank you, Playing Ducks.
Again. So there it is. Playing Ducks choosing Skyscraper. The decider match is going to be Border. And that means we're going to kick it off here to start on Consulate.
This is going to be an interesting match, if for no other reason, because of the map selection here. We don't see a lot of these, or we see Border, we see Consulate. We don't see Skyscraper played a whole lot, especially not in the European scene. It's more prevalent in the North American scene, although not very prevalent there either.
I think during Season 3 and Season 1 we saw it a couple times, but again, I'd put it in the bottom 1/3 of the maps that are in the Pro League.
Yeah. So Consulate is going to be starting out.
And we are we're heading right into the game at the moment, so we're going to move on over into the operator selection screens. But with these 2 teams, I feel like Team Vitality, knowing that their brethren Supremacy lost on this map, that they're going to try to step it up a notch. Even if they're not necessarily saying we need to win this for Supremacy, they're thinking to themselves, for the French community, we need to step it up and win it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, I agree. I think that might play a factor in their gameplay here. The French community is extremely tight-knit, as we've seen at previous LANs time and time again. I mean, at the Xbox, I think it was Season 3 Finals Year 1.
Yep.
The 2 Xbox teams that made it into the finals were Vitality and Supremacy. So these 2 teams that we've seen play today, but on Xbox at the time, they played against each other, and there was a lot of love. Despite the fact that Vitality won, Supremacy was still extremely happy for them.
So here we are just waiting on the operator selection screens to load on into the game, and we're good to go. One of the things I'm seeing come out of here, though, we are going to the top floor. And I just
Attackers need to locate
was looking at
and
the operators here.
defuse
Again,
any
the
bombs
no-work
they
meta is
can.
kind of a guaranteed, but there is no pulse this time. They're opting, I think, to bring the bandit.
Yeah, that's a good observation there. No pulse on a top 4 defense, it's either the bandit or you could say the Mira that is like kind of into the necessary, like not really doesn't need to be there. And not bringing a pulse is just questionable. I'm gonna be honest. He applies so much pressure just by himself, whether he's playing on the site or underneath the site, especially going into the later bits of
10
the
seconds
round.
left.
So, with this being Team Vitality's defense, I want to spot. Oh, they're already using one of the dot charges. Looking like Reven might have taken some damage, I would say, possibly from an impact grenade or C4 or something. Now, with Playing Ducks pushing in from the northwest spawn, which is going to be that gas station spawn, we're going to see renewals here outside of the yellow stairs.
It looks like we're getting a west side take coming out from Playing Ducks here to start things off, which is counter to what we've been seeing a lot of lately. I mean, there is no Blackbeard coming out from Playing Ducks, so it makes a lot of sense. But it also means they're going to be kind of bypassing these mirror windows that have been placed up by Reception, looking into the A-bomb site, which is, again, making a lot of sense. Playing Ducks' strategy right now
Bomb
is
located by attackers.
putting them in the advantage, even if there has been no engagements thus far in this round.
Now, this strategy of using the castle barricade on the main door into corner office and leaving an avenue into either from the left side or the right side of the door, you see the cubbies opened up a little bit. Leaving avenues like that into sight have ultimately led to some very unique and consequently some dominating defensive holds here. Now we do have Lackey, who's managed to make his way to the soda machines at the bottom of yellow stairs. Alemzo gonna peek around. He sees the head of Secretly, goes for it, but the flick from Secretly looks on up and takes off the cap of Alems.
That's some good ground coverage there from Secretly. Normally you wouldn't have an attacker waiting outside that long, but Secretly being patient, knowing that there's someone playing that position and knowing that he's eventually going to step into his line of sight, and he will get that kill. Secretly, that is. Renewals, meanwhile, looking for the lines of sight onto the players who are playing just outside the B bomb. Not going to find him. Smoke grenade's going to hit the bum of Snookin.
No,
That's a lot of utility wasted, not gonna lie.
won't be able to sit for a week with that one. Now Renewals is on top of the window, so he's looking in through. Flashbangs are going in, so right now Renewals is going to go for this peek, hoping someone's going to rotate around.
No.
The plant's actually going down, but the nade, oh, that's Meepy's nade, killing out Panics.
There's no pulse from underneath, so this diffuser plant will straight up just go down.
There goes the C4 toss. However, that will be the end of the thermite. That's Snookin falling. Reven will get that kill. Reven's going to get another one as he peeks on around. Rise takes out Meepy, and Secretly, though, will take out Enemy. Now he's going to drop on out, but the C4, the Claymore from underneath, will get him down. Lackey's Claymore. Now Reven is here right on top of the diffuser. He's going to try to fight this window on Secretly, but realizes, I don't need to.
Oh,
he's going to jump on out, and that, unfortunately,
Yeah, that's.
will be the end.
I don't think he has enough time to actually make it back to the site.
He would if he went right away. But this is, if Lackey peeks, then yeah.
Attackers have located a
But he's
bomb.
got to run right in. He's not. He's going to go
No,
rotate
he doesn't
around.
have time.
He doesn't have time anymore, and Lackey is here just waiting. Reven knows it.
See,
There's the shot, and we are going to have, looks like, Playing Ducks securing round number 1.
Reven went for that clutch. He wanted the clutch. He got, I think, a 3K there, maybe a 4K. He was doing work for his team, but the second he opted to vault out the window instead of challenge from inside, he lost the round. As a 3 armor, he did not have enough speed to both challenge somebody on the retake and get the defuse. It was just not feasible. It's unfortunate to see, but there it is. You can really chop that up. Let's step away from the fact from Revan or Reven or however you want to pronounce it. Let's step away from him for a second, and let's recognize the fact that there was again no pulse on the defense there coming from Team Vitality. Because there was no pulse, they could not stop the defuse plan. And here you see Lackey bringing a pulse. when you go upstairs, you need that pulse in order to deny it. I mean, there's other ways, but they
Either
don't
that
involve.
or you need the Valkyrie camera and a
Right.
C4 underneath, regardless if that's going to
Right.
be the Valkyrie or someone else.
Don't get me wrong, yeah, there's other ways. Maybe they could have tossed that C4 that they eventually did toss a little bit sooner.
Yep.
But also, yeah, Valkyrie cams, the mirror windows. I mean, heck, you have a mirror. Where was the second mirror? It couldn't have been more useful than having one in connector looking towards B to give you that information. There was just not enough information gathering on B. And you saw the way that they were trying to play it. They had that Rook playing in the white stairs, right? His objective, they opened up the foot level holes in the white wall, same as what we see there from playing ducks. They opened up those same holes, and the Rook was supposed to play off those holes to deny the plant in B. However, after he got picked off by Secretly, which by the way, great angle from Secretly to recognize what Rook was doing there. After he got picked off from Secretly, there was nothing to stop someone from just waltzing into B. And now we'll see if it is Vitality read the same exact defense, because it seems like Playing Ducks is setting up themselves up very similarly. The difference here, they have a pulse.
Now this is what we talked about before, with a pulse being downstairs inside of the servers, looking for someone to either enter into the doors of Visa, which is right above Lackey, or to the window, the single window right by the hallway of that Visa office.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Now, fortunately for the attackers, for Team Vitality, they won't be caught off guard there, as Rise is going to move away. No, he's just picking up the diffuser. So if we have a patient pulse, if we have a patient Lackey, he might just get C4'd from underneath. Now, it looks like we've got 3 defenders. That's Playing Ducks, 3 members. That's going to be Renewals, Meepy, and Lackey, all downstairs. 3 roamers on a top floor bomb site hold. That's a lot of investment.
That's a hard roam, like you said. Yeah, absolutely. But you know what's also important is that the attackers are coming in seemingly on the first floor, which means this roam might be justified, might actually be put to good use immediately right off the bat. Not going for that retake. In fact, if you get that Pulse C4 from the floor into Visa, onto that Ashe as she pushes in, that would be very, very good to start things off.
Yep, so here they are. They're checking out the window. Now, Meepy and Renewals have rotated around from yellow. They're moving up forward, and we still have Lackey just waiting right here. Lots of droning going on from Team Vitality, and this is allowing Playing Ducks to rotate around.
There's not a lot of pressure coming up for Vitality. They have taken control of admin, and they are progressing their way inside the top floor. However, more than half the round has progressed at this point, and they need to start getting those kills, start putting themselves in the advantage here.
Now Rise is still going to finish hopping on his drone. He's going to spot out Lackey.
Heartbeat sensor
So call that on out to his team. Rise now moving on forward, takes a couple pre-fire shots, and his job is to cover the Visa stairs at the moment. We've got 60 seconds left to go, still a 5-on-5, just very little engagement happening so far. Alems is out of the patio as Reven's moved to the top of the stairs, along with Enemy. Panic's trying to hold down the main corridor, gonna toss out one of the grenades, but it looks like Enemy will fall to Lackey at the top of the circle stairs. Now Panic's gonna go for a little peek here, he's holding it just very slightly. Renewals as well is gonna be at the bottom of the circle stairs, and here is where Lackey's going to excel. 30 seconds left to go, he's got the heartbeat sensor and C4 in hand, he's waiting for someone to make a peek and go in for this plan. Alems still outside on the patio, Rise looking for someone to make a peek themselves. It means there's only 2 people going to push on into the site. That's going to be Reven and Panics. Now what Lackey's looking for here is a stationary heartbeat for at least 3 seconds. If he can find that, you're going to see him hop off that heartbeat sensor and throw that C4 in. Reven, however, will be taken down by Snook and then traded back by Panics. And this is also Panics being down, but not out for the count. Rise and Alems are the last 2 alive. However, Pulse is taken out by Alems, who got off the patio and moving on forward. That's going to allow the plant to go down here by Rise. But there are 3 attackers, or 3 defenders, and Secretly is going to be the one to finish that off before the plant goes down.
A good defense there from Playing Ducks, and a faint-hearted attack by Vitality, you gotta say. The way that they handled that, they did have someone established to hold that pulse from underneath. However, it was a little too late. I mean, the Thermite, after he got that pulse off the board, okay, what is he doing now? He's sitting down in the lobby, not being of use to anyone. There weren't enough attackers left to cover the diffuse plant. Because of that, it was just kind of cut and dry. Too slow of an attack from Team Vitality. They could have cleared admin, pushed their way in through reception and into A much quicker. As well as, it's interesting to me, they had a Blackbeard, but they weren't putting him on the balcony. His most powerful position, some would argue, and what we have seen time and time again from teams like PENTA. Instead, they opted to push him straight in through admin into the A bomb site, where he could have easily been C4'd from underneath without actually being able to challenge and win any engagements whatsoever. But all the same, now we are seeing Team Vitality going on to their first floor defense. We'll see exactly how they choose to defend this, although it is most commonly defended and attacked from the top floor. People tend to treat it as if it is a top floor defense by itself. However, it can easily be defended or attacked from the basement as well. Just depends on who invests what.
Now, I was about to point out
5
here,
seconds left.
for some part of me, I thought the bomb site was downstairs. And I was like, well, they're leaving the bathroom hatch open.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers must
Yeah.
locate
I was
and
like, they're
defuse
reinforcing the
bomb.
walls, but leaving no. But nonetheless, here, this is like we had seen, one of the preferred bomb sites for Penta. So we're seeing now Team Vitality possibly taking one out of their playbook or maneuvering it for themselves.
We've talked about this before, and we'll talk about it probably till the end of time. Every single site on this map is easily defensible if you just strategize it.
Yep.
Like, there's not one that is worse than the other in some way or another. It all comes down to how practiced you and your team are on each site and which ones you prefer personally. You can see that Panix is getting a lot of information here on Playing Ducks as they repel their way into admin. It looks like the rumors are true, and Playing Ducks will be falling into the common meta of taking from the top floor from east to west. And that is, again, very, very predictable. It's usually what happens on this particular floor defense. The attackers go into admin, they clear as if it's a top floor, and then they progress their way down into the bomb site. And, you know, honestly, usually it works against them. As you can see here, Panix, the position he's playing right now is under these two drop-downs. From these two drop-downs, both the kitchen and the one he's standing next to right now, this floor is indestructible in that bomb site. However, he can hurl a C4 to anyone, anywhere in the entire B-bomb site from downstairs, just through the two drop-downs in the site itself.
Yep. And so what we've got now, Renewal is going to play this connector window, or the patio window, looking through connector towards yellow stairs. Now, I believe we did have Reven back on down the stairs just a little bit. Two members from Team Vitality are downstairs. That's Rise and Panix.
Interesting that Panix is opting to come off his position here. He might actually come back, looks like. His whole role right now is to deny the plant on the B-bomb site, and he can do it single-handedly, at least for the first planter. However, the attackers have since established control over the top floor here, and now they're going to start to put pressure onto his teammates. I don't think it's going to matter too much, as his teammates are playing very clear of those positions, as they are not really very exposed to this type of play that we are seeing coming out from Playing Ducks right now.
Now, Reven has been spotted out by Snook and tags the drone, but right above him is going to be Meepy opening up the floor with a hammer, just trying to cause enough little havoc to force him away.
Ooh, that C4 almost got the sledge, but he managed to move away just in time.
Now, it looks as though it looks like we're going to have Renewals, though, dragging that headshot right there onto Rise as Olems gets taken out by Secretly. A 3-on-5 smoke grenades going out. Again, the plant is going to be in the hands of Snookin. He was trying to be over inside of the, I want to say, the piano room, or he was above the piano room. Let's see how this all unfolds. You've got Lackey, though, here out in the back corridor. Secretly trying to move in forward. He's going to grab one there on an enemy. There's only 2 men left, and C4 is going to go and grab Secretly, but that's not the diffuser. Diffuser has been planted by Snookin inside of the front gate, and now they've backed on out. This is not going to work out for Reven or Panix unless Playing Ducks overextend themselves.
They're not going to... No. They're all the way back in spawn right now. They got a plant in the front door. I mean, it would have to be a miracle for Yvonne to clutch this one out. With a holographic, they're all the way out spawn, no sir.
And this is it, right there. Snookin peeking on out from the balcony from the outside gates, and Reven will fall.
So I really like the way that Playing Ducks handled that. They did the atypical, hey, let's take from upstairs admin east to west, and once they figured out that there wasn't a lot of pressure being applied from Vitality upstairs, they're like, hey, let's go somewhere else.
Why don't we just punt towards the front?
Yeah, they didn't try to force out what they were doing upstairs. They left their sledge up just for the, to maintain that pressure and not forfeit upstairs control. But they also managed to rotate in time. And it was a quick decision that they kind of just went for it, really, and they started winning their fights. And to be honest, some of the Vitality setup was actually working against them. That castle barricade by benches meant that the Valkyrie couldn't flank the players who, as they pushed down spiral into the main lobby. There were a lot of different factors working against Team Vitality in that instance. And now, Playing Ducks are going to be put onto a basement defense. We'll see how they choose to handle this. This is the first time we've seen it on this particular map. We are, however, in a 3-0 situation here. Playing Ducks looking extremely strong, at least on Consulate. However, I believe this is Team Vitality's map pick.
This is their map pick, and so with that, that means Playing Ducks, when we go on to Skyscraper, is most likely going to favor them as well.
Playing Ducks is one of those teams that I'm pretty sure they actually have strategy for Skyscraper. I think we may have actually seen them play it before, and very proficiently at that. I know they must have a plan for it, especially given that they picked it. I mean, yeah, okay, you could say maybe they're just trying to have fun when they don't ban it, but then picking it straight up over, what was it? Border. Over Border of all maps? Yeah, no, they know what they're doing on Skyscraper. So if we don't see Team Vitality take some initiative here, put themselves back into a winning position on this map, then win it, then it's likely we are going to be seeing 2-0. I mean, on Skyscraper, I don't think Vitality were expecting it.
Yeah, we kind of talked about this before, how when Playing Ducks was playing G-Bots, it seemed very similar to like Sisu and Penta, where Penta is good, is wonderful and fabulous on newer maps, and they tend to be maps that, if they are less developed, that they will do well on because they're more cohesive and not very well stratted.
Yeah.
Whereas with Skyscraper and Playing Ducks, I feel they're the same way.
Could be said, could be said. We are seeing, however, Vitality open up that garage and just go for a straight garage take. Now, this is interesting. There's a lot of pressure coming from Vitality anywhere else on the map right now. They're being extremely... well, they're bunching up. Now, sometimes, here's the thing. In a lot of games, bunching up is a bad thing. In Siege, it isn't necessarily. Sometimes stacking all 5 players on the same ingress and then pushing them in all at once as a unit is the best way to win rounds.
Enemy looked away at the wrong time. Maybe he's going to get a couple shoulder taps onto him and just draw his attention away. That's 60 health left for him. He's now going to peek on up and saw the head of Meepy, but didn't tag him.
Yeah, they both kind of walked away from that engagement, still alive and counting their blessings. The defuse will go down amazingly, but right after, secretly will kill LMs with that gas.
So you've got 3 members from Playing Ducks. They're upstairs, looking like the yellow stairs is where they're going to be going. Meepy's going to try to jump on out, but he's looking on forward. Sees enemy, but enemy's already ready, got the line to sight ready to go, dropping him down for the count. Rise will also get secretly 4 on 2 with Snookin and Meepy left alive. Looks like Meepy's going to tag a kill. Same with Lackey. Last 2 alive going to be Rise and Panic. He was cautious to look for a Claymore. Rise is going to pack on out and grab Lackey, but he gets down to the process. It's all to Panics against Snookin and Meepy. Now they know where he is. They're going to go and rush him right away. They're going to get him, and they might get this in time. They might not. He's got to start hitting without any time to spare. Let's head on over to look at Meepy right now as he goes for the hit. And there it will be, just moments to spare. Defenders will defuse it. Playing Ducks coming out of this strong, taking it 4-0.
I have to say, this is looking grim for Team Vitality. They absolutely need to put themselves on the board on Consulate, their map pick. If they get to Skyscraper, it is probably a death sentence, unless Vitality has practiced Skyscraper and they didn't ban it for a reason. It's entirely possible. We don't know for sure. However, the way it looks right now, Playing Ducks are trying to bring them to a map that they're not familiar with, and given that they're doing so well on a map that both of these teams are familiar with, it's looking really good for Playing Ducks and really bad for Team Vitality right now. Overall for the entire match. But Team Vitality going to be going upstairs again. Last time they defended here, they had, I believe it was a Rook or a Doc, but whatever it was, defending the white stairs. And you can see there the holes that enemy are opening up right now. He was going to utilize those holes in that B wall to deny a plant in the back sight of B from the white stairs themselves. However, secretly, with a wonderful angle up through the window in the yellow stairs, denied that completely by picking off the glass, or sorry, not the glass, rather, the Rook or the Doc. And after that happened, there was no contingency plan in place from Team Vitality. No pulse roaming underneath. And that was the absolute downfall of this strategy. If it be, they did not bring a pulse, by the way, if it be that they don't actually have any other contingencies in this instance to try and stop the B bomb site plant, then I'm sure the Doc is probably going to die again, and then they're just going to vault into B again and plant in B again, and that'll be that. That'll be the end of the round. It's worth noting there's no Valkyrie either, and the mirror windows were not placed in connector, which means they have not, that is Team Vitality, made any adjustments according to the strategy that was used against them last time on this defense. We'll see if that works against them, or if they can manage to slug it out.
Now, we did have a little bit of an engagement at the start of the round between Secretly and Alems. Alems took quite a bit of damage, but he is docked, so he picked himself back up. Secretly, however, is sitting around 55 to 60 health.
Drone up.
Drone is deployed.
Bomb located by attackers.
Just to start things off here, you can tell Vitality very much set up to deny an admin take. However, we're not seeing that from Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks doing the same exact strategy they did last time as, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And you are absolutely correct. We see Alems trying to work his way forward. He's here just boosting himself up. This is where he was last time, like you called it out. And previously, we saw Playing Ducks sneak their way in and go for the plant, and they worked out well.
Well, they killed him. There was secretly from the window they killed him because he peeked out on a stupid angle, and he's not doing that this time. He is playing as safe as he possibly can, and it's whittling away the clock. Playing Ducks needs to make a play onto this guy, or we are going to see this round just kind of stall out for Playing Ducks. Oh no, he's peeking it again, and he will get lit up, but he does not die.
Secretly and Alems are going to go head-to-head yet again.
Look at all those bullet holes. It's a good thing the L85 has a ton of ammo.
He's not even through halfway of his ammo, so he could keep this fight going all day long. But at the same time, the attackers will need to make a push, and Alems is going to play cautiously. He's going to go up at his feet, and Meepy trying to go for the push. He grabs one. He's not expecting another, so we're going to have Habana going up for the kill and grabs it on the Lackey.
Uh-oh, there's another one.
However, Panics is going to peek around from the main bathroom lobby.
This is about where you need to be vaulting in.
There it is. C4 is
C4
going to get tossed and actually
gonna
hurt
miss.
him, but it doesn't do the damage it needs to. And fortunately, Panic's going to move on forward. Panics, though, grabs that kill into renewals. The plant goes down, but it's not enough, and the only man left alive is going to be Secretly. He's going to try to work his way into the cubby, but it's not large enough for him to do anything with. He's going to get picked off from enemy from above. That is actually the MH70, which we don't see a lot of.
Yeah, no, to say the, I mean, on Bandit and Jaeger, one of the main things about them is that they have two very precise guns with high rate of fire, high damage, with 8 cogs and 3 speeds, so people don't typically put shotguns on them, but the M870 is a good gun. It's just not considered as good as their SMGs, or well, the carbine and the SMG.
I'm one of those people that have not used the MP7 or the 416 for about 3 months now.
Wow, blood. All right.
It warms my heart to see enemy use that.
Yeah, it is good to see, I suppose, to some extent. Anyway, the case B, now we are on 4-1. So while Vitality did win that last round, it's still looking really bleak for them. They have to win now 3 rounds in a row to bring it into overtime. Otherwise, we're going to see Playing Ducks walk away with map numero uno and probably map numero dos, unless Team Vitality have a trick up their sleeve going on to Skyscraper.
Now, one of the things we saw Supremacy, it was Penta do, was pick up the IQ for their attack phase, because they knew there was going to be a Pulse, they knew there's going to be Valkyrie, and they want to make sure that they can identify all those gadgets. I think Rise has a big job this round.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because if Playing Ducks is bringing in IQ, basically useless, right? I mean, we're not seeing Team Vitality bring a Pulse, a Valkyrie. I mean, they're not bringing the typical operators that you're expecting to see on this particular floor. It's so weird. It's counter to every intuition you have of defending top floor. I mean, C4 from underneath, information gathering on the site so you don't have to expose yourself, and it's just weird, man. It's weird. You can see, though, that on that last round, Team Vitality was absolutely prepared for a push from the yellow stairs. That mirror window looking into the bathroom was clearly intended for that exact purpose, to trade back on the dock, and it did just that. Now the upstairs defense, though, from Playing Ducks. We'll see how Vitality's going to handle it. As you can tell from the drones and their positioning, they are absolutely going for an A take, as they have situated themselves almost entirely outside the admin office. It might be the case that we will be seeing Alems on that Blackbeard repel onto the A windows this time. Last time, he straight up repelled into admin and was kind of useless. This time, looks like he's actually thought better of it. I have to guess that Rise is using his IQ sensor right now and looking at
I think it's
Lackey.
just on his drone.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You got to use that IQ sensor, bro.
He's just on his drone. Right underneath of him is the Pulse.
Oh, no.
So he's going to hop on in.
Oh, no.
Could the C4 happen? He's waiting for it.
He's being patient.
And guess what? Here comes... He's waiting for you. Yep, here comes the C4.
Okay, it's time to pull it out, Lackey.
Attackers dropped the defense.
Whip it out, Lackey. Come on.
You can do it. He's going to hop on out, missed his opportunity. And will that come back to bite him in the butt later on? I don't know.
He's clearly just calling information for his teammates, and that's just fine. It means that his Jaeger at the end of the hallway is not peeking it and thus not dying. And that's just as good, I suppose.
Rise looking like she is
Attacker's
inside
bomb
of
diffuser has been
the
dropped.
visa office.
Attackers
Gonna try to go for
recovered the bomb
renewals
diffuser.
here. Needs some information though. Doesn't necessarily know where they're at. Just knows that, okay, they're most likely down that hallway. We are starting to see playing Ducks. I'm sorry, we're starting to see Team Vitality take over that admin office, going for that eastward push. However, we have Lackey underneath. Lems last time, I think it was Lems, maybe it was Enemy, actually tried to get this kill onto Lackey. Did so successfully, but it went not enough time was able to happen.
Speaking of not enough time, only 58 seconds left to go. The attackers have yet to get a single kill on the board as of this moment. They have established control over admin and are facilitating that push straight into the A bomb site, but they have a lot to chew through to actually make the push happen.
40 seconds ago, Rise, I don't think has pulled out the IQ sensor just yet.
Why play IQ if you're not going to use IQ?
There goes Lackey C4 now, unfortunately. Oh, there goes the plant. Can he go down? No, it's going to grab him in time. Diffuser will fall. That's going to be Enemy also getting taken out. However, we do have Secretly that has been injured. Olems is now at the main gate here waiting. Looks like Lackey's going to give away his position here, and Olems is just going to be sitting still for the time being. Rise, however, will take down Secretly as Meepy will take out Olems at the front gate. 2-on-4 now. Plant's going to try to go down by Rise, however, Renewals is moving in forward. He's going to go for the kill, looks behind the bomb. Plant does go down, but one goes down, and Raven's going to get killed off here. No, he's going to take down Renewals, goes down to look to the back stairs. Saw the Lackey, missed the shot, but turns around, goes to the other one. He's going to grab a 3K. Can he get the one here on a Meepy? Meepy's actually underneath with, I don't think she's got any C4 left. No, she's coming up the stairs. No C4 to go. Tossed out the drone, called it out for the team, and now he's going to be stationed away. He's called out the drone. He's waiting for Meepy to try and start hitting it. He's going to go for the bait. He's got to push in. He's got to go right now. And if he doesn't, it could be enough. No, the shots go flying. Raven just not able to get it just yet as Meepy's going to push for this. And can he go? He's going to grab it. He gets the 4K clutch in a 1-on-4. What a wonderful job here by Raven.
An excellent clutch by Revanche, to say the least. Absolutely putting Vitality back on the map and in this match, keeping them maintained. They're not quite onto overtime just yet, but that was almost the end of their consulate game here. And Revanche just like, nope, we are going to win. Strategically, you have to admit, playing Ducks, they won that round. They had the Pulse and the Valkyrie downstairs, ready with the C4. They utilized the C4 well. They collapsed on the remaining attackers. However, just fantastic gunplay by the Thatcher to keep Vitality playing.
Congratulations. That to me is just like, that is the momentum changer. You need to keep that going, and hopefully it stays with Team Vitality.
Absolutely.
By attackers.
I mean, I would like to see a third map come out from this match. I mean, we saw 3 maps come out from the previous one, and it was fantastic. Really great game. And it would be absolutely stupendous if we could see the same here, as well as get some overtime on Consulate, giving Vitality the morale boost I'm sure that they definitely need, especially going into a map like Skyscraper, when they're probably not used to. However, now Vitality will be thrust onto the basement defense. Playing Ducks will be looking for their options on how to exactly confront this particular defense. And there's a number of different ways. One of them is to go ahead and take control of Piano, open up the floor above the bomb site, pick off some players, open the garage, and then come in and plant as you push the players back, given those holes in Piano. And that's usually the most typically used strategy.
So taking a look here, the bomb site is downstairs, obviously, and we're seeing Team Vitality play a couple men off-site. Rise is going to be here on the back stairs, and you also have, I believe, that is Panics. He's going to be off-site as well, but one of the things that we talked about before is bringing the Echo to do the work of smoke. And in this case, with there being such a large area that the plant could go down, smoke's not always the best option, and so it looks like they've opted to go with the Echo instead.
Yeah, Echo can lend a lot to the team on this particular map, or sorry, in this particular site in specific as well. And like you said, not only is there covering like more ground with the Echo drone, but more importantly, he's got an ACOG, which means he can challenge outside the garage without being at a significant disadvantage. I mean, trying to challenge outside garage with a holo does put you at a disadvantage. Meepy has established control over Piano and is opening up holes into the site itself, trying to push these Vitality defense players back further into the site, but they have mirror windows to fall back on, and they don't need to worry about no sledge above them. However, sledge can actually nullify those mirror windows if he just opens up the right place on the floor.
Yeah, and basically where he's looking for now is inside of the kitchen, trying to look his way down into the office, as also well behind the van.
Trying to find the mirror windows right now. He's having a good go of it.
Now Reven has managed to get away up top, but Renewals is on the corner office window. So will Reven rush into this by mistake? No, he's actually going to destroy the drone, give away his position, and he's got to retreat back to the front desk.
Revan is playing a dangerous game here.
We're going to see one kill go down as Meepy is eating the bullets here from Panics. Renewals does have his drone here on the front desk, and he's looking right towards Valkyrie, but Reven will sneak on by at the moment. As Renewals is saying, okay, 1 minute left to go. I'm going to have to go back downstairs, help out Snookin as we want to get in and get this plant down. 45 seconds to go. A 5-on-4. Reven still working his way down the yellow stairs. This could be a wonderful flank. He's going to look to the right inside of Piano here in just a few moments to look at Secretly.
Playing Ducks are kind of stalling out on their attack here, looking for the picks, and they will find one onto Panics to start things off here in the last 30 seconds.
Oh, and the hesitation from Reven will cost him his life as Secretly comes out of the piano flying, goes for a double peek, and takes him out for the count. Now a 3-on-4, what was just a 5-on-3, or 5-on-4. 15 seconds left to go. Secretly's going to push out forward. He's going to move in with Renewals. Plant's going to go down here after they can get rid of the Yokai drone. It doesn't have enough time to recharge all of its bursts, so therefore we will see this continue to go. Lems will take out Lackey, Rise will get Renewals. It means there's only 2 men left to go, and however Snookle will go for the plant and gets it down successfully. Lems coming up from behind though, and that will be the end, and we will have Team Vitality secure this round. They have come back from a 4-0 and turn it into a 4-3.
And we have to say, for that round, Echo Drone, Echo Drone, Echo Drone. If it weren't for the Echo Drone, that almost certainly would have gone in the favor of Playing Ducks, but due to the fact the Echo Drone went undetected, stopped at least 3 defuse plant attempts.
Echo Drone.
Yeah, Echo Drone. Yep. that was all the Echo Drone. I mean, the man advantage was easily in the favor of Playing Ducks. And you have to say, oh, by the way, it's worth noting, we always like to evaluate the new players to a team. Secretly seeming to be an excellent addition to the Playing Ducks roster, getting some fantastic kills throughout this match. However, it is now 4-3, like you talked about. Still match point for Playing Ducks. If they win this particular round, if they win this defense, it is all over on Consulate for Team Vitality. And Playing Ducks will move on to the second map with a 1-0 lead.
And I know, like, this has got to be a little bit of a slump that Playing Ducks has gotten themselves into, and it's going to be up to their captain, it's going to be up to their IGL to get them out of it. And hopefully, they will be able to pull themselves out, because right now, Team Vitality has their eyes set on overtime and beyond, and that's what they're going for with this next round.
Spreading out here, Playing Ducks, looking for the opportunities. They know, they realize that they need to win this round in order to keep themselves out of the slog, but they're willing to take the risks. Playing Ducks has always never been one of the teams to shy away from a fight.
Looks like Meepy and Renewals are going to be downstairs all the way in the basement, and we also saw Snookin.
Always never.
I'm sorry, that was Lackey rotating around.
Redundant.
Lackey still playing down here inside of the Archives Lounge, as there are still not too much going on. We are just starting to get the attackers lined up here.
I mean, it's only been 30 seconds. Team Vitality has plenty of time here. They're just trying to establish themselves. Looks like they might be going for an admin take, although it kind of seems like they're just spreading their wings here, trying to learn where the weaknesses lie in the Playing Ducks defenses. They have not committed hard to any one particular thing. They have one repelling on the B window and one on the A balcony. So that, again, very spread out. Just looking for their options.
Secretly tucking himself here inside of that B site. However, you now have still three members of the defense squad downstairs in the basement. I believe we saw Panics outside of yellow. He's going to be moving in closely. Renewals, though, he's at the top of the circle stairs waiting for some information. The roamers have now all worked together to come up onto the first floor now. They were all three bottom. They're all working their way top. You can see the crouching here, but it looks as though the Claymore will finish off Secretly as Snookin gets taken out by Rise.
It's looking like we're going to be seeing some overtime here coming out from Team Vitality. Well played to them.
No, and not just yet. Renewals has his own information to say about that. Now, the Roamers are the only ones left alive. There's no one left on site, and so Lackey's going to be playing underneath. I wouldn't be surprised if we also have Meepy stay under there and try to point out for another C4 toss. Goes for the butt shot there and misses it on the rise. He missed the shot that needed, but Renewals will pick up that kill into a Lems. That's also the diffuser that dropped on down. So a 3-on-3 now, 60 seconds left to go. They're going to spend about 15 seconds or more trying to get on over there to get that diffuser picked up, repel back up top, and that's actually what's going to happen here, right here.
Both the Pulse and this Valkyrie have C4 left with only 50 seconds left to go. They could easily stop this plant indefinitely.
There goes one C4 plant. Raven just narrowly dodges it, and here we have still a 3-on-3. Renewals is at the top of the stairs waiting for the plant to go down. The call's going to be in the side of the B side, but says no, they're now moving. So Meepy still looking for some shots, waiting for Lackey to make a call. He's got C4 still. Lackey already used his. There goes the toss. It's actually going to stop the plant. 30 seconds left to go. A 2-on-3. Now with Renewals still up here. He's gotten 2 kills so far this round. He's gotten 1 more he's looking to get here on Rise. He's called out Diffuser. He's called out the person inside a corner office by the desk. He's now going to go for the plant here. Rise moving on forward. Renewals has to be cautious over the left side as Reven is there. Shots are going through, and it looks as though the plant will not go down, as we do have 1 more that's been finished off with 5 seconds left to go. Lackey's got to move on forward here, and we actually have Reven. Got rid of the camera, goes to pick off 1, and will be killed off in the process. This is Playing Ducks coming back from a 5-3 to take it home 3-0.
No more clutches for you, Ravon, and that will be Playing Ducks bringing it home. I mean, I called it. I thought it was going to be overtime right just now, but no, Playing Ducks had, like you said, something to say about it. Those roamers coming back and collapsing onto the site really, truly efficiently. Now, usually when you have all of the anchors die without doing any work for their team,
normally it's round over.
Yeah, it's round over. But in this instance, with 2 roamers that have C4, a pulse sensor, and Valkyrie cameras placed on the site itself, a fully destructible floor, not necessarily. Not necessarily, and we did see it actually go in the way that we least expected.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Playing Ducks closed it out successfully. They were up 4-0. They then ended up making it, I think, 5-3. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here from Consulate with Playing Ducks coming out ahead. Now, there's that little booty tap we saw earlier. Renewals trying to think of, man. Now, this was an aggressive peek from Reven. He got the kill, but I don't think he made it back inside successfully.
Yeah, he did make it inside, but unfortunately, he could not get the defuse in time.
Oh, that's right. That was the end of, yep.
Or the disable of the diffuser.
Now, here is this, what was a 5-on-2, I think that was. They pushed on out. They got the, oh, no, sorry, that was not yet. It was when it was this round 7. We saw 2 members from Supremacy just finish off the clutch. There's that C4 kill. So
the next match that we're going to be seeing right after this one, which went in the favor of Playing Ducks, we were going to be seeing Skyscraper. It's worth noting that Consulate, the map we just played, was Team Vitality's pick, which means that they lost on their map. Now going on to Skyscraper, that is very much Playing Ducks' pick, like extremely so. I mean, I don't know of many teams in the league that play Skyscraper on a regular, and it is clear that Team Playing Ducks do, given that they didn't just not ban it, they also picked it. So we'll see if Team Vitality are able to bring something to Playing Ducks' map, or if this is going to be a swift 2-0.
I'm feeling, just judging by what we saw from Playing Ducks, coming out so strong, going into a 4-0 at the start, they did slow down a little bit and gave Team Vitality a chance to come back. This being Playing Ducks' map, I'm seeing it going in their favor. Yeah,
I have to concur with that. However, I also did not think that we were going to see such a competition between Penta and Supremacy earlier today. Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, I know Penta won, but you want to say Supremacy won because it was an inch off, man. It was just so barely their victory. I mean,
if we look at, we'll say most improved or most, we'll say from start to finish, who improved the most, I'd say Supremacy wins that fight because Penta played Penta style. Penta won in a Penta fashion. But Supremacy, coming from Challenger League, I think they play second in Challenger League to make their slot here in the 8th position is, wow.
Yeah, no, very impressive to say the least. However, we are getting underway with Skyscraper, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality on attack, Playing Ducks on defense. Thatcher Ashabana seemingly an IQ and probably, I'm guessing, a sledge. Yep, there it is, coming out from Team Vitality, although they might mix that up. Yep, nope. Smoke, Doc, Jaeger, Pulse, and Bandit to start things off for Playing Ducks. And we will also, this is very interesting, be defending Barbecue Kitchen, not Geisha Karaoke. This is counter to what we all expect to see first round on Skyscraper. Our understanding of the meta on Skyscraper, albeit not very in-depth given how many teams don't play Skyscraper, is that Geisha Karaoke is the more preferred defensive, well, T Karaoke, excuse me, is the more preferred defensive site. This being the site underneath that, it is technically gone to as the secondary site. It might be that Playing Ducks is just trying to throw up the operator selection of Vitality. However, it is still an intriguing pick, to say the least. Now, it is worth paying attention here, ladies and gentlemen, to the way that Playing Ducks conducts themselves on this particular map, given that they have almost certainly put more work into this map than many other teams in the league. So, this is where Skyscraper meta starts to develop. Pay close attention.
One of the things that I've noticed here on the defensive squad is the lack of Valkyrie. And I feel as though Valkyrie has always played a very important role on this map because of all of the balconies that you can easily get information off of, and then...
That angle! I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
What was that? Where was that window? That angle was like through 3 walls. Okay, B wall, B wall. That angle was from, okay, through 2 B walls, through an A wall, all the way into the A window. 2 B walls, A wall, A window. That was nuts.
We'll have to see who that was. Hopefully we'll see it again. But no, so what I was saying is that Valkyrie, with the plays being out on the balcony so often, you can throw Valcams out there and get some very good intel so you can pop out of the window when needed.
Yeah, no, there is definitely, Valkyrie is very useful on this particular map, but she was also useful on Consulate, which, like you said, we didn't see her played on Consulate, but that was primarily from Vitality. I think Playing Ducks did play Valkyrie on Consulate, so it's interesting to me that we're seeing a distinct lack of it in general, but I'm curious to see if Vitality is going to switch things up now that they're on Skyscraper and they don't know the map nearly as well. I think that might just be it. Playing Ducks probably know this map pretty well, and I have a lot of confidence on it. I want to see this angle again. Come on. Yeah, there it is. 2 B walls and A wall all the way into the A window. That is a nuts angle. That allows him so much control over this entire floor. Just look at that. Oh. See, this is what we're talking about, guys. Playing Ducks very obviously put a lot of effort into Skyscraper. It was to Team Vitality's dismay, most likely, that they allowed Skyscraper to get through the ban phase, and I sincerely doubt that anyone will let Playing Ducks get to this map again anytime soon, assuming, of course, they win it. Team Vitality could surprise us with just some excellent play.
They are seemingly moving very slowly on the front, or on the top floor. You've got Reven trying to get in, or sorry, not Reven, you've got your Sledge. That is Panics above, who was trying to get in. Rise as well. So they seem to be slowly progressing, which is what we kind of saw Supremacy do, and it didn't work out for him, unfortunately. Looks as though more shots are going to come, and Lems will take down Meepy for the first kill, secretly getting his own trade onto Panics. Now we are going to see a little bit progressing forward as Enemy has gotten inside, but gets his head taken off by Lackey. Now as he jumps on into the window, Reven will fall to Lackey again. That's going to be a second kill here for him, as secretly picks up one of his own onto Lems. Last man alive is going to be Rise. Now he cannot get into this wall. It's not large enough, so he's either going to have to hop into the window, into B, or into A, or he's going to have to just die out here on the balcony. It looks as though he's going to go with option 2, as Renewals decided for him.
All right, so let's analyze what just happened there, guys. Team Vitality, they got onto the balcony, they vaulted into the windows, they died one by one. Strats. So it is clear that Team Vitality are not adept at this map, and I don't want to make a I don't want to be too jumping the gun or anything, but it seems like Playing Ducks, being well versed on this map especially, is going to have just a crazy high leg up over Vitality right now. I mean, especially after coming off of a victory, they must be feeling extremely good right now. I mean, that Vitality attack, it was all over the place. It was sporadic. They were not trying to attack any one particular thing. It was just kind of like, hey, look for picks through windows. They didn't find any because Playing Ducks is not going to give them any. They're not going to forfeit any of those angles. And then, I mean, when the clock starts ticking down, what else are you going to do but vault in? So now, 0-1, we are going to be seeing Team Vitality going for the more commonly picked bomb site, which is upstairs. Now, it's worth noting that whether or not Playing Ducks were attempting to throw off Team Vitality by choosing downstairs first, they will still be able to defend upstairs on their next defense, which will give them Well, Upstairs is considered by many to be kind of a free round if played correctly. However, with the addition of the, as you can see where Echo's playing right now, with the addition, we call that yellow corner. With the addition of yellow corner being now breachable from the floor, it's maybe not as viable as it used to be. Yellow corner was heavily relied on in the past as an anchor position for like basically last resort defense, and now you can just come under it with a buck or grenades and just open it up from below or grenade it from below or whatever.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I knew that it used to not be
So
breachable.
that's one of those changes you were talking about. We were talking about earlier, like how Consulate they put boxes in Harry Potter. What was the other one you were talking about?
We were talking about Canal.
Yeah,
but
Canal.
Not being in the pool, it was kind of a moot point.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't really matter. But they changed the window. So, but yeah, that's one of the changes that they brought about in the patch is they made yellow corner breachable from below, as well as they fixed Geisha. So thank you for that, by the way.
Did Panics just see Renewals out there? And
Yeah, I don't think he. I think he saw him.
Okay, so
He did
Renewals
see
saw
him.
it, but just didn't go for the shots.
Yeah. I mean, this is really hard. I mean, it's a difficult angle. We have the outline, so it's...
Oh yeah, no, I just thought I saw his head actually
Right.
go through. So we'll see if Panics is actually going to overexpose himself here.
Yeah, he's playing a dangerous game right now with this glass. Although this glass has got a very small pixel. Like, he's not going to hit that shot on the 3-speed, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, unless he just pauses there. But still, looks as though the wall will not get open. Panics going very successfully to just stop and deny the thermite charge.
Oh,
he's going to peek
Panic!
around and gets the headshot there to secretly dropping it down for the count. That's also the Thatcher.
That was an insane shot.
Well, guess what? There's no more Thatcher alive. Lackey will also get picked out from above as Panics just looks on down through the hole, and there will be a dead Ash.
This is what we want to see, Vitality.
This is exactly what needs to happen. Now, Snookin is outside of the window. Panics, he's taking quite a bit of punching here. He's down to about 15 health remaining, but he's done his work. And so if he falls, the rest of his team should be able to pick up successfully. You've got flashbangs going on out. Snookin wants to poke in forward. Waits for Renewals is okay, but he's going to get on up to the south balcony now.
Attackers have dropped the
So
bomb.
though Snookin is going to saw the shots. Actually gets the wall bang there onto Panics from outside of Geisha. A wonderful job, but he's also left a Fuser out there. So he's going to need to have Meepy or Renewals go and pick it up. But for the time being, we're just going to see him stay inside of Geisha.
There's only 2 players on the site right now, and one has been down. These other 2 can be easily cut off by someone simply holding the hallway. That mirror window gets open now. That's going to allow Renewals a lot of control over the A-bomb side as well through the B window.
You've got 35 seconds. Enemy's going to be picking up Lems, but right there, Renewals is like, no, don't pick him up. He was down for a reason. And now you've got a 3-on-3, which is though Snookin will be taken out by Rise. You've got Rise and Rise and Reven both inside of the hallway here. Meepy trying to come up from the north stairwell, looking in toward the yellow cubby, which is right where Enemy is. Enemy's actually on his drone. He's ready for the yokai. Meepy just needs to push in forward, but there's a lot of barbed wire, so I don't know if he'll get there in time, but he's going to try nonetheless. He is disoriented. He's going to hop on out. He does not have time for the diffuser. He's just going to stay on top of the balcony. And that is going to be the end of the round. We are going to have Team Vitality come up and tie it back 1-1.
There was an opportunity there for Team Playing Ducks to go ahead and lock that round out. They didn't know about the fact that there was only 1 player still on the site. They could have easily cut off the Jaeger and the Valkyrie by simply sticking someone to watch the hallway, whether it be from North Stairs, B window, or what have you, even from Geisha. However, that did not happen. Some nice play, nice gunplay that is, from Team Vitality, allowed them to crawl their way back into this match. And I say crawl their way back, as, yes, there's only 2 rounds that have progressed, and yes, there's 1-1, but the momentum is surely in Playing Ducks' favor in that, again, their map. And they've clearly practiced it. Now, going on to Karaoke Tea Room defense, what does Playing Ducks have to show us this time? Will it be some crazy angles, some awesome setup that we've never seen before, or will it be the very typical Geisha defense? As we saw just now, the typical Geisha defense worked stupendously for Team Vitality. Although you could attribute that, honestly, to just individual skill and fantastic gunplay.
Yeah, I definitely see Team Vitality did a wonderful job there on the previous defensive hold. And they're now going to come straight forward with their attacking, but Playing Ducks, we are seeing a little bit of different hold here. I don't typically see this entire wall opened up. We've seen some murder holes, but
I've seen this before a couple times. Not, you know, it's been a while since I've streamed, but I've seen this before a couple times. And what the strategy is here basically is instead of actually playing in the Geisha, which you can do at the beginning of the round, but the basic idea is that you can fall off of it then, and there's a mirror window that'll be in, I think, the B bomb site, the T room bomb site, whichever one that is.
Yep.
the A-bomb site. There's a mirror window on the wall on the A-bomb site, and then you can see all of Geisha through that mirror window, and you can kill basically anyone who walks into it, thus rendering Geisha a death zone for any attacker who dares enter it. So it's kind of a different strategy to what we're used to seeing, but it does definitely work.
Now, Meepy may have been droned out here. He will get droned out after getting 2 drones killed, but they didn't get too much information on him. I wonder if any at all.
Have to say worth it there for Meepy. They're going to know he's in that corner, but, I mean, they're not going to have any other, like, solid information on him.
Ooh, Panic's going to look away right at the wrong time. Also gets a wrong drone toss, so he'll have to hop off that, re-pick it up. That's going to waste about 20 seconds.
Yeah, people underestimate how valuable time is, and that is definitely, like, a time sink right there. He did get his drone. Actually, he decided to just instead use his drone, drive it up the slow way. He will be gathering the information now that he needs.
Yep, so Panix has spotted out Meepy inside of the restaurant. Now, it looks like they're just going to forego trying to get him at the moment. Enemy, however, will tag it down for the count. A great corner angle shot there on a Meepy, dropping it down. Panic's going to pick up that kill, and secretly 3 on 5. Still half the round left to go with Reven playing the Thatcher. He's going to be moving forward, but it looks as though we're going to have Rise fall to that Vector on Snookin. Alems is going to hold on to Diffuser as he's outside by the north doorway, right by A site. We are going to see this unfold here in the next minute 20 seconds. C4 is going to get pre-tossed. No one hopped into the window. That also going to destroy the barbed wire at that window. So a poor timing on that, unfortunately, will cost some of the utility Playing Ducks was looking forward to utilizing. We are still going to see Alems push in forward. He does have the diffuser in hand.
Deploying smoke grenade.
He'll toss out the gas grenades. Now again, he knows the C4 has been utilized. He's going to look for the shots there. He downs and takes away Snookin. The nade, though, from enemy finishes him off instead of the glass. And Lems will take down Lackey in return. Renewals picks up that clutch and picks up the connecting kill there onto Reven. Lems trying to go for some leg shots here under Renewals. A 3-speed against the Lems could work it out, especially being Glaz. He is going to hit that door once or hit the wall once, looking for Panics. Will not see him. So now, are they going to pick up? He saw a Lems. He's going to go on forward. Can he get it yet? He's not going to go for the kill, so therefore we're going to be 2 people to the right side. He's going to move on over. Looks as though we're going to be shots going through. And there is Panics. He uses that against his own defenders, and that's going to be it. That will be Team Vitality securing round 3. We're up now 2-1 in favor of Team Vitality.
If only he had just shift W'd for the spray. All 3 of those attackers sitting in the same corner. I mean, that was an opportunity missed. But unfortunately for him, he can't see through walls quite like we can, and that is as it is. But Team Vitality definitely showing that they have what it takes to win this map. And really disproving what I think we were all kind of summarizing in that, you know, it's Playing Ducks' map. They've obviously got the strats. They've got the angles. They know what they're doing here. And yet, Team Vitality are up 2-1 now.
They are, and it's, I think, come down to a little bit about, I want to say, the fluidness that we're seeing from Team Vitality.
Individual skill, team synergy, fluidness, like you said, and just like, kind of just taking. They're not really, it doesn't seem like they're overthinking their strategies here, the very basic strategies. Holding the flank from north stairs so that you can push in from north balcony. That's very simple, and it's working great for them. Seems like Playing Ducks just don't know how to handle a full frontal assault. Now they are going to be, Team Vitality is going to be defending the barbecue kitchen. This is their first time being thrust downstairs. We'll see if this is maybe going to be what trips them up. Maybe they're not quite used to it. Playing Ducks, on the other hand, this is the first site that they chose to defend. So it's entirely possible that they're going to be ready and know exactly how to handle this attack. Only time will tell. Looks like everyone on the attacking squad has spawned at the helipad towards the west and are looking for opportunities here, waiting for those spawn peaks. There's quite a lot of spawn peaks, let me just tell you. On Skyscraper, there are at least there's about 4 spawn peaks for just that one spawn for helipad. I mean, it's at least 4. There's probably more. So they're just like taking it nice and slow. You saw that Ash go all the way down, or all the way over to the north, because, yeah, don't want to get exposed.
Now we are going to have secretly here toss 1 EMP over towards the wall. Will Reven get this down successfully? It's going against a Thermite instead of a Hibana. So this could be very well. There it is. Reven will tag 1 down.
Yeah, the Habana charges will be able to detonate before you can put the other battery down. However, the thermite charges are not the same. One of the strategies you can use to counter those Habana charges, though, is as soon as you hear the Thatcher grenade hit the floor, shoot your own battery and then start the place animation for another battery. That will nullify the Thatcher grenade and also, more importantly, allow you to get another battery down just quicker, which will be able to counteract Habana charges.
Now Reven is looking away here. He's going to try to get this shot down. Another nade coming in, and that will finish him off there. And so the wall will get opened up by Snookin. A fabulous toss there by Meepy. Secretly, though, taking quite a bit of damage, though, but he's going to take out enemy in return without being killed. He will walk away out of that engagement with about 30 health.
Looks like Playing Ducks is seeing what they can do on this map and feeling a little bit, flexing their muscles a little bit, feeling strong, as they are now in a 5 versus 3. Still a minute left to go, plenty of time, and they have opened up the kitchen wall.
Rise going to move on forward, go for the pre-fire, though, and he will down Meepy as Olems takes out Lackey, but secretly trading it off onto Panics. A 3-2, Olems and Rise, last two alive, against secretly Renewals and Snookin. Now, Rise is here behind the bar inside of the, right underneath of the reception area, right underneath the roof inside of the skyscraper.
Angle. Oh no!
Secretly just narrowly escaping with his life, but Olem sees this shot there. He's going to tag the drone. Secretly is going to move on over. There's not enough time, though, for him to down and get picked back up. Snookin is inside of the kitchen, though, with diffuser in hand. So that means Secretly is going to move on forward. He actually tags the shots there to Rise. Olem's going to be the last one alive with about 15 health, 10 to 15 health. One bullet from either squad mate will be enough to take him out. 30 seconds to go. The plant will go down by Snookin, and he's going to try to hop out this window. C4 gets tossed, misses its target. He's going to hop out the window here, and that's going to be one kill. Can he go for the other? No, he misses it. And that will leave Renewals and Snookin alive, as well as Secretly has been injured.
Revive.
He should go for the revive.
He's going for the revive. He's going to be able to get Rise. That might open up opportunities for them here. There is one attacker down, and it's not likely the last two attackers are going to go for that pickup, as they know they simply need to watch the defuse.
And what they're doing right now, they're using Secretly as the drone. He's basically the camera out there. There's a Claymore kill at the bathroom window. However, Olems grabs one. He's going to grab the other. He's got one left to go, but there's not enough time. And unfortunately, this will go in favor of Playing Ducks.
That almost went back in Team Vitality, but there is not enough time to defuse, like you said. So it is going to be a Playing Ducks round. Didn't matter who won that engagement, but Snookin finishes off Olems to lock out that round. Now we are in a 2-2 situation. Seems like Playing Ducks are better at winning the barbecue kitchen, whether on defense or attack. Vitality, the opposite. Upstairs in the geisha room. Sorry, not the geisha room. That's like the one building. That's like the one room upstairs that's not part of the site. The karaoke tea room. Everyone calls it, it's just geisha though. It's just geisha. Whatever the case be, Vitality are winning geisha. Playing Ducks are winning barbecue kitchen. Whether each team is on attack or defense is inconsequential. Who is going to break that mold first is likely to be the ones to walk away with this match. We are seeing Playing Ducks go back down into the barbecue kitchen, so it should go to a 3-2 in favor of Playing Ducks now, if the meta continues, if we see the same old, same old.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So one of the things I want to point out there from the previous round when we had the defenders, I believe it was Panics and Rise, or I'm sorry, Olems and Panics, whoever was on the defensive squad, the Jaeger that jumped out of the window of bathroom.
I think it was Olems and Panics.
I felt as though it was very risky to choose a second window.
It was Olems and Rhymes.
Olems and Rise.
Yeah.
Because I felt like when you're jumping out of windows, when you know that the other team has Claymores, that you got lucky with one window and there not being a Claymore there, I feel like if you jump out another, you're basically playing Russian roulette. You know, you're waiting to see, okay, is this window going to have a bomb? Is this window going to have a Claymore?
I'm going to be honest, if we had Rise peek out at the same time Olems did on the one that, like you said, the one that was clear, or the window that we knew there wasn't a Claymore at, if they knew there wasn't a Claymore at, if we had seen that, then we almost certainly could have seen a clutch come out from those two players. Lems was playing it fantastically. He did as much work as he could have possibly done, and all he needed really was a crossfire in the last couple seconds on that thermite to get the defuse plan or defuse break off.
Now, unfortunately here for Snookin, he has used up a massive amount of ammunition.
He's
got about two mags. Yep, two mags left.
That's not worth it, dude. I mean, yo, you've got a shotgun. Meepy is right there, right? Ask him to do something for you.
A bomb has been located.
See, that's why, that's okay. A lot of people wonder why we don't bring why a lot of pros don't bring the FMG on smoke. It's because the shotgun on smoke is used for construction of the site more often than not. Because not only is it one of the best shotguns in the game, some argue the best, but also it's one of the only shotguns you actually end up bringing on defense, assuming you're not bringing a mirror with a secondary, and that secondary is worthless at construction. So his shotgun, smoke shotgun, is used for that sort of construction. What we're seeing with those angles being opened up there. That's what you need to actually, like, you know, put time to using. Oh my god, this angle. Playing Ducks, your angles, dude. Oh, man.
They have definitely worked through this map on some key angles, and it looks as though they haven't been overly useful, but they also are potential.
Sensor activated.
They're just waiting. I'm sorry.
No, this is... This is not Kyle Ripken Jr. He's not able to toss it that far. So I'm just trying to say, like, right now, that C4 toss was, I want to say, like, minor league.
Yeah. All the same, Team Vitality progressing in through. Wow, he's going to be pressuring onto Drum here. Renewal's got to look out. Oh, he
nice
gets the
shot.
Pick. Kill onto Panic's now going to start things off here for Playing Ducks. Lems, meanwhile, going to trade it back onto Meepy. Meepy, that's the smoke off the board. That's a big player.
So now what Lackey needs to figure out is which windows, which avenues onto the balconies have C4s. If he can figure out which ones are safe, he could go out for a peek. He knows that Glass is most likely going to be outside by the wall. He's knowing that there's one in pantry. He sees enemy over here by the window of kitchen. However, Snookin peeking up down from below will get that shot there onto Lems. Lackey also takes down onto enemy. Lackey will then get traded down by Reven. You have someone to try to jump into the bathroom here. That's Rise. You've got Reven inside of the pantry. He gets rid of that barbed wire, moves in towards the half bar as Rise moves on into the main lobby right by the elevators. Oh, a little flick there by Reven as he peeks on up from the stairs and able to get secretly down for the count. Rise moves on into the pantry with 10 seconds left to go. He's going to try to get this plant down with Reven, but above is going to be Renewals. Snookin going to move on forward, trying to rush around. He's going for the shots there. He downs the diffuser, and there it will be. End of time, and we are going to see this go. Oh no, can he get the plant? Oh, he could! And I speak too soon. Renewals moves on over, and doink.
Yep. It was a nice try there by Vitality, trading each other back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and progressing your way in through the delivery. However, there was no other element to their strategy there. They weren't, okay, I want to say they weren't trying to take above. They sent a sledge, Panics, above. That's it, and he died. And after that, they made no effort to maintain above
We're
control.
not doing it. We're not touching it.
And because of that, they lost a bunch of people through these crazy murder holes, which, by the way, I was going to say this right now. This is going to be one of those VODs that you go back and watch again because of the Playing Ducks angles. These are the sort of things that you need to go and research and utilize.
Tomorrow you're going to see them in ranked play.
Right.
You're going to be like, oh, hey, I remember that angle. Like,
so if you want to be a diamond player, you go back, you watch this VOD, and every time you get onto Skyscraper, you're going to start winning matches, I guarantee you.
Yep.
Because these angles are crazy, and some of them we've never heard of before. Definitely worth looking into. Anyway, what I was talking about is because Vitality didn't invest anybody other than Panics into taking control of upstairs, which, by the way, if you're going to put one guy to clear upstairs, drone for him, you know? Give him some information. They didn't do that. Anyway, if you're going to do, because they didn't take upstairs, they had to deal with these angles, looking down on them. They lost too many players to those angles, and then it became a situation whereby, yeah, okay, they're trading each other back, but they're at such a point, there's not enough time left, and they have to get the defuse plant, and when you're in the last 15 seconds of a round as an attacker, and somebody's got to start diffuse planting, whether if you're in a 3v2 and yours is the team with the 3, then that effectively puts you in a 2v3 for a small window. And Playing Ducks capitalized on that small window time and time again. As soon as the diffuser plant starts going down, Playing Ducks is rushing in because they know there's only one player watching while the other one plants. Because in this instance, it was a 2v2.
Now we are going to have Panics using that impact grenade MP7, or sorry, UMP in his hands.
Impact grenade UMP, yeah.
Yeah. I saw bullets flying out of it.
Yeah, he's going to kill people with his impact grenade. Could you imagine if it had like another bug where like what it was like constantly throwing grenades instead of bullets, and they exploded on your screen?
That would be.
Like it didn't actually like do that, but like.
I think that would be as good as the Raptor legs.
I miss those.
I do as well.
All the same, Playing Ducks now on attack. They are going to be attacking the Kitchen Bakery. And again, they have not lost a single attack or defense round. Why? Your sledge, dude.
I was just about to say that.
You don't need to do that to yourself.
There he
Anyway,
is.
they have not lost a single attack or defense round on this particular floor as of yet. So, if Team Vitality break that mold here, they will likely put themselves in a fantastic position. However, if Playing Ducks continue it, we're going to be seeing match point.
Now, Rise and Reven are holding onto this crossfire here. Reven looking at the bathroom window. Rise, in case he gets in, will be able to turn the angle quickly. He does have an angle and covering the main corridor, the main lobby by the elevators, which is actually where Lackey's looking. He's droning it out first and take a peek. And at the moment, he's not seeing anyone, so he might go in for a push here, but he's got to be cautious of this window.
You can see there a lot of the Playing Ducks players are situating themselves outside Geisha right now and are waiting an opportunity, but they're going to get picked off as they try to progress in by enemy.
So maybe will fall. You got the shots here from Rise as he tries to pre-fire up and over the restaurant balcony. Won't see anyone. But as we have here secretly, though, ducks himself inside right underneath enemy's nose to take him out for the count.
So they've established control over Geisha. This has been mostly ignored by Team Vitality on on attack, but Playing Ducks utilize it to the fullest.
So here we have secretly as Thatcher moving on down the north stairwells, though. Looks like Rise is going to try to tag some shots there onto Lackey, but misses his target. 4 on 4, 30 seconds left to go. Diffuser in the hands of Snook, and that's the Hibana. Now there is a Claymore outside of the window. Will Rise have learned his lesson and not try to hop out? He's waiting for, oh, he sees the shadow, goes for the shots, but misses his target. Secretly also goes for grabbing one here, and Reven tries to trade down Snooker for the count of 3 on 2 now with Reven and Panics. Last 2 alive. 15 seconds to go with Renewals. Having that diffuser in hand, looks like Reven will take down Lackey. Now you do have the impact grenade Castle here trying to go for the shots, and we are going to see the shots go down right there to the left, right behind the barbecue. Can he get the shots? He goes for it, and he gets a win. That's Team Vitality securing round number 6.
Wow, a chaotic last couple seconds of that round, and honestly, you can attribute that loss for Team Playing Ducks to the lack of initiative and taking too much time to clear out that Geisha room before progressing their way down into the site. They certainly should have done that much faster. It's really, it's disheartening to see, we've been seeing a lot of it today, but it is disheartening to see every time you have an attacking squad come down to the last 15 seconds, it's kind of like, oh, it's a bummer, dude, be a little bit quicker about it. You need to have a buffer of time in order to give yourselves an opportunity to continue to win a round. Like in that situation there, Playing Ducks, they were winning that round. Player advantage, strategic advantage, they had control of above. Vitality had no control over above. They had no way to regain control of above. It was absolutely in Playing Ducks' favor. However, they simply didn't go quick enough.
So I constantly get a question throughout, in between matches and throughout the weeks and stuff, where people are asking me, I play too slow, how do I speed up my gameplay? What words do you have for them?
Well, okay. In the current meta, the way it is, and I don't like this, but the way it is that 3 speeds are kind of king. The majority of 3 speeds are a little bit ridiculous. And if you want to accelerate your own gameplay, the best way is to just dedicate yourself to as a 3-speed player, as an individual. I mean, if you're just going to solo queue rank, that's the way to do it. If you want to accelerate your team's gameplay, now that's an entirely different discussion. That's all about practice and error, or trial and error, and practice in general with your team in dry runs and scrims. But if you want to improve your movement, your gameplay speed, the way you develop yourself, then just pick up a 3-speed. It will inherently make you a faster player. I mean, literally and figuratively, it will make you a faster player. There are obviously it's not necessary. You can make it happen with Sledge, but that's the easy method. It's like what's that?
The book guide is like fast gameplay for dummies, like that,
yeah,
that book?
exactly, yeah.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is right there.
No, so like there's that. There's also the aspect that I sometimes talk about with regards to making sure that you drone out beforehand during your prep phase. You don't spot the bomb, but spot your entry.
Yeah, that's a good point to emphasize. Find a place to enter into the building, but don't push your drone into the building. Bring your drone back out to your spawn, pick it up, and then use it later in engagement. So let's get into this round now, as 1 whole minute has progressed.
Yeah, so Meepy knows that Glass has just popped on into the bathroom here. He sees the smoke grenade, he hears it. Alems is waiting for him to peek on up, but instead he's going to get tagged a couple bullets and forced outside. However, we will have Meepy get killed off by the grenade of Panics. Lackey will take out Panics in return, though, and that's still a hurt Glass who's going to get up to the top balcony here.
Concentrates back and forth between these two teams in every single round. I mean, it's like one of them can't just be on top for a round, definitively. It's always either a 3-4 or a 3-2 or something like that. no advantage one way or another definitively for the majority of the rounds.
Now Rise is going to use that last breaching round, most likely to get some of the barbed wire finished off. But Lackey, even with one sliver of health, he is able to still cause impact underneath with this. Oh, no more C4, but he is still able to hold from underneath if he needs to. He just needs to be careful of enemy outside on the window.
He at least applies a little bit of a distraction, if nothing else. Ooh, this run out might actually.
Oh, no, enemy is ready for it and tags him down. That's a 3-on-4 now with 55 seconds to go, but Renewals and Alems are each going to take down Rise and Secretly.
Renewals is too far away to influence this push. It's all down to Snookin right now.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Renewals is moving up closer from Drum. He's going to look into the site here momentarily. You do have the shots here from Snookin allowed. He's going to move on forward, looks for the kills. He gets it. He missed the kill there onto the IQ and gets taken out in return. Renewals going to be the last one. They've now called the plant. Alems will fall, but he's got 2 more people to go for. Renewals has an enemy and Reven to go. He's going to look for the shots here momentarily, look for the right side, going for the Thatcher. Will not see him as it's an awkward spot just in the middle of the room and perfectly spotted for Reven. He will get that kill down. Team Vitality now goes up.
Is that match point for Team Vitality? I didn't quite see. It is match point for Team Vitality, 4-3, round number 8, ladies and gentlemen, which means either Playing Ducks gets the overtime and brings us into a potential 2-0, or Team Vitality win this next round and bring us onto map number 3, which I believe is Border. So, okay, let's talk about that last round. Okay, so you could easily argue that because Snookin missed that shot onto the IQ, which, by the way, what the heck? But you could say that because he missed that shot, didn't get that killed, and did deny the defuse plant, that it then didn't become a 1 versus 1. Because quickly after that, the who was it? I think the third player. I can't remember who it was. I think it was IQ. Or was it Glaz? Okay.
You had Thatcher, IQ were the last 2 left alive, then Glaz was the one that failed at the north stairs.
Right. He died to the Jaeger, so it could have turned into a 1 versus 1 or a 1 versus 2. Either way, but because it didn't, and in either instance, no defuse plant. But because it didn't, the Jaeger was faced with an unwinnable circumstance. Really, a 2 versus 1 with the defuse plant. I mean, it was really difficult for him to clutch that out. So a little bit of potato there did cost them the round and did put them on match point, which means we will be having either overtime or a third map. More rounds.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I like that camera. A little bit different than what we're expecting, but I wonder if it'll actually get shot. So, Team Vitality now going on to their upstairs defense, Playing Ducks going on to their upstairs attack. See how this plays out. This has, in the past, actually, this particular 4 has very much favored Team Vitality. As we have seen time and time again, Team Vitality has win upstairs. Team Playing Ducks wins downstairs. So, because Team Vitality is upstairs, I don't know.
It's possible we'll see a 5-3 here going into Border for overtime. Renewals picking a first kill there on the Panics.
Yeah, that's a good start for Playing Ducks to get that overtime, but all the same, they've struggled a lot with this particular floor.
So you can see what Renewals is doing there as Glass. He's not looking necessarily to get a kill with those shots. He's not trying to wallbang. What he is, he's opening up enough that he can cover the rotations, cover some flanks from a very far distance, which is what Glass is being used for.
And here's that Ash charge coming up underneath yellow corner. That's going to give a lot of information. Oh, another Ash charge underneath yellow corner. Is the Echo exposed?
He is exposed, and he gets hurt down to about 25 health.
Oh!
He goes for the shots, but he gets Lackey down, and he's going to walk away with just enough health to make it worth his while. He's also going to try for the shots there onto Meepy. He sees his feet, tags him a little bit, but not enough with that silencer. It just does not do the damage it needs to.
And there is enemy telling these attackers that the floor is a two-way street, guys.
Now looks as though Rise and Secret are going to go head-to-head here right outside the geisha window. Renewals is going to try to get on inside, go for some shots here. He's looking for the kill there onto Alems, but misses his target.
Lems is going to reposition, not exposed to that glass any longer. And this time is dwindling away for Playing Ducks. Man advantage is in no one's favor at this moment in time. However, definitely strategically right now.
Okay, he was able to get in.
That's good. That's good. Anyway, strategically, the advantage is still in the defender's favor. That is for sure. They have every different hatch battened down. they could possibly have. They even have an Echo drone to harass Meepy. But secretly is going to pick off Lems, and that is going to put it now in a 3-on-4. And not only a 3-on-4, but a lit 3-on-4, as Enemy is on at least one shot.
Reven's still going to be on the main stairs, halfway, waiting for someone to come up from bar. Enemy, though, looking right towards Meepy. There's a Valk cam right above him, so he knows that that's where the person's coming up through. He needs to pre-fire. They saw the shoulder, but he misses his target. And Meepy's just going to go and push that because he knows the reload's going to happen. And what wonderful shot. Diffuser goes down, 4-on-2. Reven and Rise are the last two alive, and we're going to see a kill here. Rise onto Meepy, but secretly did finish off Reven. So now we've got a Rise, a 1-on-3 yet again. And what's going to happen here? Snookin is going to take him out for the count, and we are going to have Playing Ducks secure round 8. We're going to overtime.
So, really depends on who's going to be flushed onto defense first, I'm going to be honest. Because we have been seeing very consistently the same results on upstairs or downstairs for each team. So it is going to be Playing Ducks thrust onto defense first, and they are going to go kitchen. That's going to give them the advantage. They did just break the mold for the first time by winning an upstairs attack, but they still want to go barbecue kitchen very much preferably than upstairs. So because they're allowed to set that meta, to set where they're going first, they're in a good spot right now. Playing Ducks looking to lock this out with a 2-0. Vitality, on the other hand, looking to win their very first attack onto the basement, I believe. Yeah, it would be the first, not the basement, but it is the first floor.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have located a bomb.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Playing Ducks is here, like you said, going onto the first floor where they've constantly won attack and defense, which to me is, yes, where you want to go, but at the same time you need to be cautious of Team Vitality has the potential to read them now.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
So sometimes if you choose the same bomb site that you've constantly been winning, you as a team that has been winning don't necessarily think of changing anything up. You think, oh, it worked before, it's going to work again.
You know what I bet would have like totally rocked the other team's world if one of these had a pocket strat for one of these teams.
For the bedroom.
For the bedroom, yeah. Or no, well, maybe not the bedroom. Maybe trophy room.
I'm sorry, was that too much for you? Was that too much out of the ballpark?
Bedroom's a little bit too much, but like trophy room / hologram room. If one of these teams had a pocket strat for that side, I think that we would see a definitive victory here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, that's very similar to like how there was a pocket strat for flip side on Clubhouse.
Exactly.
Just boom, you pull that out, you get the win, and you've got the gold.
They don't know how to handle cash initially, at least. I mean, it's an easily it's the cash defense from flip side is an easily counterable defense, and they've said that themselves. It's just the thing is like when people come up against it and they've not seen it before and they're not expecting it.
You catch them off guard and they don't think about it.
Exactly, and then they don't know how to counter it. They're like, wait a minute, what do we do? So it's that shock factor that you're going for when you pick a different site. But both of these teams sticking to their same old, I suppose. They're good old gracious. They're, if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, sort of policy. And it has brought us to overtime. So I guess it's kind of technically working for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh geez, Vitality stacking up on the north side of the second floor here, trying to get rid of Snookin as he plays in the Geisha room. Snookin, however, will open things up with a kill on the Lems. That was through that little hole in the wall. Oh, that angle is just nasty.
Hey, yo, that's dirty.
You are going to see that in ranked so much after today.
Oh, and almost tags Rise's head as he strafes across into the T room. Now with Panics opening up the wall even more, that's going to force Snookin to try to challenge. He's going to get a double kill. He's like, do I hop out? Do I hop out? I look for the Claymore. Goes for the shots, but he misses. He sees the Lems, but he misses the shots there in Renewals. We'll take down Rise in return. Now with 4-on-2, and we've got plenty of time here, still nearly half, as Renewals is going to go for this peek on the Reven, says, I probably shouldn't, and that's going to allow Enemy to move up a little bit closer.
It is a 2-on-4, though. It's looking pretty bad for Team Vitality. This is as we expected. They did try to mix up their attack strategy. However, it did not matter as Snookin was ready to get some headshots, and he certainly did so, putting his team into a fantastic position before being taken out by himself. And that's all you can really ask of a roamer. Even though he was kind of like an anchor roamer, he was still a roamer. He did his job to the letter, and it was an excellent round for him.
Now, we did see Renewals trying to retreat back to site. He got the AOK from his team. Said, okay, it's a 4-on-2. Let's get back. Let's collapse. So there's only 40 seconds left to go. Meepy hears the barbed wire by the stairs. He's going to say, okay, let's make him back on out to the balcony. Reven, though, taking down one of Secretly. Now a 3-on-2. 30 seconds to go. Again, this is overtime, round number 1 of overtime. We are going to see Playing Ducks holding down the fort. 3 members to go. 20 seconds left in the clock. Enemy pushing in from the kitchen window. It just got opened up for the first time. That's going to draw the attention over there of Lackey.
15 seconds
Or
left.
sorry, of Renewals, but Lackey is going to be inside of the barbecue lounge. Looks like enemy moves on forward. Renewals is there to get one kill. Last minute line is going to be Reven. He will be finished up by Meepy, and this is Playing Ducks now going up by 1 round here in overtime. 1 more round to secure the series.
They are, however, going to have to attack upstairs yet again, and they have only won upstairs a single time. That was the round to put them into overtime. So, if they can win this again, if they can break that mold twice in a row, then we will be seeing a 6-4. Oh, Vitality starting things off with the barbecue kitchen pick here. Will they bring us to barbecue kitchen? Are they trying to mix things up here? What is this?
Have they won attack or defense on this site yet?
They haven't won a single thing on barbecue kitchen. Not as far as I can recall. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm pretty sure they haven't won a single round downstairs. Both of these teams have been trading downstairs and upstairs. Playing Ducks were the first ones to break the mold by winning an upstairs, and now Vitality has intentionally gone downstairs. This is interesting. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, let me pull up my thesaurus again and see what. No.
I mean, that's the right word. It's interesting. Why are they doing this? I am genuinely curious. I have to wonder what their thought process is here. Are they trying to avoid what you were talking about earlier when you were saying reading into the strat, reading into an understanding of, hey, we've been attacking this and losing it over and over and over again, but you know what? We're getting used to it. So now, how do we counter it? We do this. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe they don't want, because they lost their last defense upstairs, they're worried that Playing Ducks has a hard counter for that defense, and they're not going to risk it again. Although this is a risk in of itself. All in all, it is
gonna have
what
to
it
be a
is.
calculated risk, basically, because
Yeah.
this is it. This is on the line here for Team Vitality. If they do not hold down the defensive site here inside of Kitchen and Barbecue, you will see them go into the losers bracket.
And the losers bracket is much, much more difficult, let me tell you, than the winners bracket. The winners bracket is a smooth sailing comparatively. Not because of the teams you're playing, but because of
The avenue you have to take to get back into the land.
Exactly. It's so much easier.
So we are going to have Rise here inside of the restaurant. They have decided to castle off the wall, though, or castle off the door.
That basically creates a murder box for anyone who vaults in there. I'm pretty sure there's probably foot level murder holes on the wall adjacent to the, or not adjacent.
Facing Barbecue, yep.
Yeah, but facing Barbecue, thank you. Secretly gonna open things up on a kill onto Panics. That is already looking good for Playing Ducks. Again, questionable the decision to go down to Barbecue when this is where Playing Ducks excels.
And I see that Team Vitality has decided, has opted to not have anyone top floor. So they're going to give up top floor.
They did. They lost, I think it was their castle.
Oh, they lost
he
Panics,
died.
okay.
Yeah. This angle that Rise is holding is very exposed to Lackey, and he's going to look away at just the wrong moment. He might get picked off here if Lackey just peeks a little bit wider, but he won't.
He's able to rotate back over to that castle barricade wall on the bathroom by Restaurant. Now it's up. Okay, so Lackey's deciding, okay, I'm going to open up that wall all the way. I see the castle barricade. That's going to allow me to run on through if I need to in a moment's notice. A minute 20 left to go, a 5-on-4. Lackey's still going to be here right by the toilet inside of the bathroom now. He's going to hop on back outside. There is a Claymore there. However, someone decides to jump on out. That could also be the death of both of them.
Ooh, Rise has fallen way, way back off that angle. Not trying to challenge that Ash right now.
No, but Mira will give away her position here, and that's going to force Ash to move in forward, but Rise is there to take it down. Lackey will take out Lems, though. That is the Mira that will fall, but the trade, I seem to be worth it. It's a 4-on-3 at the moment. You've got enemy above as Rise and Reven are down below. He's got Meepy cornered. He's going for the shots there, and he misses, but they're going to down each other. A double down. One goes down, one gets killed. A 3-on-2. And will they have time to pick up Meepy?
A 4-on-2.
4-on-2 now, yes.
He's got Meepy back up, so now it's all down to the Bandit and the Jaeger.
You've got Rise, who is here. He's trying to get a couple shots there onto Renewals for the count here. Now, Restaurant is going to be taken over by Rise. Renewals still needs to get on the balcony. There's 20 seconds left to go with 4 attackers. Snookin tries to get the shots there, but misses. It looks like Rise will fall to Secretly. Snookin still trying to move around, gets a shot there. He's going to go for the kill here. Last one alive is going to be Bandit, but he goes down. Maybe he's going to get the win, and it's going to be Playing Ducks taking home this series 2-0.
GG Playing Ducks, GG Vitality. It looked like Vitality was at a significant disadvantage early on in the first map. However, they stepped up hard, and they certainly showed us that they deserve to be here. They played an excellent game, despite the fact that they got 2-0'd. Playing Ducks just managed to slide, just barely slip on past them.
Team Vitality did a
Look at those
wonderful job here. Team Vitality did a wonderful job. How do you get 10 kills and be the last man on your team there playing Ducks? Come on.
I have no idea. Support, I guess.
Supported with 10 kills? Yeah.
You know, I used to have a teammate. I won't name names. I used to have a teammate who he never top fragged, but he was always the top frag because he always detected all of the bombs every round.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights here from our Skyscraper play with playing Ducks and Team Vitality. One of the things I want to mention, though, while we watch these highlights is that Team Vitality is a team that came out strong. They just, a 2-0 doesn't treat this series justice.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, it would have been fantastic to see the third map, especially a map like Border, really one of the preferred maps of all the Pro League teams, I would think. And I'm sure both of these teams would have been extremely comfortable. We would have likely seen another overtime, and it would have been exciting, to say the least. But it is what it is. I mean, again, like you said, Team Vitality did play stupendously. They really did show us that they have a lot of skill. And I look forward to seeing how they progress in the loser bracket.
I do want to make note, though, that playing Ducks, while they didn't have as great of a showing during Season 1, the playing Ducks we saw tonight reminded me of the playing Ducks from Season 3.
Oh, and I have to emphasize, we should do that secretly being added to the roster, I feel like was an excellent pickup. I feel like secretly he played a really good game today overall for both of the matches. And I think that it's like one of those, you know, people tend to look at roster changes in a really negative light. And for the most part, honestly, can you blame them?
Why do you change it up? But no, there are some roster changes that do have merit, a lot of merit. And this, with bringing on Secretly and letting Zeronic progress with other aspects of his life, is definitely a wise decision for playing Ducks. And I mean, to me, I see it as the best change I've seen so far of the Pro League Shuffle. We'll call it the Pro League Shuffle.
Yeah.
So, guys, with that, we are going to take a quick look at the brackets for the European Pro League. Let's take a look at Group A. This is what we watched tonight. We started out with PENTA Sports and Supremacy. PENTA Sports winning at the final game in the third map to take themselves into the winner's bracket. Match number 2 was the one that you guys just watched with Team Vitality falling short to playing Ducks, and that means Supremacy and Team Vitality will go head-to-head in the loser's match as playing Ducks now progresses to go up against PENTA Sports in the winner's match.
Both of those two matches are going to be fantastic, I have to say. I mean, all 4 of these teams played amazingly today.
I'm still waiting to see if how many. I wish there was like a word counter in Twitch chat to know how many times the word baguette's going to be said with Supremacy and Team Vitality going. Now, Group B, moving on, is going to be Sisu on Knights against Millennium and G-Bots. That game is going to be next Thursday. A week from tonight is when Group B is going to occur.
Also going to be some very exciting games going to be going down there. I'm sure people are excited to see where Sisu is landed. And more interesting, too, also where Millennium's going to be. I mean, Millennium's made some pretty big changes since its last iteration. Doesn't have 6-quarter anymore. What is Millennium without 6-quarter? That's a real question. I mean,
I didn't know that roster change happened. We'll have to ask them about it.
6-quarter retired from
Did he?
6.
I did not know that.
I think. Pretty sure about that, yeah.
Well,
I asked him to play once. He's like, no.
No. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to close it out for the night. But before we go, we want to make mention that this Saturday, I think that is the 17th of June, I think it's the 17th, is going to be the Brazilian Pro League match, which was scheduled for last Tuesday. It got postponed and moved to this Saturday, starting at 11 p.m. Central European Time, 6 p.m. Brazil time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And if I'm going to continue with that, I'm going to say 2 p.m. Pacific U.S. time. So there's all the times for Saturday's match. And then Monday is going to be the North American Pro League. If you're here just for European Pro League, come back next Thursday again at 7 p.m. Central European time for some more European action. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you again for joining us tonight. Again, I am Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and this is Kickstar. From all of us here in Katowice, Poland, we wish you a farewell and a happy night.